Gordon R. Dixon, Soldier, Ask Not. This is the story of the rage of Achilles. That is a story from 3,400 years ago. This story is the story of my rage. I, an Earthman, have risen up against the men of two worlds, the so-called Commonwealth, the conscripted, fanatical, black-uniformed soldiers of Harmony and the Association. And this is not the story of a small rage, for I, like Achilles, am a man of Earth. Doesn't this surprise you? Especially in these days when the sons of the younger worlds are taller, stronger, more skilled and clever than we men of the old world? How little do you know of Earth and her sons then? Leave your young worlds and return here one day to the mother planet. Touch her in awe. She is still here and still the same. Her sun still shines upon the waters of the Red Sea, parted for the children of God. The winds still blow through the pass of Thermopylae, where Leonidas and 300 Spartans held back the hordes of Xerxes, king of Persia, changing history. Here people fought and died, were born and buried their loved ones, built more than 500,000 years ago, when man did not dare to dream of your young worlds. And you think that these 500,000 years, generation after generation, between the same sky and earth, did not leave any special mark on our bodies, blood, and souls? The people of Dorsey may be warriors beyond imagination. The exotics of Mara and Cultus may be wizards who can turn a man inside out, find answers to questions beyond philosophy. The scientists of Newton and Venus may be so far ahead of us ordinary people that even today they can hardly communicate with us. But we, the stupid, short, simple people of old Earth, still have something more than all of them. Because we keep within us the whole man, the genetics of the race from which they are only the honed parts, the bright, sparkling, beautifully crafted parts, but nothing more. But if you are one of those who, like my uncle, Tam Olin, believes that we have been left behind entirely, then I will direct you to the Exotica-funded enclave in St. Louis, where 42 years ago, Earthman Mark Torrey, a man of great vision, began the construction of what would become, in 100 years, the ultimate encyclopedia. In 60 years, its structure would prove too massive, too complex, and too delicate to withstand Earth's gravity. And then, having torn itself away from Earth, it would find itself in orbit around the mother planet. And in 100 years, according to Mark Torrey's theory, it would be able to show us the inside of our souls, some hidden part of the soul and being of Earthlings forever lost to the inhabitants of young worlds through the process of artificial genetic selection. But see for yourself. Go there now, to the St. Louis Enclave, and join one of the many tours that will take you through the corridors and laboratories of the Encyclopedia Project. And finally, into the majestic Index Hall, at the very heart of the project, where the great rounded walls of that hall have already begun to absorb the knowledge of millennia. And when the entire interior of that vast sphere is charged with information, and this will happen in 100 years, connections will be made between the bits of information that never existed before and never could exist, at least not in the mind of man. And in that final knowledge we will see, what? The inside of our souls? But, as I said, it doesn't matter now.
Just visit the Index Hall. That's all I ask you to do. Visit it with the entire tour group. Stand in the center and do what the guide tells you.
Listen. Listen. Stand silently and prick up your ears. Listen. You will hear nothing. And finally, your guide, breaking this breathtaking, almost unbearable silence, will explain to you why he asked you to listen. Only one man and one woman out of millions have heard anything, out of many millions of people born on Earth. But no one, not one of those born on the young worlds who ever came here to hear, heard anything. You think that still proves nothing? Well, you are wrong, my friend. For I was one of those who heard. What I could hear there, and what I heard changed my whole life. and what I did is evidence of that. What I heard armed me with the knowledge of power, which I later turned in rage into a plan to destroy the people of 2 worlds of the Commonwealth. So do not laugh at the comparison of my rage with that of Achilles, bitter and alone among the ships of his myrmidons at the walls of Troy. There is another commonality between us. My name is Tam Olin, and my ancestors are Irish. But I grew up and became what I am in the Peloponnese, in Greece, like Achilles. In the deep shadow of the Parthenon, whitening over Athens, our souls were covered with darkness by the will of our uncle, who should have given us freedom to grow in the sun. Our souls, mine, and my little sister Eileen's. It was her idea, my sister Eileen's, to visit the Ultimate Encyclopedia, using my new Information Bureau credentials. Normally, I would have wondered why she wanted to go, but the moment she suggested the trip, a strange feeling came over me, like the thick, deep ringing of a bell. A feeling unfamiliar to me, and in some ways akin to fear. But it wasn't just fear. It was something more complex. Perhaps it wasn't even unpleasant. Mostly it reminded me of the feeling a person gets before a serious test. And there was something else, more, something like a dragon in my path. It only touched me for a second, but it was enough. Because the encyclopedia theoretically represented hope for those born on Earth, and my Uncle Matthias had always represented hopelessness, I decided that this feeling was connected to him, to the challenge I had seen in him over the years of living with him, and it suddenly made me decide to go, despite all the obstacles. Besides, the trip suited the moment, like a small celebration. I didn't usually take Eileen with me, but I had just signed a training contract with the Interstellar News Service at their headquarters on Earth. And that was only 2 weeks after graduating from the University of Geneva in journalism. True, that university was considered the best of its kind on 14 human worlds, including Earth. And my academic roster was the best in its history. Still, that kind of luck doesn't come to every young man fresh out of college, and so I didn't ask my 17-year-old sister why she suddenly wanted to go with me to the Ultimate Encyclopedia, and on the day and at the hour she had appointed. Looking back, I think it seemed to me then that she wanted only to escape our uncle's dark dwelling for a day, and that in itself was reason enough for me. It was Matthias, my father's brother, who took us in, 2 orphans, after our parents died in a plane crash. And it was he who broke us in the years that followed. No, he did not try to beat us, nor could he be accused of any deliberate cruelty. He did not need it. He simply placed at our disposal the richest of homes, the best of food, clothing, and care, and saw to it that we shared it all with him, whose heart was as sunless as his great house. There was not a single ray of sunshine in it, just as there cannot be one in a cave deep underground. His soul was as cold as the stone inside that cave. His Bible was the writings of that old saint, or maybe devil, of the 21st century, Walter Blunt. His motto was destroy, and his contribution guild later produced the exotica culture that existed on the young worlds of Mara and Cultus. It didn't matter that the Exoticans had always understood Blunt's writings differently, seeing their purpose as weeding out the weeds of the present, making way for the flowers of the future. Our uncle, Matthias, saw nothing more than weeding. And day after day, in his gloomy home, he pounded that into us. But enough about Matthias. He was perfect in his emptiness, in his conviction that the younger worlds had left us and the earth to die alone, like an atrophied organ. And neither Eileen nor I could match him in that cold philosophy, though we tried, like children, and so, in our own ways, we tried to escape it. And one of those escape routes that day led us to the exotic enclave in St. Louis, to the Ultimate Encyclopedia. From Athens, we flew by shuttle to St. Louis, then by subway to the enclave. The Airbus took us straight to the platform in front of the encyclopedia. For some reason, I still remember that I was the last one to step down the steps. And when I stepped onto the concrete circle, I was visited again by that strange, bell-like feeling. I froze, like a person who had suddenly fallen into a trance. "Excuse me," a voice said behind me. "You're part of a group of tourists, aren't you? Perhaps you'd like to join the others? I'm your guide." I turned around abruptly, and my eyes met the brown eyes of a girl in Exotica's blue robe. She stood before me, as if bathed in rays of sunlight. But something about her was not right. "You are not from Exotica," I blurted out unexpectedly. And it was true. Those born on the Exotica worlds are noticeably different. Their faces are less mobile than those of other people. Their eyes seem to pierce you through and through. They are like the gods of the world, always sitting with one hand resting on lightning bolts, which they seem not to notice. "I'm an employee," she said. "My name is Lisa Kant. And you're right, I'm not exotic." She didn't seem to be put off by my guess that she didn't match her attire. She was shorter than my sister, who was tall, like me, for an Earth person. Eileen was blonde, although my hair was already dark. I had the same color hair as she had when our parents died. But it had darkened over the years spent in Matthias's house. And this girl, Lisa Kant, was a redhead, pretty and cheerful. She even intrigued me with how well she looked in exotic attire, and at the same time, she irritated me a little. She seemed overly self-confident to me. And yet I continued to watch her as she gathered the rest of our group, who were waiting for the encyclopedia tour to begin. And as soon as the tour began, I followed right behind her and, in between the tour explanations, got her talking.
She was not at all embarrassed when the conversation turned to her. She was born in the Midwest of North America, just outside of St. Louis. She graduated from the Enclave's elementary and high schools and became a follower of the exotic philosophy. So she accepted their way of life and work. I thought she was wasting herself. As a very pretty girl, I blurted it out to her right away. "Well, how can I waste myself in vain?" she answered me, smiling, "when in this way I use my energy to the fullest extent, and for the best purposes." For some reason I felt like she was laughing at me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it when people laughed at me, even then. "What other better goals?" I asked as rudely as I could. "Something like contemplating your navel?" Her smile instantly disappeared and she looked at me strangely. So strangely that I will always remember that look of hers. It was as if she suddenly saw something in me, something drifting in the dark ocean on whose shore she stood.
She extended her hand as if she wanted to touch me, but did not complete the movement, as if she suddenly remembered where we were. "We are always here," she said in a strange voice. "Remember that. We are always here." She turned away and led us through the vast complex of buildings that was the encyclopedia. When it was all out in space, she said, now addressing us all, it would be assembled into a roughly spherical structure. It would be in orbit 150 kilometers above the Earth's surface. She told us how much it would cost to put all of these structures into orbit as a single unit. Then she explained that, no matter how great the expense, it would be more economical to build the information storage facility here on the Earth's surface. The ultimate encyclopedia, she said, must not become just another repository of information. Yes, it will store facts, but only as a means to an end. And the end is to establish relationships and discover the connections between these facts. Each particle of knowledge must be connected to another particle by means of energy impulses that carry the code of interconnection, and this must continue until the highest possible level is reached. Until, finally, the vast interconnected amount of information a person has about himself and his universe begins to take on the outlines of a single whole, a form that man has never had the opportunity to observe before. At this stage, the encyclopedia would represent for Earth something like a huge reactor of instantly accessible, interconnected information about the human race and its history. This could be traded in exchange for knowledge of the fundamental sciences, with worlds like Newton and Venus, of psychology with the exotic worlds. In short, for any information from the younger worlds that Earth needed.
In this alone, in a multi-world human culture where knowledge was the main currency, trading in trained minds, the encyclopedia would eventually pay for itself. But the reason that had driven Earth to undertake its construction was greater. It was the hope of all Earth, the hope of all its people, excluding those like Matthias, who had abandoned all hope, that the real reward would come from using the encyclopedia as a tool for investigating the theoretical constructions of Mark Torrey. As you know, Torrey's theory postulates that there is a dark area in man's knowledge of himself, an area in which man's vision has always failed him, something like a blind spot of which it is only known that it is there, but it cannot be detected by instruments. Torrey proved that it is precisely this inaccessible area of man that the ultimate encyclopedia will be able to explore by logical constructions, using the fullness of the collected knowledge. And in this area, Torrey claimed we will find something, a quality, an ability, or a power that accompanies only people living on Earth. Something lost or inaccessible to the splinter cultures of man on young worlds, which seem to quickly surpass our parent tribe in some individual qualities. As I listened to all this, I suddenly remembered the strange look and words that Lisa had thrown at me earlier. I looked around. My gaze slid over the strange, crowded rooms. The most varied work was being done here, from ordinary construction to delicate laboratory work, as we moved forward. And the strange, fear-like sensation began to return to me. It not only returned, but began to grow until it took on the appearance of something conscious, as if the entire encyclopedia was one living organism with me at the center. Instinctively, I fought this feeling, for all I have ever sought in my life is freedom. That nothing could swallow me up, be it a man or a machine. But still this feeling grew within me as we entered the index hall, which in space would be located in the very center of the encyclopedia. The hall had the outlines of a huge sphere, so huge that when we entered it, its walls melted into the semi-darkness. The only exception was the barely noticeable winking of sparks of light, announcing the appearance of new facts and associations within the sensitive recording mechanism placed on the inner surface of this boundless sphere surrounding us, which was at once the floor, the ceiling, and the walls. The entire spacious interior of this huge spherical hall was empty, but stairs with railings led to the middle and slightly upwards from the entrances and exits of the hall, twisting in graceful spirals around a round platform hanging exactly in the center of the hall. It was along one of these stairs that Lisa led us until we found ourselves on a platform whose diameter was probably no more than 20 feet. "Here where we are now standing," Lisa began, when we stopped on the platform, "is what will be known as the jump point. In space, all connections will be made not only along the walls of the index hall, but also through this central point. And it is from here that those who will control the encyclopedia will then try to use it in accordance with Mark Torrey's theory. They will try to lift the curtain on the unsolved mystery, kept for centuries by our human minds." She paused and turned around to look at each member of the group. "Please pull yourself together," she said. For a second, her gaze met mine, and without warning, the strange feeling inside me suddenly peaked. A cold current, like fear, pierced me, and I froze. "Now," she continued, when we were all gathered together, "I want you to stand very still for 60 seconds and listen. Just listen and feel if you hear anything." Everyone fell silent, and the great, untouchable silence of the great hall closed in around us. It enveloped us, and the feeling within me suddenly rose to the highest note of alarm. I had never been bothered by heights or distances, but suddenly I realized that under the platform there was nothing but the deep emptiness and space that surrounded us. My head began to spin, and my heart began to beat furiously. I felt myself losing consciousness. And what should we hear? I broke the silence, not because I wanted to ask the question, but to break the dizziness that seemed to be trying to carry me away. I was standing behind Lisa when I asked my question. She turned and looked up at me. A strange shadow of that old look flashed in her eyes. "Nothing," she said. And then, still looking at me strangely, she added, "Or maybe something. Although the chances of that are 1 in a billion. You'll understand as soon as you hear it, and I'll explain it all in 60 seconds. She touched me lightly with her hand.
Now please be silent, if only for the sake of others, if you don't want to listen. I turned away from her, and then suddenly, behind her, I saw the small, distant figure of my sister, standing at the entrance to the index room apart from our group. I recognized her at that distance only by the glint of her fair hair and her height. She was talking to a dark, thin man dressed all in black, whose face I could not make out at that distance. But he was standing very close to her. I was surprised and suddenly irritated. The sight of the thin male figure in black seemed to me a slap in the face, like a public insult. The very idea that my sister, having persuaded me to bring her here, could deliberately lag behind our group to talk to someone who was a complete stranger to me and talk quite animatedly, as I could see even at that distance from the tension of her figure and the slight movements of her hands, seemed to me so impolite as to border on betrayal. After all, she had persuaded me to come here. It seemed to me that the hair on my back stood on end, and a cold wave of rage rolled over me. It was stupid to even suppose that at such a distance the human ear was capable of hearing anything. But I strained my ears, trying to catch at least something in this huge, silent hall. And suddenly, at first barely noticeable, but then more and more clearly, I began to hear something. Something. It was not my sister's voice, or the voice of the stranger, whoever it was. It was a distant, harsh voice, speaking in a language a little like Latin, but with the vowels dropped and the R's rolled, giving it a murmuring quality, like the rapid roll of thunder that accompanies a summer storm. It grew, not so much louder as closer, and then I heard another voice answering it. And then another voice. Then another. Then another. And another. Thundering, screaming, rushing at me like an avalanche. The voices suddenly fell upon me from all sides, sharply increasing in number with each passing second. Doubling and tripling again and again. All the voices, in all the languages of the world. All the voices that had ever existed on the planet. And more, 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 more. They screamed in my ears, crying, laughing, cursing, begging, mumbling, commanding, but not merging, as was bound to happen with such diversity, into one silent, though mighty thunder, like the roar of a waterfall. And though they grew and grew, they still sounded separate from each other. I heard everyone. Every one of these millions, billions of voices of men and women screamed in my ears individually, and this frenzy finally caught me up like a hurricane, whirling and carrying me away into a furious flash of oblivion. Chapter 3. I remember that I did not want to wake up. It seemed to me that I was on some distant journey, that I had been absent for a long time. But when I finally reluctantly opened my eyes, I found myself lying on the floor of the hall. And only Lisa Kant was leaning over me. Some members of our group had only just begun to turn around to see what had happened to me. Lisa lifted my head from the floor. "You heard?" she said excitedly, in a quiet voice almost in my ear. "But what did you hear? Did you hear that?" As if in a fog, I shook my head, remembering and expecting to hear again the countless horde of voices that had been pouring over me, But now there was only silence, and I repeated Lisa's question. Did you hear? Them? There? I blinked my eyes, and suddenly my mind cleared. I immediately thought of my sister Eileen. I scrambled to my feet and stared toward the entrance where I had seen her talking to the man in black. But the entrance and the area around it were empty.
Both of them, together, had disappeared somewhere. Shaken, exhausted, torn from my roots of self-confidence by the mighty outburst of voices that had seized me and carried me away, enraged by the mysterious disappearance of my sister, I was bereft of all normal reason. I did not answer Lisa's question, but instead rushed down the stairs to the entrance, where I had last seen Eileen talking to the stranger in black. But no matter how fast my long legs carried me, Lisa was faster. Even in her loose blue robes, she was as fast as a track star. She caught up with me, walked around me, and turned around, blocking my way to the entrance just as I was getting very close. "Where are you going?" she cried. "You can't leave like this. Not yet. If you heard anything, I must take you to Mark Torrey himself. He must speak to anyone who heard anything." I hardly heard her. "Get out of my way," I muttered, and pushed her aside, not too politely. I raced through the passage, into the circular room beyond the entrance, where the equipment was housed. Technicians were at work in their multicolored coveralls, doing strange things to an indescribable jumble of metal and glass. But no sign of Eileen or the man in black. I ran further, out of the room, into the hallway, but it was empty there too. I ran along the hallway and turned right into the first passage. Several people looked at me in surprise, looking up from their reading and writing, but Eileen and the stranger were not among them. I tried looking in another room, and another, but all to no avail. In the fifth room, Lisa caught up with me again. "Stop," she said, and this time she grabbed my arm with a strength that was astonishing for a girl of her size. "Are you going to stop or not? And just for a moment, think? What's the matter?" "Business," I yelled. "My sister." And I suddenly stopped. I bit my tongue. It suddenly occurred to me how stupid it would sound if I began to explain to Lisa the object of my quest. A 17-year-old girl talking to, and even separating from, someone her older brother did not know was hardly a valid reason for a wild pursuit and frantic search, at least in this day and age. I was not in the mood to explain the years Eileen and I had spent in my Uncle Matthias's house. I stood silently. "You must come with me," she insisted after a moment. "You have no idea how rare it is for someone to hear anything at the jump point. You have no idea how much it means to Mark Torrey, to find someone who has heard." I shook my head dumbly. I had no desire to talk to anyone about what I had just experienced, and the last thing I wanted was to be examined like some kind of out-of-the-ordinary experimental specimen. "You have to," Lisa repeated. "It means so much, not just for Mark, but for the whole project. Think. Don't just run away. Think first about what you're doing." The word think finally dawned on me. Slowly my mind cleared. She was absolutely right. I should have been thinking instead of running around like a madman. Eileen and the black-clad stranger could be anywhere, in any of dozens of rooms and corridors. They could have left the project and the enclave altogether. Besides, what could I say to them even if I caught up with them? Would I demand that the stranger identify himself and explain his intentions regarding my sister? It seemed I was lucky I hadn't been able to find them. But there was more. I had worked hard to secure the contract I had signed 3 days before, just after graduating from the university, with the Interstellar News Service. I had overcome everything in my path to realize one desire, and it seemed that nothing would stop me from achieving it, because what I had been striving for, so long and so fiercely that it seemed as if the desire itself were something alive, with claws and teeth tearing at me from within, was freedom.
True freedom, which was enjoyed only by members of planetary governments and one special group, the actual members of the Interstellar News Service Guild. These journalists had signed their oath of independence and were, in fact, men without a world, which guaranteed the impartiality of the news service they ran. For the worlds inhabited by the human race were divided, for 200 years, into two camps, one of which kept its populations under what were called hard contracts, while the other preferred what were called free contracts. To the camp of worlds with hard contracts belonged the worlds of the Commonwealth, Harmony and Association, Newton, Cassida, and Venus. And also the new great world of Sita near the star Tau Ceti. On the free side were Earth, Dorsai, the worlds of Exotica, Mara and Cultus, Novaya Zemlya, Freeland, Mars, and the small Catholic world of St. Mary. What separated them was the conflict of economic systems, the legacy of a divided Earth that colonized these planets in the first place. Because in our day, highly skilled minds were the only interplanetary currency recognized by all. The race was now too dispersed and too large to train all the specialists it needed on one planet, especially when other worlds produced better ones. No amount of training, even on Earth or any other world, could produce a professional soldier who could compare with those supplied by Dorsai. There were no physicists like those of Neptune, no psychologists superior in ability to those of Exotica. There were no better mercenaries, so cheap and untroubled by casualties, than those supplied by Harmony and the Association, and so on. Accordingly, a world trained specialists of one kind and traded his abilities, making contracts with another world in exchange for a corresponding contract with any professional it needed. And the difference between the two camps was quite noticeable. On the side of the free worlds, a specialist's contract was partly his own, and it could not be sold or exchanged for another without his consent, except in cases of extreme necessity or importance. On the side of the hard worlds, each individual lived by the orders of his authorities. His contract could be sold or exchanged at any time. And when this happened, he had only one duty: to go and work where he was ordered. Thus, all the worlds were divided into those whose population was not free and those whose population was partially free. So, on the side of the free worlds to which, as I have already said, Earth belonged, people like me were partially free, but I sought complete freedom. Freedom that I could have only as a member of the guild. As soon as I was accepted into the guild, that freedom would be mine. For the contract for my services for the rest of my life would belong to the news service itself. No world could then judge me or offer my services against my will to any other planet to which it was indebted for the shortage of trained personnel. It was true that Earth, unlike Cassida, Newton, Sita, and some other planets, prided itself on the fact that it had never had to exchange whole groups of its university graduates for men of specialized training from younger worlds. But like all planets, Earth reserved the right to make use of this if the need ever arose, and I had heard many tales of such cases. So my goal and the desire for freedom that Matthias had nurtured in me over the years under his roof could only be realized by my admission to the news service. And despite my excellent academic record, however good it was, this was still a very distant, difficult goal. I must not miss anything that could help me. And suddenly it occurred to me that by refusing to see Mark Torrey, I was throwing away the possible chance of such help. "You're right," I said to Lisa. "I'll go and see him. Of course, I'll see him. Where should I go?" "I'll take you," she said. "Let me make a phone call first." She took a few steps away from me and spoke softly into the tiny phone in the ring on her finger. Then she came back to me and led the way. "What about the others?" I asked, suddenly remembering that the rest of our group remained in the index room. I asked that someone else take them to finish the tour, Lisa answered, not looking at me. Here. She led me through the hall into a small, light maze.
For a moment this surprised me, but then I remembered that Mark Torrey, like all those who are constantly in the public eye, needed protection from possible dangerous madmen and crazies. From the maze we came out into a small room and stopped. The room began to move, but in what direction I could not determine, then stopped. "This way," Lisa said again, leading me to one of the walls. At her touch, a section of the wall opened and led us into a room that looked like a classroom, but was equipped with a control panel, behind which sat an elderly man. It was Mark Torrey, just like I had seen him on the news many times. He was not as old in appearance as one might have supposed. He was already in his 80s at the time, but his face was gray and sickly. His clothes hung like rags on his bones, as if he had once weighed considerably more than he did now. His two truly enormous hands lay loosely on the small, flat space in front of the control switches. The gray knuckles were twisted and enlarged by what I later learned was a disease of the joints of old age called arthritis. He did not rise from his seat when we entered, but his voice was surprisingly clear and young when he spoke to us, and his eyes were bright as he looked at me with something like ill-concealed joy. Still, he made us sit and wait until, a few minutes later, another door into the room opened, and through it walked a middle-aged man from one of the Exotica worlds, a native Exotican. His smooth, unlined face, beneath his short-cropped fair hair, had a pair of piercing brown eyes that had a life of their own. He was dressed in blue robes, just like Lisa's. "Mr. Olin," said Mark Torrey, "this is Padma, the Mara linker at the St. Louis Enclave. He already knows who you are." "How are you?" I greeted Padma. He smiled. "It's an honor to meet you, Tam Olin," he said, and sat down. His light brown eyes didn't seem to be looking at me at all, and yet, despite that, they worried me. There was nothing strange about him, and that was the point. His look, his voice, even the way he sat, everything seemed to indicate that he already knew me well, perhaps even better than I would have liked, especially since that did not know him at all. Despite my years of arguing against everything my uncle stood for, in that moment I felt the bitterness Matthias felt toward the people of the younger worlds. I felt it rearing its head inside me, snarling at the obvious superiority of Padma, the binder, from Mara in the St. Louis Enclave, here on Earth. I tore my gaze away from him and looked into the more human, earth-born eyes of Mark Torrey. "Well, now that Padma's here," the old man said, leaning expectantly toward me over the switches of his control panel. "Tell us what it was like."
Tell us what you heard!
I shook my head because I couldn't find the words to describe how it really was. Billions of voices speaking at once and yet clearly distinguishable. It was impossible. "I heard voices," I said. "They all spoke at once, but separately." "Many voices?" asked Padma. I had to look at him again. "All the voices there were," I heard myself say. Then I tried to describe it. Padma nodded, but as I spoke I looked back at Torrey and saw him lean back in his chair, as if confused or disappointed. "Just voices?" the old man seemed to ask himself when I finished. "But why?" I asked, feeling an unexpected pang of anger. What was I supposed to hear? What do people usually hear? "It's always different," Padma's voice broke in softly from the side. But I didn't look at him. I kept my eyes on Mark Torrey's face. "Everyone hears different things." At this, I turned back to Padme. "And what did you hear?" I asked challengingly. He smiled a little sadly. "It's nothing, Tam," he replied. "Only people born on Earth have ever heard anything," Lisa said sharply, as if I should have known this without being reminded. "And you?" I looked at her. "I? Of course," Nothing, she answered. There are not even half a dozen people since the beginning of the project who have heard anything. Less than half a dozen, I echoed. 5, she answered. Mark is one of them, of course. Of the other 4, 1 is dead, and the other 3, she hesitated, looking at me, didn't fit. This time there was a different note in her voice than I had heard the first time. But suddenly I forgot about it, for the numbers she had just mentioned had reached me. Only 5 people in 40 years. Like a blow, this message shook me, for what had happened in Index Hall today was no small thing. And this moment with Padma and Tori was significant too, for them and for me. Oh, I asked. I looked at Tori. With some effort, I tried to keep my voice normal.
Then what does it mean when someone hears something? He did not answer me directly. Instead, he leaned forward, and his dark old man's eyes shone like diamonds again. And he extended to me the fingers of his enormous right hand. "Shake my hand," he ordered. I reached out and shook my hand, feeling his twisted knuckles in my palm. He gripped my hand tightly and held it there. He stared at me for a long moment, until the light slowly faded from his eyes. Then he released my hand and sighed, leaning back in his chair as if defeated. "Nothing," he said weakly, turning to Padme. "Again, nothing. You thought I would feel something, or he would feel something." "And yet," Padma said quietly, looking at me, "he heard." He pinned me to the chair with his exotic brown eyes. "Mark is disappointed, Tam," he continued, "because you only heard voices, and no message or understanding." "What other message?" I asked. "What other understanding?" "That," Padma replied, "is something you should have told us." His gaze was so intense that I felt uneasy, like a bird, an owl caught in a spotlight. And then I felt anger rising in me. "What does this have to do with you?" I asked. He smiled slightly. "Our Exotica funds," he began, "are the bulk of the financial support for the Encyclopedia project. But you must understand, this is not our project. It is earthly. We are merely responsible for the work associated with man's understanding of man. Moreover, there are differences between our philosophy and Mark's theoretical constructs." "Disagreements?" I asked. I had a nose for news even then, fresh out of university. And that nose had picked up on something. But Padma smiled as if he had read my thoughts. "There's nothing new in that," he said. "The basic disagreement we've had from the beginning. To put it briefly, and a little crudely, we on Exotica believe that man is subject to enhancement. Our friend Mark believes that Earthman, basic man, is already sufficiently enhanced. But he hasn't yet been able to discover these enhancements and use them." I stared at him. "What does this have to do with me?" I asked. "And with what I heard? The question is whether you can be of any use to him. Or to us," Padma replied coldly. For a moment my heart sank. After all, if the Exoticans or Mark Tori demanded my contract from the Earth government, I might as well blow a farewell kiss to any hopes I had of working for the News Service Guild. "I don't think so for any of you," I said as calmly as possible. "Maybe. We'll see," Padma said. He raised his hand and pointed his index finger upward. "Do you see this finger, Tam?" I looked at it, and when I did, suddenly it came toward me, growing to monstrous proportions, dwarfing everything else in the room, and for the second time that day, I left the here and now of the real universe, and found myself in an unreal world. Suddenly I was surrounded by lightning.
I was in the dark, but I was being thrown around by these lightning strikes. I found myself in some vast universe where I was being thrown over distances equal to light years. First this way, then that, as if I were a part of some titanic struggle. At first I didn't understand it, this struggle. Then it gradually dawned on me that all these furious lashes of lightning were a desperate attempt at survival and victory, in response to the attempt of the surrounding ancient, all-pervading darkness to strangle and destroy the lightning. But this was not some chaotic battle. Now I could see where there had been something like an ambush, and where there was a retreat. The struggle between darkness and lightning was a mixture of strategy and tactics, strikes and counterstrike. And then, in an instant, came the memory of a billion voices, rising once more and swirling around me, in unison with the lightning, giving me the key to understanding what I had seen. Suddenly, as real lightning illuminates the earth for a moment for miles around, in a flash of intuition, I understood what was around me. It was man's centuries-old ancient battle to sustain the vitality of his race and to advance it into the future. The ceaseless, furious struggle of these beast-like, god-like, primitive, complex, savage and civilized, complex organisms that personified the human race. The struggle for survival and advancement, onward, upward, upward, until the impossible was achieved, until all barriers were overcome, all torment conquered, all possibilities found, until all was lightning and the darkness was gone. It was the voices of this endless struggle, lasting many hundreds of centuries, that I heard in the index hall. It was this struggle that the Exoticans tried to understand with their strange psychological and philosophical miracles. This struggle led to the creation of the ultimate encyclopedia at last, to map all the past centuries of human existence so that man's path into the future could be accurately calculated. This was what moved Padma and Mark Torrey, and everyone else, including me. Because every human being was in the midst of the struggling masses of his fellows and could not escape this battle of life. Each of us, living at this moment, was a part of it, a plaything in its hands. But suddenly, with that thought, I realized that I was different. Not just a plaything of this battle. I was something more, potentially one of the decisive forces in it, a possible master of its actions. And then, for the first time, I squeezed the lightning around me in my hands and began to try to direct it, to turn and adjust its movements, to make it obey my desires and purposes. But still, I was thrown to indescribable distances. But I was no longer like a ship drifting helplessly on a storm-tossed ocean. I was a ship, firmly steered, using the wind as a counterweight to itself. And at that moment, it came to me for the first time. This sense of my own strength and power. For the lightning obeyed my hands, and the direction of their blows, my will. I felt this boundless power inside me, which defies description. And at last, the revelation came to me. I really was one of those who had never been thrown and who did not have to squeeze through somewhere. I was a rider, a master. And within me was the ability to give shape to at least part of what I touched in that battle between lightning and darkness. And only then, at last, did I notice others like me. There were few of them. Like me, they were riders and lords. They, too, rode the storm that was the struggling masses of the human race.
One moment we might be moving in one direction. The next we might be scattered for millions of years. But I saw them, and they saw me. And I realized that they were calling me. I increased my reach of lightning and felt it grow wider and stronger, and wider and stronger. And suddenly I found myself back in Mark Torrey's office. Mark, with a face as if carved from wood, stared at me. Pale Lisa also stared at me. But right in front of me, Padma sat and looked into my eyes with the same expression as before. "No," he said slowly. "You're right, Tam. You can't be of any use here at the encyclopedia." From Lisa came a barely audible sound. Half a sigh, half a sob. Like a tiny cry of pain. But it was drowned out by Mark Torrey's groan. Like the groan of a mortally wounded bear, finally cornered, but rising on its hind legs to face its attackers. "Can't?" he asked. He sat up straight in his chair and turned to Padme, his gnarled right hand curled into a huge gray fist. "He must have to. It's been 20 years since anyone heard anything in the index room, and I'm getting old." All he heard were voices. They didn't spark anything special in him. "You didn't feel anything when you touched him," Padma said. He spoke softly and distantly, and his words came out one after another, like marching soldiers obeying orders. "That's because there's nothing in him. No connection to his fellow man. It's like he has everything he needs, like a machine, but no empathy, no power source plugged in. You can fix it, damn it!" The old man's voice rang like a cast bell, but there was a hoarseness to it. "On Exotica, you can cure it." Padma shook his head. "No," he repeated. "No one can help him but himself. He is not sick or disabled. He has simply failed to develop properly. One day when he was young, he must have turned away from people and gone into some dark, lonely valley. Over the years, that valley grew overgrown, darker and more difficult to access. So no one could get in there to help him. No other intelligence could get in there and survive. Perhaps he could not. But if he did survive and come out the other end, he could be of no use to you or to the encyclopedia, or to anything it represents to the people of Earth. Not only is he no good, he would not even think of taking the job you would offer him. Look at him." The pressure of his gaze all this time, his slow, even speech, the words like little pebbles falling into a calm but bottomless pool, kept me in a kind of paralysis while he spoke of me as if I were not present. But with his last sentence, the pressure from his side disappeared, and I felt able to speak. "You hypnotized me," I snapped at him. "I didn't give you any permission to psychoanalyze me." Padma shook his head. "Nobody hypnotized you," he replied. "I merely opened a window into your own inner realm of consciousness. And I did not psychoanalyze you." "Then what was that?" And then I bit my tongue, suddenly realizing that I had to be more careful. "Everything you saw and heard," he said, "was your own consciousness and sensations translated into your own symbols, intelligible to you, and what they represent, I have no idea. And there is no way of knowing, unless you tell me about it yourself. Then how did you decide that all this was exactly what you told me here?" I growled at him. "You came to that decision pretty quickly. How did you come to it anyway?" "With your help," he replied. "Your looks, your actions, your voice as you speak to me now, and a dozen other subconscious signals. All of that is telling me, Tam, a human being communicates with his whole body and being, not just with his voice or his facial expression." "I don't believe it,"
I cried, and then my rage suddenly died down with the coming of sobriety and the certainty that there really were grounds even if I could neither define them nor believe them now. I don't believe it, I repeated more calmly and coldly.
There must be something else that influenced your decision.
Yes, he said. Of course. I had the opportunity to check the archives here. Your personal history, like that of everyone born on Earth and living on it now, has already been entered into the encyclopedia. And I looked through it before I came here. More than that, I insisted sullenly because I felt that I had really pinned him down now. There's more to it, I can tell. I know it. Yes, Padma replied, sighing softly. I suppose, having been through all this, you must have guessed. In any case, you would have found out about it soon enough. He looked up, focusing his gaze on me, but this time I felt no sense of inferiority. It so happens, Tam, he said, that you are what we call the isolated one. A rare pivotal force in the form of a single individual, a pivotal force in the evolutionary pattern of human society, not only on Earth, but on all 14 worlds that are on the road to man's future. You are a man with a tremendous capacity to influence that future, for good or for evil. At these words, my hands remembered how they had clutched lightning, and I waited, holding my breath, to hear more. But he stopped. And I finally pushed him roughly. There is no "and," Padma replied. That's all. Have you ever heard of ontogenetics? I shook my head. It's one of our exotic computational disciplines, he explained. In short, it's a constantly evolving model that includes all living human beings. The desires and efforts of these individuals, in their mass, determine the direction of the model's growth into the future. But the vast majority of people obey the model, rather than effectively influence the model. He paused, looking at me as if to ask if I understood him. I understood. Oh, I understood perfectly. But I didn't want to show him that. Continue, I asked. Only occasionally, in the case of a few very rare individuals. He continued, do we find a special combination of factors, both the individual himself and his position within the model, which together enable him to be immeasurably more effective than his fellows. And when this happens, as in your case, we have an isolated, a core individual who has an enormous amount of freedom to influence the model, while he himself experiences a relatively small degree of activity from the model. He fell silent again, and this time he folded his hands over his stomach. With this gesture, he indicated that the conversation was over, and I took a deep breath to cool my wildly beating heart. So, I said, I understand everything, and yet still you do not want me, even though you need me. Mark wants you to eventually take over as encyclopedia construction supervisor, Padma replied. So do we on Exotica, for the encyclopedia is such a device that its purpose and use, when completed, can be determined by a rare individual, and that concept must be continually translated into universal terms by a unique individual. Without Mark or someone like him to oversee the construction of the encyclopedia, humanity will be unable to complete its construction and then, once it is in orbit, to use its capabilities for its own purposes. Its construction will slow, then stop, and finally collapse. He paused, and looked at me almost sullenly. "It will never be built," he said, "unless a successor to Mark's work is found. And without that, Earthborn man may fade away and die out. And if Earthman disappears, the human strains on young worlds may not be viable. But none of that matters to you, does it? Because it is you who want nothing to do with us, not the other way around." He looked at me across the room, his eyes literally burning with a brown flame.
"You don't want anything to do with us," he repeated. "Do you, Tam?"
I shook my head, freeing myself from the pressure of his gaze. But in that same instant, I understood where he was leading me, and I knew that Padma was right. In that same instant, I seemed to see myself sitting in the chair at the console, chained to it by a sense of responsibility for the rest of my life. No, I didn't want them, or their work at the encyclopedia, or anywhere else. I didn't want any of that. Had I worked so hard and so long to escape from Matthias's tutelage, only to throw it all aside in one moment and become the slave of the wretched people, all those in that great mass of the human race who were too weak to fight the lightning for themselves? Was I to give up the promise of my own strength and freedom for the sake of a vague communion and freedom for them when I could have mine? No, I wanted nothing to do with them, with Tory and his encyclopedia. "No," I said hoarsely, and Mark Tory made a deep guttural sound, barely audible, like a dying echo of the groan I had heard earlier. "No." "That's right," Padma nodded. "You see, as I said, you lack empathy. You lack a soul." "Soul?" I asked. "What is it? Can I describe the color of gold to a man blind from birth?" His eyes sparkled. "You will understand it yourself, if you can find it. But you will find it only if you can fight your way out of the valley I have already spoken of. And if at last you pass through it, then perhaps you will find your human soul. You will understand when you find it." "A valley," I repeated thoughtfully. "What valley?" "You know, Tam," Padma said, even more quietly. "You know it better than I do. This is the valley of the mind and spirit, where all the unique creative power in you is oriented, twisted and distorted, toward destruction."
Destroy!
It was as if my uncle's voice had thundered, echoing in my ears, quoting, as Matthias always did, from the writings of Walter Blunt. And suddenly, as if it had been imprinted in burning letters on the inside of my skull, I saw the power and possibility of that word for me, on the path I wished to take. And without warning, the valley Padma had spoken of seemed to come alive in my mind's eye. High black walls rose up on either side of me. My path lay straight ahead, narrow and downward. And suddenly I felt fear. In that impenetrable darkness that hid everything ahead, in the deepest of abysses, something blacker than darkness was moving. Something amorphous. And it was waiting for me there. But even as I felt goosebumps at the thought, I was also filled with a great, dark, but terrible joy in anticipation of meeting him. At that moment, from somewhere far away, like a tired bell, the voice of Mark Tory reached me, sadly and hoarsely speaking to Padme. "So does that mean we don't have a single chance? We can't do anything? What if he never comes back to us and the encyclopedia? You can only wait and hope that it will happen," Padma's voice answered. "If he can move on, if he can get through everything he's created for himself and survive, he can come back. But the choice is always his, as it is for each of us, heaven or hell. Only he has a much greater choice than we do." To me, these words sounded like complete nonsense, like a cold wind blowing over some insensitive surface, like stone or concrete. And suddenly I felt a great need to get away from them all, to collect my thoughts. I rose heavily to my feet. How do I get out of here? I asked hoarsely. Lisa, Mark Torrey said sadly. I saw her rise from her seat. This way, she said to me. Her face, turned to me for a moment, was pale but expressionless. Then she turned and walked ahead of me. She led me out of that room, back the way we had come. Through the light maze in the rooms, down the corridor of the Ultimate Encyclopedia Project, and finally into the outer reception room of the Enclave, where our group had first met her. She hadn't spoken a word the entire way, but as I was about to leave her, she suddenly stopped me, placing a hand on my shoulder. I turned and looked down at her. "I'm always here," she said. And to my surprise, I saw that her brown eyes were full of tears. "Even if there's no one here, I'm always here." Then she quickly turned and ran away. I stared after her, dumbfounded by what had happened. But so many unexpected things had happened to me in the last hour that I had neither the desire nor the time to try to find out or figure out what the girl meant by her strange words, which repeated themselves like an echo of those spoken earlier. I took the subway back to St. Louis, catching the shuttle back to Athens in time, thinking about many things. I was so absorbed in my thoughts that when I entered my uncle's house and went straight to the library, I did not immediately notice that anyone was there. My uncle sat in his high, winged chair at the antique oak table. A leather-bound book lay open on his lap, but he seemed to be paying no attention to it. About 10 paces away from him, a little to one side, stood my sister, who had obviously returned from St. Louis a long time ago. Also in the room was a thin, dark-skinned young man, a few inches shorter than me. The mark of his Berber ancestry was obvious to anyone like me, who was supposed to be studying ethnic differences at the university. He was dressed entirely in black. His black hair was cut short, revealing a high forehead, and he stood like the straight blade of a sheathed sword. He was the stranger Eileen had spoken to when I had seen them in the Enclave, and the dark joy of anticipation of meeting them in the depths of the valley leaped up in me again. For here, without the need for a summons, was my first opportunity to use the very power I'd never suspected existed. Chapter 4. It was a place of conflict. And so the discovery I had made at the subconscious level during the incessant struggle between light and darkness immediately began to work in my consciousness. But almost immediately, this new and curious feature of my self-awareness was pushed aside by the understanding of my own personal involvement in the situation. When Eileen saw me, she gave me a single, tense glance, but then looked at Matthias, who was sitting perfectly still and unfazed. His expressionless, spade-like face, with its thick eyebrows and thick hair, still mostly black, despite being in his late 50s, was as cool and distant as ever. He glanced at me, as Eileen had, but only briefly, before turning back to meet Eileen's emotive gaze. "I'll just say," he said to her, "that I don't see why you should bother asking me about it. I've never put any restrictions on you or Tam. Do as you see fit." And his fingers closed on the book lying open on his lap, as if he was going to pick it up and continue reading. "Tell me what to do!" Eileen screamed. She was on the verge of breaking down. Her arms were pressed to her sides, her hands clenched into fists. "There is no point in my advice," Matthias said distantly. "Whatever you do makes no difference to you or me, or even to this young man." He paused and turned to me. "Oh, by the way, Tam, Eileen forgot to introduce you. Our visitor is Mr. Jameston Black of Harmony." "Force Leader Black." The young man turned his impassive, fine-featured face toward me. "Here on Earth, I am a military attaché." At these words, I identified his origin. He was from one of the worlds that the people of other worlds called, with sour humor, the Commonwealth. He must have been one of the religious, Spartan-trained fanatics who populated those worlds. It was very strange, as it seemed to me then, that from hundreds of types of human societies, from the seeds scattered on young worlds, a community of religious fanatics had sprouted, along with a warrior like Dorsai, a philosophical one like Exotica, and the scientifically advanced inhabitants of Venus and Newton, to become one of the peculiar and large splinter cultures. Yes, they were a kind of splinter culture, but not as soldiers, as all the other 12 worlds had heard of them. The Dorsai were warriors, men of war to the core. The Commonwealth were men of loyalty, a sullen and somewhat masochistic loyalty, selling themselves because their resource-poor worlds had little to offer, to maintain the balance of contracts that would allow them to hire professionals from other planets.
The market for evangelists was small, the only crop that grew naturally in the thin, rocky soil of the Commonwealth. But they could shoot and obey orders until they died, and they were cheap. Elder Bright, the first of the Council of Churches, who ran Harmony in the association, could undercut any government on mercenaries. On one condition: no affectation of the mercenaries' military prowess. For the true men of war were the Dorsai. They were like well-trained dogs, and their weapons fit their hands like gloves. The average Commonwealth soldier took up his rifle as he might have taken up a hoe, as a tool to be used in the name of his people and his church. So those who knew about the matter said that it was the Dorsai who supplied warriors to all 14 worlds. The Commonwealth supplied cannon fodder. However, I did not think about it then. At that moment, my reaction to the appearance of Jameson Black was only a reaction of recognition.
In the immobility of his features, imperturbability, detachment, and some impenetrability, he resembled Padma. Even without my uncle's introduction, he was easily recognizable as one of those super tribes of young worlds that, as Matthias had always shown us, Earth simply could not compete with. But the sense of self-importance I had gained in the Encyclopedia Project was back with me, and it occurred to me, with the same dark inner joy, that there were other ways to compete. Force Leader Black, Matthias was saying, was taking an evening course in Earth history, the same one Eileen was taking, at the University of Geneva. He met Eileen about a month ago. Now your sister is thinking of marrying him and going with him to Harmony, where he's returning at the end of this week. Matthias looked at Eileen carefully. Of course, I told her that the decision is in her hands, he finished.
But I want someone to help me decide what is the right thing to do, Eileen cried piteously. Matthias shook his head slowly. I already told you, he said with his usual colorless coldness in his voice, that there is nothing to decide here. In the end, it doesn't matter to anyone. Not to you, not to anyone else. You can continue to cling to the absurd notion that, depending on what you decide, the course of events will change. I don't think so. And since I have given you complete freedom to do whatever you want and make whatever decisions you please, I insist, in turn, that you free me from participating in this farce and leave me free to do whatever I want. With these words, he lifted the book from his knees, as if preparing to begin reading it. Tears streamed down Eileen's cheeks. But I don't know what to do, she sobbed. Then don't do anything, said our uncle, turning the page of his book. One way or another, it's the only civilized course of action. Eileen stood there, silently crying, and Jameson Black turned to her. Eileen, he said, and she turned to him. His voice was low and calm, with just a hint of an accent. Would you like to marry me and make my home yours, on Harmony? Oh yes, Jamie, I do, she cried. Yes. He waited again, but she did not come closer to him. She began to cry again. I'm just not sure I'm doing the right thing, she cried. Don't you see, Jamie? I want to be sure I'm doing the right thing. And I don't know. She turned sharply towards me. Tam, she said, what should I do? Should I leave? Her sudden address to me sounded like an echo of the voices that had assailed me in the index room. And immediately the library in which I stood,
and the scene within it seemed to me to grow strangely larger and brighter. The high walls of bookshelves, my sister with her tear-stained face addressing me, the silent young man in black, and my uncle quietly reading his book, as if illuminated by the soft light from the shelves behind him, all seemed suddenly to appear in some super dimension. It was as if I saw them and looked through them at the same time. And suddenly I understood my uncle as I had never understood him before. Understood that, despite his pretense of reading, he had already decided for himself how I was to answer Eileen's question. He knew that if he had said, "Stay," to my sister, I would have tried to get her out of that house using brute force if necessary. He knew well my instinct to oppose him in everything. And so, by doing nothing, he had left me with nothing to fight. He had simply retreated into a devilish, or godlike, neutrality, leaving me humanly vulnerable to decide for myself. And of course he trusted that I would support Eileen's decision to go with Jamestown Black. But this time, he was wrong. He did not notice the change in me, my new knowledge that showed me the way. To him, destroy was just an empty shell into which he could retreat. But I now, in my feverish clarity, saw it all as something more, as a weapon that could be used even against these superior demons from the younger worlds. And now that I looked at Jamestown Black, I was no longer terrified of him, nor of Padma. Instead, I was eager to test my strength against him. "No," I answered Eileen calmly. "I don't think you should leave." She stared at me, and subconsciously I knew she was thinking the same way my uncle had, hoping that I would eventually tell her what her heart was waiting for. But now I had thrown her off balance. And, trying to make my point as firmly as possible, I continued quickly, choosing my words carefully. They came to my mind easily. "Harmony is no place for you, Eileen," I said softly. "You know how different they are from us Earthlings. You wouldn't feel at home. You wouldn't be able to adapt to them and their way of life. And besides, this young man is a Force leader." I tried to look as sympathetically as I could at Jamestown Black. His thin face turned toward me, completely free of any resentment or plea for help on my part. "Do you know what that means on Harmony?" I asked. "He's an officer in their military. At any moment, his contract could be sold and he could leave you. He could be sent somewhere you couldn't follow. He might not return for years, or even at all, if he's killed, which is likely. And you want to subject yourself to that?" I added cruelly. "Are you strong enough, Eileen, to subject yourself to that kind of emotional beating? Not only would you be failing yourself, you'd be failing this man." I stopped. This time my uncle did not lift his eyes from the book or look at me, but I noticed, and felt a hidden satisfaction, that his fingers, holding the cover of the book, were trembling slightly, betraying feelings he had never acknowledged in himself. As for Eileen, she had stared at me with distrust when I first began to speak, and had remained silent all this time. Now, she gave one heavy sigh, almost a sob, and straightened up. She looked at Jamestown Black. She said nothing, but that look was enough. I watched him too for some hint of emotion, but his face only grew sad in a strange, gentle way. He had taken 2 steps toward Eileen, and was now standing close to her. I tensed, ready to squeeze between them, and if necessary to support my opinion. But he only spoke to her quietly, in the strange clerical manner of speech that I had read his people used among themselves, but which had never yet reached my ears. "So you don't want to come with me, Eileen?" he asked. She shook her head, like a delicate plant disturbed by heavy footsteps on the unsteady soil in which it grew, and turned her gaze away from him. "I can't, Jamie," she whispered. "You heard what Tam said. It's true. I'm going to let you down." "That's not true," he said in the same quiet voice. "Don't tell me you can't. Just tell me you don't want to, and I'll go." He waited. But she just kept looking away, refusing to meet his gaze. Finally, gathering her courage, she shook her head. He took a deep breath. He hadn't looked at me or Matthias once in all that time, and he didn't look at either of us now. There was still no pain on his face. He turned and walked quietly out of the library, out of our house, and out of my sister's sight forever. Eileen turned and ran out of the room. I looked at Matthias. He was calmly turning the pages of his book, not looking at me either. After that, he never mentioned Jamestown Black again. Eileen didn't remember either, but less than 6 months later, she quietly presented her sales contract to Cassida and left to work on that world. And a few months after leaving, she married a young man, a native of the planet named David Long Hall. Neither Matthias nor I heard anything about this, and we only found out a few months after the wedding, and then from another source. She did not write to us herself. But by then I cared as little about the news of it as Matthias did. For my success at that moment, in the library, with Jamestown Black and my sister, had pointed me in the direction I wanted for myself. My new feeling had begun to grow within me. I had begun to develop a technique for using it to manipulate people, as I had manipulated Eileen, to get what I wanted. And I was well on my way to my personal goal of power and freedom. Chapter 5. And yet, despite everything, that scene in the library stuck in my memory like a splinter. In all the 5 years that I had been climbing the news service ladder as a man born to succeed, I had heard nothing from Eileen. She still had not written to Matthias, or to me. The few letters I had sent her had gone unanswered. I knew many people, but I could not say that I had friends, and Matthias was simply a nobody. And at last, in some corner of my mind, dimly at first, but then more and more clearly, I began to realize that I was alone in the world, and that in that feverish flash of my newly discovered ability to manipulate people, I might as well have chosen some other target than that person from one of the 14 worlds, a target who might well have had some reason to love me. It was this that brought me, 5 years later, to a hill on Novaya Zemlya that had just been torn apart by heavy artillery. I was coming down the hill because the hill itself was part of a war zone between the opposing forces of the northern and southern Atlan divisions of Novaya Zemlya. Professional soldiers formed only the core of both the northern and southern armed forces. The northern rebels were over 80% Commonwealth-hired mercenary units. The southern rebels were over 65% Cassidan recruits, contracted to the Novaya Zemlya authorities. And it was this latter fact that brought me to the hillside where I was now picking my way through the torn earth and ripped tree trunks. Among the recruits from this particular unit was a young sergeant named Dave Hall, the man my sister had married. My guide was a royalist infantryman, that is, of the Southern Division forces, a native of Novaya Zemlya. He was already in his 30s, and naturally bilious, as I gathered from the secret pleasure he seemed to take in seeing my city boots and journalist's cloak soiled with earth and moss. Now, 6 years after that moment in the ultimate encyclopedia, my personal abilities had become so natural to me that it would have taken me only a few minutes to change his mind about me entirely. But it was not necessary. At last, he led me to a small post at the foot of the hill and handed me over to an officer in his late 50s, with a heavy, square jaw and dark circles under his eyes. He was getting on in the field, and his age was showing. Moreover, the grim Commonwealth legions had recently given the half-trained Cassida recruits who opposed them a good beating. I was not surprised to see him look at me as sourly as my guide. I cared about his attitude toward me, because he was a field commander, and it was rather cool. I had to change it if I wanted to get what I came for.
and the problem was that I came with almost no information regarding this man. But I had heard rumors of a new Commonwealth offensive, and I was short on time, so I rushed here on the spur of the moment.
I had to make up my arguments on the fly.
"Commandant Hal Frayne," he introduced himself without waiting for me to speak, and abruptly extended his broad, dirty palm. "Your papers!" I handed them to him. He looked through them without changing his expression. "Oh?" he said. "A test?" The question itself was essentially an insult. It was none of his business whether I was a full member of the Journalists' Guild, or still subject to verification as a journeyman. By mentioning it, he was obviously trying to imply that I was still wet behind the ears, and that I could therefore pose a potential danger to him and his men here at the front lines. However, having said this, he did not even suspect that, with this question, he was not so much attacking a vulnerable spot in my personal defense, as he was opening up a vulnerable spot in his own. "Quite right," I agreed coldly, taking my documents back from him. And I improvised on the basis of what he had just given out about himself.
"And now, about your promotion." "Promotion?" He stared at me. The tone of his voice confirmed everything I had thought about him. How often the accusations people use to attack others betray their own weaknesses. The man who insinuates that you are a thief almost always has some large vulnerable area of dishonesty of his own. And in this case, Frayne's attempt to needle me with my actual status confirmed, no doubt, that he was sensitive to the same thing I was. This attempted insult, coupled with the fact that he was well past his present position, indicated that he had been passed over for promotion at least once before, and that he was vulnerable to the subject. It was just an opening wedge, but that was all I needed now, after 5 years of training my powers on the minds of other people. "Aren't you getting promoted to major?" I asked. I suddenly stopped and grinned at him. I guess I was mistaken.
"I must have confused you with someone else."
I tried to change the subject and looked around. "I see it's been pretty hot here this morning." He pounced on me. "Where did you hear I was being promoted?" He growled at me. I knew it was time to use the whip. "Well, you know, Commandant, I don't think I remember," I answered, looking him straight in the eye. I waited a moment before it sank deeper into him. "But even if I did remember, I don't think I'd have the right to tell you about it. Journalists have their own sources, and I wouldn't like to spread the word. After all, the military has its secrets too." This suddenly sobered him up. He remembered at once that I was not one of his foot soldiers, and it was not in his power to order me to tell him what I did not want to tell him. Therefore, in my case, it was necessary to use soft gloves, not an iron fist, if he wanted to get anything out of me. "Yes," he said, fighting to make the transition from grimace to smile look as natural as possible. "Yes, of course. You must excuse me. You know, we're under heavy fire here all the time." "I can understand that," I said more amiably. "Of course, it's not the kind of thing that leaves your nerves calm and relaxed." "No," he tried to smile again. "You, then, can't tell me anything about the promotion that concerns me?" "I'm afraid not." Our eyes met again and lingered. "I see." He looked away again, somewhat sullenly. "Okay, so, what can we do for you, journalist?" "Well, could you tell me something about yourself?" I replied. "I'd like to get some general information about you." Suddenly he turned to face me again. "About yourself?" he asked, staring at me. "Well, yes," I confirmed. "Just your view of things. Just your own opinion. A public interest story, the campaign from the point of view of one of the experienced field commanders. Well, you understand." He understood. At least I thought he did. I could see the light returning to his eyes, the wheels turning somewhere in his head. We had now reached the stage where a clear-headed man could demand once more, "Why me?" Me and not some officer of higher rank or more decorated. But Frayne was not going to ask that. He thought he knew why. His own secret hopes had led him to put 2 and 2 together and get what he thought was a 4. He believed that he was actually approaching a promotion for his heroic actions on the battlefield. And this belief heightened his sense of his own importance. And he was no longer surprised that I had come here to write a public interest article about him. Incapable of soberly assessing the situation, he fully admitted that, as an ordinary civil servant, I might not know that he was hoping for promotion, and my ignorance had led me to unthinkingly reveal the secret at our first meeting.
It was a little disconcerting to realize how suddenly his voice and attitude toward me had changed. Like some other individuals of low ability, he had spent most of his life stocking up on reasons and excuses to prove that he really did possess extraordinary qualities. But chance and prejudice combined had so far barred his path to the rewards he deserved. And if I had actually interviewed him for a story, I could have convinced him of his cowardice and insignificance, using his own words at least a dozen times. There was a whine in every word. The real money in the soldier's trade was for mercenaries. Frayne had neither the courage nor the conviction to live the hard life of even a retired Commonwealth officer. Garrison work, career service, and nothing more had been his lot. And when war came, men like him were cast aside to make room for mercenaries, either born or trained and brought in for the real thing.
It should be noted that garrison work was paid very poorly compared to mercenaries. Governments could sign long-term contracts with officers like Frayne. The pay was minimal and the contract was carried out until there was a need for mercenaries, who demanded much higher pay for their brilliant combat training. But enough about Commandant Frayne, who wasn't all that important. He was a small man who had convinced himself that he was about to be recognized, at least at the level of the Interstellar News Service, as a potentially great man. Like most of his kind, he had mistakenly assumed that being accommodating would get him promoted. He told me all about himself. He showed me the positions on the hill where his men were dug in. By the time I was ready to leave him, he was responding to my every suggestion like a finely tuned machine. And so, when I realized I could go behind the lines, I did it. For that was what I had come here for.
You know, an idea just occurred to me, I said, turning to him. Field headquarters has given me permission to select one of the men to assist me for the rest of this campaign. I was going to select one of the men at headquarters, but, perhaps it would be better to select one of the men under your command. One of my men? He blinked. Exactly, I replied. Because if anyone wanted to know more about you or your views on the campaign, I could get all the information from them. It would be impractical to chase you across the battlefield in that case. Otherwise, I would simply have to regretfully inform you that no further details or continuation are possible. I see, he said, his face brightening, but then he frowned again. But it will take a week or two for reinforcements to arrive here, so that I can finally let someone go. And I don't see how. Oh, it's all right, I interrupted and fished the paper out of my pocket. I have the authority to choose anyone I want, without having to wait for his replacement. If, of course, the Commandant releases him. Besides, you'll be short one man for a few days, but I let him think about it. For a while, he thought. As a result of the unsuccessful fighting over the last few weeks, every unit in this sector was undermanned. One more man meant another hole in Frayne's lines, and he reacted to it in the way any field commander would. But then I noticed how the anticipation of promotion and fame again forced its way into his attention, and the battle in his head continued. Who? He finally asked, more to himself than to me. The question was where he could most easily pick a man up, but I seized on the question as if it had been asked of me. There's a guy in your unit named Dave Hall. His head jerked up as if he had been shot. His features were instantly distorted by suspicion. Naked, vile, and swift. There are two ways of fighting suspicion. One is to protest your complete innocence, and the other, better, is to admit your guilt in a lesser offense. I noticed his name on the unit roster when I was looking for you at field headquarters before I headed out here, I said. To tell you the truth, that was one of the reasons I chosen. I put a little pressure on the word so he wouldn't miss it. You, for this story.
He's a distant relative of mine in a way, this Dave Hall, and I figured I could kill two birds with one stone. The family had been pestering me for a long time to do something for the guy. Frayne looked at me without blinking. Of course, I continued, I understand that you are short, and if it is so valuable to you, if he's so valuable to you, my tone suggested, I won't argue with you to let him go. On the other hand, I'm the person who will write about you as a hero to all 14 worlds.
If I'm sitting at my dictaphone feeling that you could have let my relative go from the front lines but didn't, he got my hint. Who, Hall? He asked. No, of course I can let him go. He turned to his command post and barked. Courier, get Hall here. Fully equipped weapons and gear ready to go. Frayne turned to me again as soon as the courier disappeared. It won't take him more than 5 minutes to get ready and get here, he said. It took almost 10 minutes, but I didn't complain about the wait. And 12 minutes later, Dave and I, accompanied by the sergeant, headed back to headquarters. Chapter 6. Of course, Dave had never seen me before, but Eileen must have told me about me, and it was quite clear that he remembered my name the minute the commandant gave it to me. And yet he was clever enough not to ask me any stupid questions until we were back at field headquarters and had gotten rid of our escort. As a result, I had the opportunity to study him personally along the way. At first, he did not make much of an impression on me. He was shorter than I was, and the difference in age between us seemed much greater than it really was. He had the typical round, open face, with short, boyish hair sticking out of his head, and perhaps the only thing I could see in common with my sister was an innate sense of innocence and gentleness, the innocence and gentleness of weak creatures who know that they are too weak to fight for their rights and win, and so try to make the best of it by recognizing their dependence on the goodwill of others. But perhaps I was being too harsh. I was never much of a sheep driver myself. I was more likely to be found outside, hanging around the fence, casting a wistful glance at those inside. But it was true that Dave didn't strike me as much of a figure, as far as his looks and personality went, and I didn't think he was much of a thinker either. He'd been a computer programmer when Eileen married him, and he'd been working part-time, and she'd been working full-time, trying to get through the kinematics program at Casada University for the last 5 years. He'd had 3 years left when he'd suddenly scored below the 70% average on the competitive assessment, and it was just his bad luck that it happened just as Casada was recruiting for sale to Novaya Zemlya for the final push to suppress the Northern Divide rebels. And he'd gone. In uniform. You might think that Eileen would have come to me for help immediately. She did not. Although the fact that she did not was what surprised me when I finally heard about it. Not that it was surprising. She had told me everything, after all, and what she had said had laid my soul bare and exposed it to the howling winds of anger and madness. But that was later. In fact, the reason I had learned of Dave's recruitment to New Earth was because our uncle had died unexpectedly, and I had had to contact Eileen on Cassid about the succession. Her small share of the inheritance, with satisfaction, even mockery, Matthias had left the bulk of his considerable savings to the Ultimate Encyclopedia project, as proof that any project involving Earth or Earthlings was, in his opinion, so useless that no amount of help could help it, was of no use to her at all, unless she could make a private deal with some Cassidian working on Earth who had family back home. Only governments or large organizations could move the funds of their contract workers, who were being moved from one world to another. That was how I discovered that Dave had already left her and his homeworld, and was headed for New Earth. But even then, Eileen had not asked me for help. It was then that I had thought it would be a good idea to get Dave as an assistant for the duration of the campaign, and had set about the task only after letting her know what I was doing. And now that I had started the whole thing, no longer sure why or wherefore, I even felt a little out of place when Dave tried to thank me after we had finally disposed of our companion and were heading for Castlemaine, the nearest large town behind the front lines.
Leave it!
I snapped at him.
Everything I've done for you so far has been only the easy part. You'll have to go with me to the front lines as a non-combatant. unarmed. And to do that, you'll have to have a pass signed by both parties. And that won't be easy for someone who, less than 8 hours ago, had a Commonwealth soldier in the crosshairs of his needle gun.
At that, he shut up. He was confused. He was obviously upset that I hadn't let him thank me. But it stopped his chatter, and that was all I wanted. We received the appropriate orders from the field headquarters, temporarily subordinating him to me. And then we went by platformed Castle, Maine, where I left him in my room at the hotel with his equipment, explaining to him that I would return for him in the morning. "Should I stay in the room?" he asked as I was already leaving. "Damn it, do whatever you want," I exclaimed. "I'm not your platoon leader. Just be here by 9 o'clock local time when I get back." And I left. And only after I had closed the door behind me did I understand what had driven him and tormented me. He had thought that we could spend a few hours together, trying to get to know each other as relatives. And something in me had made me grit my teeth at the possibility. I might save his life for Eileen, but that didn't mean I had to get attached to him. Novaya Zemlya and Freeland, as everyone knows, are sister planets of the same star system, Sirius. They are located close, not as close as the Venus-Earth-Mars community, of course, but close enough that it is possible to get from the orbit of Novaya Zemlya to the orbit of Freeland using only one hyperspace jump with minimal errors at the landing point. Thus, for those who are not afraid to take risks when traveling between worlds, it is possible to get from planet to planet in about an hour, half an hour to the orbital station, almost instantly the jump itself, and another half an hour to travel across the planet's surface to the final point of your journey. It was this route that I took, and 2 hours after leaving my brother-in-law, I was presenting my invitation, obtained by hook or by crook, to the porter at the entrance to the villa of Hendrik Galt, First Marshal of the Freeland Armed Forces. The invitation was to a party being held in honor of a man not so well known before, Space Sub-Patrol Commander Donald Green, who, like Hendrik Galt, was a Dorsai. It was his first public appearance. He had just led an absolutely incredible attack on Newton's planetary defenses with only 4 or 5 ships, an attack that had been successful enough to relieve Newton's pressure on Oriente, an uninhabited world in the same system as Freeland and Novaya Zemlya, and to extricate Galt's planetary forces from a bad tactical situation. He was, I supposed at the time, something of a wild war gambler, like most of his kind. But fortunately my business had nothing to do with him. It concerned one of the very influential men who was to be present at this party in his honor. I was particularly anxious to get the Freeland Interplanetary News Service's branch chief's signature on Dave's papers. Not that that would offer any real protection from the Interstellar News Service to my brother-in-law. That protection extended only to guild members and, with some reservations, to journeymen like me. But it might impress a common soldier if necessary. On top of that, I wanted the signature of someone high up in the Commonwealth's mercenary ranks to protect Dave, in case we had to face their soldiers on the field. I found the Interplanetary News Service's branch chief, a pleasant, helpful Earthling named Nye Snelling, without much difficulty. He gave me no trouble at all writing on Dave's pass that the news service agreed to his assisting me, and signed it. "Of course you know," he remarked, "that this piece of paper is nothing." He looked at me curiously as he handed me back the pass. "This Dave Hall is your friend?" "Brother-in-law," I answered. He chuckled, raising his eyebrows. "Well, good luck." And he turned away to continue his conversation with the exotic man in blue, whom I recognized with unexpected shock as Padma. The shock was so sudden that I committed a carelessness for which I could hardly have been reproached for the last few years. I was not in the habit of saying anything without thinking. "Padma is the binder!" I cried, the words escaping me. "What are you doing here?" Snelling, who had stepped back so that we could both see each other, and he could see us both, raised his eyebrows again. But Padma spoke before my service superior could dismiss me for my obvious impoliteness. There was no need for Padma to explain to me what he was doing or where he was going, but he didn't seem offended at all. "I could ask you the same question, Tam," he replied, smiling. By this point, my composure had returned to me. I'm where the news is, I said. That was the basic answer from the news service, but Padma chose to take it at face value. In a way, so do I, he said. Remember I told you once about the plan? This place and this moment are the locus. I did know what he was talking about, but no matter how much I wanted to end our conversation, I couldn't do it. Really? I asked, smiling. I hope nothing concerning me? Yes, he said.
And suddenly, unexpectedly, I felt his brown eyes again, looking at me and deep into me. It concerns Donald Green to a greater extent. Well, I suppose that's at least fair, I said, since the party is in his honor. And I laughed, trying at the same time to find some excuse to slip away. Padma's presence made the skin on my back prickle. It was as if he had some occult effect on me, as if I couldn't think straight in his presence. By the way, what happened to the girl who brought me to Mark Torrey's office that day? Lisa Kant, I think her name was. Yes, Lisa, Padma replied, looking at me intently. She's here with me. She's my personal secretary now. I imagine you'll run into her soon. She's concerned about saving you. Save him? Snelling interjected, insignificantly but nonetheless interested. It was his job, as it was every other full member of the guild, to watch the journeyman for anything that might affect his admission to the guild.
From myself, Padma explained, his brown eyes still fixed on me, clouded and golden, like the eyes of a god or a demon. Well, then I'd better go and look for her myself to try to let her continue her efforts in that direction, I replied lightly in turn, seizing the opportunity to get away. Perhaps we'll see each other again later. Perhaps, said Snelling, and I left. Once I was lost in the crowd, I ducked into one of the passages to the stairs leading up to the small balconies that hung over the walls of the hall, like boxes in a theater. I had no plans at all to be caught by this strange girl, Lisa Kant, whom I still remembered so vividly. 5 years ago, after the events in the Ultimate Encyclopedia, I had been plagued by the desire to somehow go there and find her. And each time I was stopped by something akin to fear. I knew what that fear was. There was a strange feeling inside me that the understanding and the ability I had developed to manipulate people, the ability I had first demonstrated on my sister in the presence of Jamestown Black, and with which I had later manipulated everyone who crossed my path, even Commandant Frayne. However, I felt that if I tried to manipulate Lisa Kant, I might lose that power. So I found the stairs and ran up them, finding myself on a small, empty balcony with a few chairs around an empty table. From up here I could see Elder Bright, the chief elder of the United Council of Churches that governed the Commonwealth worlds of harmony and association. Bright belonged to one of the ruling sects of the Commonwealth religion that believed most in war as a means to an end, and he was currently paying a short visit to Novaya Zemlya to check on how the Commonwealth mercenaries were working for their new Earth employers. His signature on Dave's pass would be better protection for my brother-in-law from Commonwealth units than 5 battalions of Cassidian armor. It took me several minutes of searching through the crowd, shimmering about 15 feet below me, to spot him. He was at the exact opposite end of the room, talking to a white-haired man who was Venusian or Newtonian in appearance. I knew what Elder Bright looked like, as I knew all the most newsworthy people on all 14 worlds. My talent had helped me overcome many obstacles along the way, but that did not mean I had not worked to learn my problem. And yet, despite all my knowledge, my first encounter with Elder Bright had been a shock. I had not expected the cleric to look so powerful. He was taller than me, with shoulders as wide as a door, and, although he was already middle-aged, with a waist like a sprinter. He stood dressed all in black, with his back to me, his legs slightly apart and his weight on them, like a trained fighter. There was something extraordinary about this man, like a black flame of inexhaustible energy, which gave me a chill, and at the same time a desire to measure my strength with him. One thing was absolutely clear. He would not succumb to the play on words like Commandant Frayne. I turned to go down and approach him when chance stopped me. Whether it was chance, I still cannot say with certainty, and I doubt that I will ever understand it for the rest of my life. Perhaps the words Padma had spoken during our meeting, about this place and time, being a locus in terms of the development of human civilization, played a significant role here. This amazing ability of his to influence people with 2 or 3 meaningless words apparently had an effect on me this time. Be that as it may, a small group of people standing right under my balcony suddenly came into my field of vision. One of the people in this group was William of Seta, the chief entrepreneur of this huge low-gravity commercial planet near the star Tau Ceti. Another was a tall, beautiful blonde, a perfectionist girl named Ania Marlavana, who was the chosen of cultists of her generation, the crown jewel in the generations of genetic programs of the exotic worlds. There was Hendrik Galt, a massive man in a marshal's uniform, and his niece Elvina, and finally, another man who, judging by his appearance, could only be Donald Green. It was a young man in the uniform of a sub-patrol chief, a private Dorsai with a thick shock of black hair and the strange movements that characterize this people born to war. But for a Dorsai, he was not tall, no taller than I might have been standing next to him. He was thin and unassuming enough, and yet, of the group, he alone caught my eye. And in that instant, looking up, he saw me. Our eyes met for a second. We were close enough that I could see the color of his eyes, and that's what stopped me, because they had no particular color. They were gray, green, blue, depending on what angle you looked at them from. Almost at the same moment, Green turned away. But I stopped, captivated by this spectacle. And for a second, I disconnected from everything happening around me. When I finally snapped myself out of this trance and looked back to where Elder Bright was, I found that he had moved away from the white-haired man at the appearance of an adjutant, a figure remarkably familiar in both bearing and appearance, who immediately began talking animatedly to the elder of the Commonwealth worlds. And as I stood looking at them, Bright turned and, following the aide-de-camp, walked quickly out of the hall through a corridor which I knew led to the foyer at the exit of Galt's villa. He was leaving, and I might lose the opportunity of meeting him. I turned quickly to run down the steps from the balcony and catch up with him before he left. But my path was blocked. I lost precious time when, disconnected from the rest of the world, I stared at Donald Green. And when, seconds later, having come to my senses, I was about to catch up with Elder Bright, who had almost disappeared from sight, Lisa Kant, running up the stairs, blocked my way. Chapter 7. "Tam!" she cried. "Wait! Don't go!" And I couldn't do it without pushing her out of the way. She was completely blocking the narrow stairs. I stood there, hesitating, looking at the distant exit through which Bright and his aide had disappeared. And suddenly, it became clear to me that I was already too late. They had both gone very quickly, and by the time I could get down the stairs and through the crowded hall, they would have reached the transport waiting for them outside, and left. Perhaps if I had acted the second I saw Bright turn to leave, but most likely even then, it would have been impossible to intercept him. It was not Lisa's appearance, but the moment of my own distracted attention at the sight of Donald Green's unusual eyes that cost me the chance to get Bright's signature on Dave's pass. I looked back at Lisa. Oddly enough, now that she had actually caught up with me and we were face to face again, I was glad of it, even though I felt the fear I had mentioned earlier. "How did you know I was here?" I demanded. "Padma told me you'd try to avoid me," she said. "You couldn't have avoided me so well down there in the hall. You had to be somewhere else. and there's no hiding place other than these little balconies. You were standing right next to the railing, and it was hard not to notice you." She was slightly out of breath from running quickly up the stairs, and the words came out of her mouth a little hastily. "Okay," I said, "you found me. What do you want?" She had caught her breath, but the blush from the effort of rising so quickly still bloomed on her cheeks. She was beautiful like this, and I couldn't ignore that fact. And yet, I was still afraid of her. "Tam!" she cried. "Mark Torrey must speak to you!" Fear suddenly pierced my entire being, like an alarm bell sounding, warning of danger. I truly felt that I was afraid of her. Anyone else would have tried to act more gently and carefully in this situation. But her natural wisdom told her that I must not be given time to think. Otherwise, the situation might not be in her favor. Without answering, I began to walk around her. She blocked my path, and I was forced to stop. "So what about?" I growled. And then I found a way to counter her attack. I started laughing at her. She looked at me puzzled for a second, then blushed again, and now looked really angry. "Sorry." I stifled my laughter. I felt sorry for her, because even though I was forced to fend off her attacks, I liked Lisa Kant too much to mock her like that. "Well, what else can we talk about, other than that old conversation about me taking over the ultimate encyclopedia? Don't you remember? Padma said you couldn't use me." I was completely focused on, I tasted the word as I said it, destruction. "Well, we'll have to hope for the best." She looked stubborn. "Besides, it's not Padma who decides the encyclopedia. It's Mark Torrey. And he's getting older. He knows better than anyone what will happen if he lets go of the reins, and there's no one around to pick them up quickly. If that happens, in a year, in 6 months, the project could fail, or it could be destroyed from the outside. Do you think your uncle was the only one on Earth who treated Earthlings and the peoples of the younger worlds that way?" I froze, and a cold feeling came over me. She had made a mistake in mentioning Matthias. My face must have changed immediately, because I noticed the change in hers. "What have you been doing all this time?" Suddenly the anger exploded out of me. "Studying me? Monitoring my travels and movements?" I took a step forward, and she instinctively retreated. I grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Why are you chasing me now, 5 years later? How could you possibly know I was going to be here anyway?" She stopped trying to break free and stood motionless, standing up straight and proud. "Let me go," she said quietly. I did, and she took a step back. "Padma told me you'd be here. He said this was my last chance to influence you. He figured it out. You remember, he told you about ontogenetics." I just looked at her for a moment, and then I laughed, a harsh, unpleasant laugh. "Come on, spill it," I exclaimed. "I'm ready to learn as much as possible about you exoticans. Just don't tell me that they are able to calculate in advance the location of any inhabitant of all 14 worlds." "No, not everyone," she objected angrily. "You and a few others like you, because you are the creator, not a component of the plan. There are many other external influences that affect the plan and thus introduce multiple options into the final result. It is quite difficult to calculate all these options. But you are not subject to external influences. You have a choice, an opportunity to overcome the pressure exerted on you by other people and events. Padma told you this 5 years ago, and that makes me more predictable, and not the other way around." "Let's hear another joke." "Oh, Tam," she cried angrily. "Of course, that simplifies things considerably. It hardly even requires ontogenetics. You can do it yourself. You've been working hard for the last 5 years to get into the Journalists Guild, haven't you?" Do you suppose it wasn't obvious? She was right, of course. I had made no secret of my ambitions. There was no reason to keep them a secret, and she read the confession in my expression. "Good," she continued. "So you've reached the level of journeyman. Now, what would be the quickest and surest way for a journeyman to gain full membership in the guild? Make it a habit to be where the most interesting news is happening, wouldn't you? And where is the most interesting?
if not the most important, news for the 14 worlds right now. The war between the southern and northern divides on New Earth. News of war is always dramatic. So, if possible, you should arrange to be sent to cover all that's going on here, and it looks like you can get whatever you want. I looked at her closely. Everything she said was true and made sense. But if it was, why hadn't it occurred to me that I could be so predictable? It was as if I had found myself being watched through powerful binoculars, without my even knowing it. Then I realized something. But you only explained why I had to be on Novia Zemlya, I said slowly. But why did I have to be here? At this party, on Freeland? Padma, she said, and hesitated. Padma said that this place and this moment is a locus, and being what you are, you could sense it and come here to use it for your own purposes. I stared at her, slowly taking it all in. And then, like a flash of flame, my mind connected what she had just said with what I had heard earlier. Locus. Yes, I said stiffly, taking another step toward her in excitement. Padma said this was the locus. For Green, but for me too. Why? What does this mean for me? She faltered. I don't know for sure, Tam, and maybe Padma doesn't know either. But something brought you here, didn't it? I almost shouted at her. My mind was closing in on the truth, like a fox catching a wounded rabbit. Why did you hunt me then? In this very place, a moment, as you called it. Tell me. Padma, she faltered again, and suddenly I realized that she would have been happy to lie to me, but something prevented her from doing so. Padma only recently discovered everything he knows now because the encyclopedia's help was now possible. It gave him additional data to use in his calculations. And when he used that data, the results were more complex and sophisticated. The encyclopedia is more important to the entire human race now than it was 5 years ago. And the danger that the encyclopedia will never be finished is far greater. And your own capacity for destruction? She paused and looked at me as if begging me to let her not finish what she had started to say. But my mind was racing like a mad horse, and my heart was pounding like hooves in excitement. Continue, I demanded sharply. Your capacity for destruction was greater than he supposed. But, Tam, she broke off quickly, as if in a feverish hurry. There is more. Do you remember how, 5 years ago, Padma thought you had no choice but to go through this dark valley of yours to its very end? Well, that is not quite so. There is a chance. It is here, at this point on the plane, here, in this locus. If you will think and choose, you will change the path. There is still a narrow way for you out of the darkness. But you must turn sharply. And now, you must abandon what you are working on now, and, no matter what, go back to Earth and talk to Mark Torrey. Right now. Right now, I muttered, merely echoing her words, merely listening to them run through my mind. No, I said, it doesn't matter now. So what am I supposed to be turning away from? What potential destruction? I don't plan on any of that, not even now. Tam. As if from afar, I felt her hand on mine and saw her pale face and eyes staring at me, as if trying to attract my attention. But at that moment it seemed to me that a huge distance separated us. I was haunted by the thought that even Padma's calculations confirmed the presence of a dark force in me, which I had spent 5 years perfecting. But what could have caused her fears? After all, no destruction was included in my plans. But that doesn't mean you're planning anything, Lisa said desperately. Don't you understand that a gun itself doesn't plan to shoot anyone, but it's inside you like a gun ready to fire? Only you must not let it fire. You can change yourself while there's still time. You can save yourself. The encyclopedia.
The last word rang through me like a bell, a million times echoing. It rang like all those countless voices I had heard 5 years ago, in the jump point of the index room of the encyclopedia itself. And suddenly it reached me and touched me like the tip of a spear. Like a blazing beam of light, it cut through the dark walls that were triumphantly building on either side of my mind, just as they had that day in Mark Torrey's office. Like an ineffable illumination, for a moment, the darkness was torn apart, and I saw myself in the rain, Padma facing me, and the dead man lying between us. But I abruptly moved away from that moment of imagination, rushed into the comfortable darkness, and the feeling of my strength and power returned to me. "I don't need an encyclopedia," I said loudly. "But you are needed," she cried. "Everyone born on Earth. And if Padma is right, then all the people of the future on all 14 worlds need it. And only you can make sure that they get it. Tam, you must." Must. This time I took a step back from her, and suddenly I felt the same chill of rage that Matthias had managed to induce in me only once in my life, but now it was mixed with my sense of triumph and power. "I don't must do anything anymore."
Don't lump me in with the rest of your earthworms. Maybe they need your encyclopedia, but not me. With that, I stepped around her, finally using my physical strength to push her out of my way. I could still hear her calling to me as I descended the stairs, but I did not want to hear her. To this day, I do not know what her last words were. I walked away from the balcony and from her, through the crowd, across the hall, to the same exit through which Bright had disappeared. There was no point in lingering here, now that the leader of the Commonwealth was gone. With a new surge of power, I felt myself unable to bear the proximity of all these people. Most of them, almost all of them, were people from the younger worlds. It seemed to me that Lisa's voice was ringing and ringing in my ears, telling me that I needed the encyclopedia, echoing Matthias's bitter lessons about the relative uselessness and ineffectiveness of Earthlings. And as I suspected, when I stepped out into the cold, moonless Freeland night, Elder Bright and the man who had called him away from the party were gone. The parking lot attendant told me they were gone. There was no point in trying to find them now. They could go anywhere on this planet, even to the spaceport, to return to Harmony, or the Association. I thought, well, let them go, still tasting the bitter hint of my innate inefficiency as an Earthman that I thought I had read in Lisa's words. Let them go. I could handle any trouble Dave might get into with the Commonwealth people alone, as a result of his pass not being signed by one of their top officials. I returned to the spaceport and took the first shuttle into orbit, and from there to Novaya Zemlya. But, after cooling off a bit on the way, I decided that I needed to try signing Dave's pass again. In case we had to part ways on the battlefield, I needed to be sure that Dave was not in danger. After missing the opportunity to get Elder Bright's signature, I had no choice but to head to the Commonwealth military headquarters in the Northern Divide to try to get the signature there. And so, once I was in orbit around New Earth, I set course for Contravale, a city located in the Northern Divide behind the Commonwealth mercenary lines. It all took some time. It was after midnight when I made my way from Contravale to the Northern Divide Forces Field headquarters. My press credentials allowed me to enter the headquarters area, which seemed unusually empty even for the night. But when I finally pulled up to the command building, I was surprised to see a significant number of air cars parked in the officers' lot. Once again, my pass allowed me to pass unmolested by the silent, black-clad guard with his needle gun at the ready. I entered a reception area, in which a huge partition took up most of the space and cut the room in two. And through the high, transparent walls behind me, in the light of the night lamps, I could see the parking lot. Only one man was sitting at a table on the other side of the partition.
He was a platoon commander, slightly older than me in appearance, but his face was already set, and there were lines of sullen and ruthless self-discipline on it that were characteristic of many of these men. He stood up from the table and walked to his side of the partition, while I walked to mine. "I'm a journalist with the Interstellar News Service," I began. "I'm looking for your papers." His voice was harsh and nasal. His black eyes in his bony face were fixed on me.
A sullen pleasure, almost open hatred, passed from him to me like a spark as he held out his hand for the documents he demanded. And like a lion awakened from sleep by the roar of an enemy, my own hatred sprang at him instinctively, without even allowing me to assess the situation coolly. I had heard of his kind among the people of the Commonwealth, but I had never met him face to face before. He was one of those inhabitants of harmony or association who used the prayer version of the language not only among themselves, but indiscriminately with everyone, men and women. He was one of those who eschewed any personal joy in life, be it the softness of a bed or the fullness of a stomach. His life was but a test, a prelude to a future life, accessible only to those who had true faith and were the chosen of God. It did not matter to this man that he was only a sergeant, a lowly official among thousands like him from a poor, rocky planet, while I was one of a few hundred on all 14 inhabited worlds, a man trained, educated, and privileged to wear the cloak of a journalist. It did not matter to him that I was a journeyman of the guild who could speak freely to the rulers of planets. It did not even matter that he knew that I thought him half mad, and that he knew that I was the product of an education and training many times greater than his own. All this meant nothing, for he was one of God's chosen, and I was outside the shadow of his church. And so he looked at me as an emperor looked at a dog he could kick out of his way, and I looked at him. There is a countermeasure to any psychological blow that is deliberately inflicted. Who could know that better than I? Arrogance is not a good human trait, and I knew how to counter it. I certainly knew how to disarm a man who tries to look down on you. That countermeasure is laughter. Never was there a throne, however high, that could not be shaken by laughter from below. But now, when I looked at this platoon commander, I could not laugh. I could not laugh for a very simple reason. Half mad, narrow-minded, and limited though he was, he would rather have been burned at the stake in cold blood than have betrayed the slightest shred of his faith. Whereas I could not have held my finger in the flame of a match for a minute to retain my greatest views. And he knew that I knew the truth about him. And he knew that I knew his understanding of the truth about me. Our mutual understanding was as clear as a wall between us. And so I couldn't laugh at him and thereby restore my self-respect. And I hated him for it. I handed him my documents. He looked through them. Then he handed them back. "Your papers are in order," he said nasal.
"What brings you here?" "A pass," I said, putting my papers away and fishing out Dave's. "For my assistant. You see, we move back and forth on both sides of the battle lines, and behind our lines and through them, no pass is needed. Your journalist credentials are sufficient." He turned, as if to return to his table. "But this assistant of mine," I kept my voice impassive, "doesn't have a journalist's papers. I only recently hired him, and I haven't had time to fill out all the necessary papers for him. I'd like to get a temporary pass signed by one of your staff officers here." He walked back to the partition. "Your assistant is not a journalist?" "Officially, no, but—" "Then he has no right to free movement along our battle lines, and no pass can be issued to him." "Oh, I didn't know," I answered cautiously. "I was going to get it from your elder Bright at the party on Freeland just a few hours ago. But he left before I had a chance to approach him with it."
I fell silent because the platoon commander shook his head sullenly. Brother Bright. And by his choice of title, I finally knew he was unmovable. Only the most fanatical of the Commonwealth's men scoffed at the existence of rank among them. Elder Bright could order my platoon leader to charge an enemy machine gun emplacement completely unarmed, and the platoon leader would not hesitate to obey. But that did not mean that my platoon leader considered Bright better than himself, or Brother Bright's opinion of the truth of things better than his own. And the reason was very simple. Bright's rank and title belonged to his present life, and were therefore, in the eyes of my platoon leader, nothing but toys, trash, and empty sound. They had no effect on the fact that both of them, Bright and the platoon leader, were equal in the sight of God. "Brother Bright," he said, "could not give a pass to one who might spy on us for our enemies." There was one more card to play, but as far as I knew, it was a losing card. But I still had to try to play it. "If you don't mind," I said, "I'd like to hear from one of your more senior officers. Please call someone, say a day officer if there's no one else." But he turned and went back to his table and sat down at it. "The officer of the day," he said with finality, returning to the papers he had been working on earlier, "can give you no other answer. And I will not distract him from his duties just to have him repeat to you everything I have just said." It was a cruel blow to all my plans, but there was no use arguing with him. And, convinced of this, I turned and left the building. Chapter 8. As the door closed behind me, I paused on the top step, trying to calculate all the possible options. I looked at the problem from all sides, trying to find a solution. Somewhere there had to be a way out to what I wanted. A loophole, a secret passage, a crack in the wall. I looked again at the officers' parking lot, filled with air cars. And then it hit me. All of a sudden, the pieces came together and the whole picture appeared before me, and I mentally kicked myself for not seeing it sooner. First, the strangely familiar appearance of the adjutant who had appeared to whisk Bright away from Donald Green's party. Second, Bright's immediate departure after the adjutant's appearance. And finally, the unusually empty area outside HQ in contrast to the crowded car park here, the empty office inside, and the refusal of the platoon commander in the reception area even to call for the officer of the day. Either Bright himself or his presence in the war zone had set in motion some unusual military plan on the part of the Commonwealth mercenaries. A surprise strike that crushed the Cassidian forces and brought the war to an abrupt end would be excellent publicity for the Elder's attempts to somehow elevate his Commonwealth mercenary units, in the face of general discontent on all other worlds for their fanatical behavior and attitude. But that did not mean that all Commonwealth natives were so unpleasant, I was told. But having met that platoon leader, inside, I could now easily understand that it took a few of his kind to create prejudice against the soldiers in black uniforms. So I could have sworn on my own boots that Bright was now inside the command post with all his senior officers, preparing some military initiative to take Cassida's recruits by surprise. And he would have had the aide-de-camp who had summoned him from Donald Green's party with him. And unless my professional memory had failed me this time, I had a hunch who that aide-de-camp might be. I quickly went down the steps and approached my aerocar, climbed into it and turned on the radiophone. Central Contravale suddenly looked at me with the face of a pretty young blonde. I gave her the number of my car, which, of course, was rented. "I should like to speak to Jamestown Black," I said. "He is an officer in the Commonwealth forces. I believe he should be at their headquarters near Contravale. I'm not sure of his rank, but he is at least a force leader, though he may be a commandant. It is a special necessity of some sort. If you can get hold of him, could you put him through to this radiophone of mine?" "Yes, sir," the Central replied. "Please hold. I'll connect with you in a minute." The screen went blank, and the voice turned to a soft hum, indicating that the channel was open and the connection was maintained. I sat back in the seat of the air car and waited. Less than 40 seconds later, the face appeared on the screen again. "I have contacted your subscriber, and in a few seconds he will connect with you. Will you wait?" "Of course," I answered. Thank you, sir. The face disappeared. Another half-minute or so of soft noise passed, and then the screen flashed again, this time with Jameston's face. "Hello, Force Leader Black," I said. "You may not remember me. I'm journalist Tam Olin. You once knew my sister, Eileen Olin." But his eyes already told me that he remembered me. Apparently, I had not changed as much as I thought. Or perhaps his memory was very good. He had changed, too. But not so much that he was unrecognizable. The stripes on his uniform showed that his rank had remained the same, but his face had become more masculine and calmer. It was still the same still face I remembered in my uncle's library that day. Only it was older, of course. He was no longer the same boy I had seen the last time. "What can I do for you, Mr. Olin?" he asked. His voice was completely calm and unemotional, and sounded a little lower than before. "The operator informed me that your call was urgent." "In a way, that's true," I said, and paused. "I don't want to interrupt anything important, but I'm here at your headquarters, at the officer's station, right across from the command center. If you're not too far away, perhaps you could come out for a moment and talk to me." I paused again. "Of course, if you're on duty right now." "My duties at the moment will allow me to spare you a few minutes," he replied. "Are you in the parking lot at the command center?" "In a hired green aero car with a transparent top. I'll be right down, Mr. Olin." The screen went black. I waited. A few minutes later, the same door I had used to enter the command center to speak with the platoon commander behind the partition swung open. A dark, thin figure appeared in the gap. Then she walked down the steps and headed toward the parking lot. I opened the door of the air car as he approached and moved back in the seat so that he could climb in and sit next to me. "Mr. Olin?" he asked, sticking his head inside the car. "That's right. Join us." "Thank you." He climbed into the car and sat down, leaving the door ajar behind him. It was an unusually warm spring night for the time of year and latitude on Novaya Zemlya. The soft scent of trees and grass reached my face through the ajar door. "What is this urgent need?" he asked. "I have an assistant I need a pass for." I told him everything, leaving out the fact that Dave was Eileen's husband. When I finished, he sat silently for a moment. I could only see a dark silhouette against the lights that illuminated the parking lot and the command center. "If your assistant is not a journalist, Mr. Olin," he finally said quietly, "then I don't see how we can confirm his presence and movements in our battle formations." "He is a journalist, at least for this campaign," I replied. "I am responsible for him, just as the Guild is responsible for me and every other journalist. Our impartiality is guaranteed by interstellar agreement, and that agreement extends to my assistant as well." He shook his head slowly in the darkness. "It will be easy for you to reject him if he turns out to be a spy. You will be able to say that he was forced upon you as an assistant." I turned my head to look more closely at his features, almost invisible in the darkness. I had brought him to this point in our conversation specifically so that he would talk about it. "No, Mr. Black, that's impossible," I said, "because he wasn't forced upon me, and I had to go to a lot of trouble to find him. He's my brother-in-law. He's the guy Eileen ended up marrying, and by using him as my assistant, I'm getting him out of the front lines where he's likely to be killed." I paused for a moment to let it sink in. "I'm trying to save his life for Eileen, and I'm asking you to help me do it." He did not move or answer me at that moment. In the darkness, I could not see if his expression had changed, but I do not think it would have been possible to see any change even if it had been light, for he was a product of his Spartan culture, even though I had now dealt him a heavy, double blow. As you can see, this is how I have controlled men and women. Somewhere deep within each of us there are hidden feelings, too deep to be questioned. Faith, love, hate or fear, guilt, hope or despair.
These are the things I have used unerringly to achieve my ends. For such arguments, the human psyche is incapable of resisting. In the case of Jamestown Black, I connected my request with the feeling he had once had for Eileen, which in any proud man, and pride was in the very marrow of the bones of the religion of these people, required him to rise above regrets for a long past and, as far as he knew, honest defeat.
To refuse Dave passage now that I had told him everything was tantamount to sending Dave to his death. And who could prove that it was not done intentionally, now that I had touched on Jamestown's holy of holies, his pride and the pain of lost love? Finally, he moved in his seat. "Give me the papers, Mr. Olin," he said. "I'll see what I can do." I handed them over to him, and he left me. A few minutes later he returned. This time he did not climb into the aerocar, but leaned towards the open door and handed me the documents I had given him. "You didn't tell me," he said in a quiet voice, "that you had already requested permission to pass and were refused." I froze, staring up at him, my hand frozen in the air, clutching the documents. "Who? That platoon commander inside?" I asked. "He's only a sergeant, not an officer. And you're not only an officer, you're also an adjutant. Nevertheless," he said, "a refusal has been given. I cannot change a decision that has already been made." "I am very sorry. Passage for your brother-in-law is impossible." It was only then that I realized that the papers he had given me were unsigned. I stared at them as if I could read in the dark and force a signature to appear where it should have been. And then such rage boiled up in me that I almost lost control. I tore my gaze away from the papers and stared through the open door at Jamestown Black. "So this is how you try to get out of this situation," I cried. "This is how you found an excuse for sending Eileen's husband to his death. And don't think I don't see through you, Black. I do." His back was to the light, and his face was hidden in the darkness, so I could not see if his expression changed. But he let out something like a small sigh, a barely perceptible, sad breath. Then he answered in the same, even, quiet voice. "You see only a man, Mr. Olin," he said, "not the vessel of God. Now I must return to my duties. Good morning." With that, he slammed the door of the aircar, turned, and walked away from me across the parking lot. I sat motionless, staring after him, my insides seething with the prayer line he had thrown at me as he left. Then I came to my senses and realized that I had to do something. At that moment, the door to the command center opened, illuminating Black's figure for a moment, and then it was dark again. I jerked the aircar's engine into gear, turned it around, and headed out of the war zone. At the moment when I passed through the gate, the guards were being changed at the post. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the relieved guards huddled into a dark group, still armed, and began some ritual of their special worship. As I passed them, they began to sing what must have been one of their hymns. I didn't listen to the words, but the first 3 of them stuck in my ears against my will. "Soldier, ask not," were the first 3 words of what I later learned was their special battle hymn, sung either during special bonding occasions or on the eve of battle. "Soldier, don't ask." Those words continued to ring in my ears, mockingly, I thought, as I drove away with Dave's unsigned pass in my pocket. And again the rage rose within me. And once more I swore that Dave would not need any pass. I would not let him leave my side for 1 second during the next few days among the fighting lines. And in my presence he would find protection and perfect safety. The Ho 1 colon Blangen 2. My research spaces not. It was 6:30 in the morning when I stepped out of the lift from the port and reached the lobby of my hotel in Blauen. My nerves were tense, and my mouth and eyes felt as if they had sand in them, for I had not slept for 24 hours.
The day ahead was going to be very intense, so I could hardly expect 24 hours of rest. But working without sleep for 2 or 3 days is a constant danger in the work of a journalist. Once you have got hold of something, when the situation may be resolved only a second before it is resolved, all you can do is keep an eye on it, waiting for the moment when it will happen. I was quite alert. And if it came to an urgent need, I could always use medications. But nevertheless, it so happened that on the work desk, I found something that instantly knocked the desire to sleep off out of my head. It was a letter from Eileen. I took it and opened it. My dear Tam, your letter about your plans to take Dave out of the line and keep him around as an assistant just arrived here. I'm so happy I can't even tell you how I feel. It never occurred to me that, being only a journeyman of the Journalists' Guild, you could do something like this for us. How can I ever repay you? And can you forgive me for the way I acted? Not writing, not even caring about what was happening to you these last 5 years. I guess I wasn't such a good sister to you. But that's because I knew how hopeless and useless I was. Ever since I was a little girl, I felt like you were ashamed and just tolerated me. And when you explained to me that day in the library that nothing good would come of me marrying Jamieton Black, I knew you were right, but I couldn't help but hate you for it. I thought you were proud of the fact that you'd stopped me from going with Jamie, but I was wrong, and what you're doing to Dave now proves it. I feel so bad for what I did. You were the only one I had left to love after Mom and Dad died, and I did love you, Tam, but unfortunately, you didn't seem to want it any more than Uncle Matthias did. Anyway, things have changed since I met Dave and he married me. Someday you must come to Cassida, to Alban, and see our flat. We were very lucky to have such a big one. It's the first house I've ever owned, and I think you'll be surprised how well we've furnished it. Dave will tell you all about it if you ask him. You know, he wanted to tell you about our wedding, in spite of how I felt about you.
But I didn't want to. Only now do I see how right he was. He's always right, while I'm almost always wrong. You know that better than I do, Tam. But thank you. Thank you again for what you do for Dave.
My love goes out to you both. Tell Dave I wrote him a letter, too. But I think he'll get it a little later. With all my love, Eileen. I put the letter and envelope in my pocket and went up to my room. I had intended to show the letter to Dave, but I was a little disconcerted by how full her gratitude was in it, and how she blamed herself for not being a good sister. After all, I had not been such a caring brother. And what I was doing for Dave now might have seemed more to her than it really was. It was hardly much more than I might do for a complete stranger, say, by returning a favor for a favor. In fact, she made me feel a little ashamed of what she had written to me. Perhaps, after all this, we could live like normal people. The way she and Dave treated each other meant that I would undoubtedly have some nephews or nieces very soon. Who knows? I might even end up getting married. The thought of Lisa suddenly came into my mind, and have children. After all, our family relationships might extend over a good half-dozen worlds, as many family groups do now. Thus I will reject Matthias, I thought, and fall too. I walked along, daydreaming, in a pleasant mood until I reached the door of my hotel room and remembered whether I should show the letter to Dave. Better to let him wait and read his letter, which, as Eileen wrote, was already on its way, I decided, and, opening the door, went inside. He was already up and dressed. He smiled when he saw me, and that surprised me for a second, until it occurred to me that I must have walked in with a smile on my face. "I have received word from Eileen," I said, "a short note. He says a letter for you is on its way, but it may take a day or two for it to reach you, having been posted from your army unit." He beamed at that, Then we headed downstairs for breakfast. The food helped wake me up, and as soon as we were done, we were on our way to the Cassidian and local field headquarters. Dave carried my recording and other equipment. In reality, it weighed next to nothing. Often I carried it myself, hardly noticing it. But in theory, having him take care of it now allowed me to concentrate on the more important issues of reporting. At headquarters, they promised to provide me with one of the military air cars, one of those little two-seater reconnaissance vehicles.
When we got to the transport depot, we found ourselves in line behind a field commander who was waiting for his car to be outfitted with special equipment. My first impulse was to express my indignation at being kept waiting on principle. My second thought was not to, because this was no ordinary field commander. He was a tall, thin man with black hair, lightly combed and curled, above a face with large features, but open and smiling. I have said before that I was tall for a man born on Earth. This field commander was tall even for a Dorsai, which of course he was. In addition to all this, he had a quality for which there was no name, but which was innate to his people, something beyond mere strength, fearlessness, or bravery. Something almost the exact opposite of these intrinsic qualities. Perhaps it is something akin to cold-bloodedness, something beyond time, perhaps beyond life itself.
I have been to the Dorsai planet many times since then, and I have seen it in the growing ewes as well as in some of the children. These people can be killed. All who are born of women are mortal. But part of their being, like a flower, is the undeniable fact that, together or separately, they cannot be conquered, simply because it is impossible. But this field commander of mine had in himself from birth, in addition to an excellent military mind and a trained body, something else strange, which it would seem is not at all inherent in the character of the Dorsai. It was a strange, powerful, sunny warmth that emanated from him and communicated itself even to me, standing a few yards away, surrounded by a group of officers and staff, like young elms sheltering from the wind under an oak. The joy of life seemed to well up in this Dorsai officer, so vividly that it caused a surge of similar joyful feeling in those around him, even to me, standing apart and, I think, not too susceptible to such an influence. But perhaps Eileen's letter, on top of everything else, made me so vulnerable this morning. It could have been. There was one other thing that my professional eye immediately noticed, and it had nothing to do with character. It was the fact that his uniform was a shade of blue and loose-fitting, identifying him not as a Cassidian, but as an Exotican military force. The Exotican worlds, rich and powerful, philosophically abstaining from cruelty in their individuals, hired the finest mercenaries that existed among the stars. And of course that meant that the bulk of those units, or at least the officers, were Dorsai. So what was a Dorsai field commander doing here? With a New Earth military insignia hastily pinned to his shoulder, surrounded by New Earth and Cassidian staff officers.
And if he had just arrived to the battered forces of the Southern Division of Novaya Zemlya,
then it was truly a happy coincidence that he was here literally the morning after the night when, as I was fortunate enough to learn, something feverishly arose at the Commonwealth field headquarters in Contravale. But was it a coincidence? It was hard to believe that the Cassidians had learned of the Commonwealth Tactical Conference. The New Earth intelligence cadre, staffed by officers like Commandant Frayne, was weak when it came to intelligence, and it was an integral part of the mercenary code that professional soldiers hired from any world were not allowed to take part in any reconnaissance missions without being in their uniform. But either way, coincidence was too easy an answer. "Stay here," I ordered Dave. And he himself went forward, making his way through the crowd of staff officers around the unusual Dorsai field commander to try to find out something from his lips. But at that moment his command car drove up. He got in and drove away before I could reach him. I noticed that he headed in the direction of the southern battle lines. The officers he had left behind began to disperse. I did not watch them go, but instead prepared my questions for the conscripted reservist from Novaya Zemlya who had delivered my air car. He probably knew almost as much as any of these officers, and he might well be careless enough to tell me everything. The field commander, I learned, had in fact been given to the Southern Divide forces only the day before, on the orders of an Exotica contact named either Pamda or Padma. Oddly, this Exotica officer was related to the same Donald Green whose party I had attended. Although, as far as I knew, Donald was in the service of Freeland, not Exotica, and under the command of Hendrik Galt. Casey Green, that's the officer's name, said a reservist who worked at the transport park. And he has a twin, you know.
By the way, do you know how to drive a car like that?
Yes, I said. I was already at the controls, and Dave had settled into the seat next to me. I touched the lift button, and we rose 8 inches in the air cushion. Is his brother here, too? No, still on Cultus, I think, the reservist replied. He's as sullen as this one is cheerful, from what I've heard. They have a double dose of one or another character trait between them. And besides, they say they're completely indistinguishable. The other one is also a field commander. What's that other one's name? I asked, putting my hand on the control lever and getting ready to take off. He frowned, thought for a minute, and shook his head. I can't remember, he replied. Something short, Ian, I think. Thank you, though, I said, and we took off. I was tempted to head south in the same direction Casey Green had gone. But I'd made my plans the night before, when I had returned from the Commonwealth battle headquarters.
And when you're sleep-deprived, it's bad manners to change your plans without a good reason. Often the fogginess that comes with lack of sleep is enough to make you forget some important reason why you made the original plan. An important reason that you remember later, when it's too late, only to regret. So I have made it a principle not to change plans on the spur of the moment, unless I am sure that my mind is in perfect working order. It is a principle that has done good more often than harm. Though, of course, no principle is infallible. We took the air car up to about 600 feet and headed north over the Cassidian fighting positions, the news service colors painted on the hull, and a warning beacon blaring a constant neutrality signal. The flag and beacon, I figured, would keep us safe at this altitude until the actual shooting started. Once the fighting started, we'd be wise to take cover on the ground like a wounded bird. In the meantime, while it was still safe, I decided to check the fighting positions from the air. First to the north, where they led out in a ledge towards the Commonwealth field headquarters in Contravale, and then to the south, and see if I could guess what Bright or his black uniformed officers might have in mind as a plan. Between the two enemy camps of Contravale and Blauwine, there ran an almost straight line, from south to north. The present front line was at an angle to this imaginary south-north line, its northern end approaching Contravale and the Commonwealth headquarters, while its southern end almost touched the suburbs of Blauwine, a town of about 60,000 inhabitants. So overall, the front line was much closer to Blauwine than to Contravale, which put the Cassidian Navazamel forces in a bad tactical position. They could not retreat on their southern flank, and thus enter the city limits, thereby preserving the possibility of having a direct front line and, accordingly, the communications necessary for an effective defense. So much so that the Commonwealth forces had already pushed them into a bad tactical position. But on the other hand, the angle of the front was sharp enough that most of the Commonwealth units to the south were sort of inside the northern end of the Cassidian battle lines. If more reserves had been assigned there, and a more adventurous command, I think certain forays into the northern sector of the Cassidian battle lines might have disrupted communications between the southern and northern parts of the Commonwealth battle lines, and their field headquarters there at Contravale. At the very least, it might have the advantage of creating confusion in the Commonwealth units,
from which a persistent Cassidian officer might extract some capital.
However, they showed no intention of doing anything of the sort. But now, with a Dorsai field commander, something of the sort might yet be tried by the Cassidians, if there were still time and men for it. But it seemed unlikely to me that the Commonwealth troops, who had sat up all night, would sit quietly today and wait for the Cassidians to attempt to cut the enemy's communications. The biggest question for me was, what exactly was the Commonwealth thinking? I could see what I just mentioned as a possible tactic for the Cassidians, but I could not imagine how the Commonwealth strategists planned to take advantage of the given position and tactical situation. The southern end of the line, in the suburbs of Bloven, was mostly open country, with farmers' fields of corn and cattle pastures on low, grassy hills. To the north, there were hills too, but they were wooded, with groves of tall yellow birches that had found a fine if alien home in these damp, frostbitten hills of the southern divide here on New Earth, so that they were almost twice as tall as their cousins on Earth, nearly 200 feet, and so close were their crowns that no grass could exist beneath them except the native moss-like covering of this planet. Accordingly, this created in the shadow of their branches something like Robin Hood's country, and the great, shabby, silver, gold, and gray 4 to 6 foot trunks stretched straight up, like columns, into the gloom of the darkness of leaves and crowns, through which only weak rays of the sun broke through. And only then, looking at them and imagining what it would be like under the canopy of these trees, did it suddenly occur to me that any number of troops could be moving under their cover, and I, up here in the air car, would not be able to spot a single helmet or rifle. In short, the Commonwealth forces could be preparing a major offensive under cover of the trees below me, and I would not even suspect it. The thought took a while to occur to me, and I blamed it on lack of sleep, which had impaired my perceptions enough to suspect anything of the sort. I turned the air car sharply at the edge of one of the groves, where a fortified Cassidian outpost was located, with the ring-shaped muzzle of a sonic cannon jutting out from it, and landed. Out here in the open, there was too much sun for the native moss-like covering of this planet, but the native grass of this world was everywhere and grew knee-high. It swayed slowly in the gentle breeze and played in waves like the surface of a lake. I got out of the car and walked through the bushes that camouflaged the gun position. The day was already getting hot. Any signs of Commonwealth movement in those woods? I asked the senior platoon commander in charge of the position. No, nothing that we know of, he said. He was a thin, collected young man, a little prematurely bald. His uniform was unbuttoned at the neck. Patrols are there. I said. Well, I'll try to fly a little further, thank you. I returned to the air car and we took off again, this time only about 6 feet above the ground, and headed straight into the forest. It was much cooler here. One grove gave way to another, and that in turn to a third. In the third grove we were hailed and found ourselves on a patrol of Cassidians. The soldiers were lying on the ground covering us, and I didn't see a single person until a broad-faced force leader rose from the ground almost at the car, holding a needle rifle and lowering the visor of his helmet. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked, raising his visor. "I'm a journalist. I have permission to move around the battle lines. Want to see?" "You know what you can do with those permits," he replied. "And if it were in my power, we would do it. Your presence here doesn't mean that everything that's going on here right now is some kind of bloody Sunday picnic. We've got enough trouble supporting our people without having the likes of you hanging around." "Why?" I asked innocently. "Do you have any other problems besides this?" "What kind?" "We haven't seen a single black helmet since this morning, that's the trouble," he cried. "Their forward gun positions are empty, and yesterday they were occupied. That's the trouble. Stick an antenna in the ground and listen for 5 seconds, and you can hear the noise of many heavy machines moving only 15 or 20 kilometers away. That's the trouble.
And now, my friend, why don't you go back to the rear, so that we don't have to worry about you on top of everything else? In what direction did you hear the armored vehicles moving? He pointed ahead, deep into the territory occupied by Commonwealth forces. That's exactly where we're heading, I said, leaning back in the seat of the aerocar and preparing to close the hood. Wait! His exclamation stopped me before I could slam the hood shut. If you intend to move on, towards the enemy, I cannot stop you. But I must warn you that you are going there entirely on your own responsibility. There is no man's land ahead, and your chances of running into automatic weapons are very high. Of course. Consider us warned. I slammed the hood over my head. I suppose it was the lack of sleep that was making me irritable, but at the time it seemed he was pressing us too hard for no reason. I saw his face glaring at us as I started the car and drove away. Perhaps I was wrong about him. We passed through the trees, and within seconds he was out of sight behind us. We continued forward through the forest and small gaps in it, over easy terrain, for another half hour or so without encountering anything. I guessed we couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 kilometers from where the force leader thought the roar of the Commonwealth armor was coming from. And then something unexpected happened. There was a short sound, followed by a bang that seemed to throw the dashboard into my face and knock me unconscious. I blinked and opened my eyes. Dave had unbuckled his seatbelt and was now leaning over me, untying mine, a concerned expression on his face. "What is it?" I muttered. But he, not paying attention to my words, released me and began to pull me out of the aerocar. He wanted to put me down on the moss. But by the time we got out of the aircar, my consciousness had cleared. I thought I must be stunned rather than unconscious. But when I turned to look at the aircar, I realized that wasn't the worst thing that could happen. We had hit a vibratory mine. Of course, the aircar, being designed for battlefield use, had sensors sticking out of it at various angles, and one of them had detonated the mine when we were a dozen feet away. But the aircar was still a mess of scrap metal, and the dashboard had been pretty badly battered by my head. So badly that it was a wonder I hadn't cut my forehead, even though it was already a sizable lump. I'm fine, I said to Dave, exasperated. And then I spent several minutes cursing the aircar, just to get my feelings out. What are we going to do now? Dave asked me when I finished.
We'll head for the Commonwealth lines on foot. They're closest to us, I growled. The force leader's warning immediately came back to me, and I cursed again. And then, just because I needed to take my frustration out on someone, I turned on Dave. I hope you haven't forgotten that we are here to write a report. I turned and hobbled off in the direction we had been heading in the aircar. There might be other vibromines nearby, but as a footman, I had neither the mass nor the concussive force to set them off. After a moment, Dave caught up with me, and we walked on in silence across the moss-like litter between the great tree trunks, until I glanced back and saw that the aircar was out of sight. It was only when it was too late that it suddenly occurred to me that I had forgotten to check my wrist direction indicator against the direction indicator in the aircar. Now, I looked at my wrist direction indicator. It seemed to be pointing to the Commonwealth positions, which should have been straight ahead. If it still had a correlation with the indicator in the aircar, then all was well. If not, among these huge pillar-like trunks, on this soft, endless carpet of moss, all directions looked alike. Going back to the aircar and looking for it in order to check against its direction indicator would lead to us getting lost. Well, there was nothing else to do now. The most important thing now was to keep moving forward in a straight line through this haze and silence of the forest. I set the pointer to our current route line and hoped for the best. We continued to trudge forward, toward what I hoped was the Commonwealth battle lines, wherever they were. Chapter 10.
I had seen enough from the air car to be absolutely certain that if any movement of forces had taken place, it had been well hidden from prying eyes. We moved from tree to tree, from one grove to another.
It was impossible to head straight for the patrol location that the force leader had indicated to us, so we zigzagged as much as the tree cover would allow. On foot, this was all very slow. By midday, exhausted, I sat down next to Dave and we ate the cold breakfast we had brought with us. By this time, we had seen nothing since the encounter with the Cassidian patrol. We had heard nothing and seen nothing. We had advanced about 3 kilometers from where we had left the air car, but because of the location of the groves, we had also deviated south about 5 kilometers. Or maybe they went home, the Commonwealth mercenaries, I mean, Dave suggested. He tried to be funny, and there was a grin on his face when I looked up from my sandwich. I tried to smile back too. At least I owed him that.
The thing was, he was surprisingly a very good assistant, keeping his mouth shut and avoiding making assumptions that might have been born of ignorance, not only of the principles of warfare, but also of what it meant to be a journalist. "No," I said, "there's something going on, but I was an idiot to leave the aircar behind. We can't possibly walk all this way. The Commonwealth mercenaries have retreated for some reason, at least on this side of the front. Perhaps they did so to draw the Cassidian units after them. That's my guess. But why haven't we seen any Blackcoats counterattacking yet?" "Listen," Dave exclaimed. He turned his head and raised his hand to stop me. I fell silent and listened. Sure enough, a short distance away, I heard an oomph, a muffled sound, like an energetic housewife shaking out her carpet. "Sound, guys," I cried, jumping to my feet and leaving the remains of our picnic lying on the ground. "By God, they're finally starting to make some moves. Let's go see." I turned, trying to get a sense of the direction the noise had come from. It was about a few hundred yards in that direction and a little to the right. I never finished my sentence. Suddenly, Dave and I found ourselves inside, in the very heart of a thunderclap. When I came to, I was lying on the moss with no memory of how I got there, and 5 feet away, Dave was sprawled out, and less than 40 feet away was an empty clearing of torn earth, surrounded by trees that seemed to have exploded from the pressure inside, exposing the white torn wood of their insides. "Dave!" I crawled over to him and turned him over. He was breathing, and as I examined him, he opened his eyes. They were bloodshot, and his nose was bleeding. At the sight of his blood, I felt wetness on my upper lip, and when I licked it, I tasted the familiar salty taste. I raised my hand to my nose and felt that I was bleeding too. I wiped myself with one hand. With the other, I pulled Dave to his feet.
"Barrier fire!" I cried. "Come on, Dave, we've got to get out of here."
And for the first time, Eileen's possible reaction, if I failed to deliver him safely to her home, was vividly before my eyes. I was confident of the protection that my experienced mind and tongue could provide Dave between the lines, but I couldn't argue with acoustic guns firing from 5 or 50 kilometers away. Dave rose to his feet. He was closer to the sonic capsule's rupture than I was, but fortunately the effective area of a sonic blast is bell-shaped, and the expanding area of that area points downward. So we were both on the edge of an unexpected imbalance of internal and external pressures. He was only slightly more stunned than I was, and soon having somehow recovered, we began to move away from the place as quickly as we could. At an angle, in the direction where, as I assumed from my wrist indicator, the battle lines of the Cassidians must be. Finally, we stopped to catch our breath and sat for a moment, breathing heavily. We could still hear the continuing echoes of the barrage explosions. Oomph, oomph. A short distance behind us. "All right," I breathed out. "Soon they will lift fire and send soldiers forward before they put armor into action. We can still come to an agreement with soldiers. But with sonic guns and armored vehicles, we would have no chance. Now we can sit here quietly, catch our breath, gather our strength, and rush either back along the front lines to join the Cassidian forces, or forward to the first wave of Commonwealth forces, whoever we run into first. I saw him looking at me with an expression I couldn't place at first. And then, to my amazement, I realized it was admiration. "You saved my life there," he said. "Saved your—" I faltered. "Listen, Dave, I'd be the last person to turn down what's coming to me, if I've earned it. But that sonic blast only stunned you for a second."
"But you knew what to do when we woke up," he countered. "And you weren't just thinking about yourself at that point. You waited until I was able to get back on my feet, and you helped me get out of there." I remained silent. If he had accused me of having deliberately tried to save myself first, I would not have thought of making an effort to dissuade him of this. But since he had chosen a different direction in his assessment of what had happened, why should I try to change it? If he wanted to consider me a selfless hero, then go ahead. "Get ready," I said. "We have to go." We got to our feet with some difficulty. No doubt the blast had had a pretty bad effect on us, and headed south at an angle that would cut across the Cassidian line of defense if we were indeed ahead of their main position, as our previous encounter with the patrol had indicated. After a while, the oomph sounds moved slightly to our right and forward until they finally died away in the distance. Despite this, I found myself sweating a little, in hope that we would run into the Cassidian before the Commonwealth infantry caught up with us. The incident with the sonar capsule had reminded me how much of our lives were made up of chance. I wanted to get Dave under cover of the artillery position as quickly as possible, so that we would have a chance to at least talk to one of the black-coated soldiers before the shooting started. As for me, I was in no danger. My flowing, bright red and white journalist's coat indicated to both sides that I was not taking part in the fighting. Dave, on the other hand, was dressed in the gray field uniform of a Cassidian, though without insignia or rank, and with a white armband, also denoting someone not involved in the battle. I crossed my fingers that luck would not pass us by, and it worked. But not enough to lead us to the Cassidian gun emplacement. A small clump of trees on the hillside led us to its crest, and a red and yellow flash, blinding in the dimness of the trees, flashed a warning about a dozen feet ahead of us. I literally threw Dave to the ground with one hand and slammed on the brakes, waving my arms wildly.
"Journalist!"
I yelled.
"I'm a journalist! I'm not a military man!"
"Yes, I know you're a damn journalist," the voice responded cautiously, tense with anger. "Come here quickly, both of you, and keep your mouths shut." I helped Dave up with an outstretched hand, and we stumbled forward, half blind, toward the voice. As we moved, my vision cleared, and in 20 paces I found myself behind the trunk of a huge 8-foot-wide yellow birch, once again face to face with the Cassidian force leader who had warned me about attempting to advance toward the Commonwealth lines. "It's you again," we both exclaimed at the same time. But our subsequent reactions were different, for he began to explain to me in a quiet, furious, and convinced voice what he thought of me and other civilians like me who were caught and entangled between the battle lines of opposing sides on the battlefield. Meanwhile, I, barely paying attention to his words, used these seconds to collect my thoughts. Anger is a luxury. The force leader might be a good soldier, but he still had not understood one elementary fact. Finally, he ran out. "The thing is," he said sullenly, "you are my responsibility. So what am I supposed to do with you?" "Nothing," I answered. "We are here of our own free will, taking risks to observe. And observe we will. Just show us where we can dig in, so as not to get in your way. And that will be the last thing you will care about us." "I think so," he said sourly. But it was only the last sparks of his smoldering anger. "Okay, over there, behind the guys dug in between those two big trees. And stay where you are, no matter what happens." "Okay," I replied. "But before we go, could you answer one more question for me?
"What are you supposed to be doing on that hill?" He looked at me as if he wasn't going to answer, but then the emotions inside him forced the answer out anyway. "Hold him," he said, and he looked at me as if he wanted to spit to get rid of the taste of the words he had just spoken. "Hold it? With a patrol?" I stared at him. "But you won't be able to hold the position with that many soldiers. If the Commonwealth mercenaries start advancing—" I waited, but he said nothing more. "Or will you?" "No," he said, and this time he spat. "But we'll try. Better put that cloak of yours where the black helmets can see it when they start charging the hill." He turned to the soldier carrying the radio. "Contact headquarters," I heard him say. "Tell them we have a couple of journalists here." I wrote down his name, his unit number, and the names of the men in his patrol. Then, I led Dave to the spot the force leader had indicated, and we began digging in just like the men around us. I didn't forget to place my cloak in front of our holes, as the force leader had ordered. Pride always counts for far less than staying alive. From our holes, when we had finished digging them, we could now look down the gentle slope of the wooded hill in the direction of the Commonwealth lines. The trees covered the whole of the hillside and extended as far as we could see, and over the next hill too. But halfway down, there was an old landslide scar, like a miniature ridge, breaking the smooth flow of the trees so that we could look between the trunks of these very trees that stood at the top of the fault. And at the same time, we could see over the top of the trees that were at the bottom of the fault. So we had a panoramic view of the wooded slope, and to the west, a wide field opening out to the distant green horizon. Beyond which, under cover of the woods, were obviously the Commonwealth sonar guns that Dave and I had fled from earlier. This was our first view of the entire battlefield since I had landed our air car, so I was busy studying it carefully with my binoculars, when I caught what I thought was a flicker of movement between the tree trunks down at the bottom of the ravine that separated our hill from the next. It took me a moment to realize what was going on, but in that same instant the moving Commonwealth units were picked up by the patrol's thermal imaging equipment, and both cells were brought to alert. The thermal screens were now clearly showing the smudges of human bodies, mingling with the faint heat of the vegetation. The attackers had spotted us too. And within seconds, there was no longer any doubt about it, because even through my binoculars, I could see the flash of black uniforms as their men began to climb the hill toward our line, and the weapons of the Cassidian patrol began to fire back. "Down!" I ordered Dave. He was trying to raise himself up and see what was going on ahead. I think he was trying to do this because he saw me rising up to get a better look and decided he could afford to do the same, exposing himself. True, my journalist's coat was spread out in front of both our holes, but I had also set the color controls on my beret to blood red and white, and I had more faith in my ability to survive than he did. We all have moments in our lives when we feel absolutely invulnerable. There, in the hole, under continuous fire from the Commonwealth units, I had experienced just such a moment. Besides, I expected that the Commonwealth attack that had begun would soon cease, which of course is what happened. Chapter 11. There was no great mystery in the pause that followed the attack. The soldiers who had briefly engaged us were nothing more than a scouting line, moving ahead of the main Commonwealth front. Their job was to push back the defending Cassidians until they dug in and showed signs of resistance. When that happened, the first scouting line predictably withdrew, called for reinforcements, and waited. This military tactic was older than the tactics of Julius Caesar, assuming, of course, that Julius Caesar was still alive. All this, as well as the rest of the circumstances that brought Dave and me here, to this place and at this time, allowed me to come to a couple of interesting conclusions. The first was that all of us, I included both the Commonwealth forces and the Cassidians, and this entire war
including everyone who had taken part in it in some way, like Dave and me, were at the mercy of the planning of forces out there, far beyond the battlefield.
And it wasn't too hard to guess who that manipulating force was. Clearly, one part of it was Elder Bright, who was concerned with whether the Commonwealth mercenaries could successfully carry out their task in a way that would attract more employers to the job. Bright, like one player in a game of chess facing the others, had planned and executed some move designed to decide the outcome of the war with one bold tactical stroke. But this blow, if not foreseen, was at least calculated by his opponent. And this opponent could only be Padma, with his ontogenetics. Because if Padma's calculations had been able to figure out that I was going to show up at Donald Green's party on Freeland, then he could have figured out, using those same ontogenetics, that Bright might be trying to make some quick tactical move with his military to wipe out the Cassidian recruits opposing it. That he had figured this out was evident from the fact that he had provided one of Exotica's best tacticians, Casey Green, to foil whatever Bright was planning. Without that explanation, Casey's appearance here on the battlefield at the most crucial moment made no sense. But beyond all that, the most interesting question to me was why Padma should automatically oppose Bright in any case. As far as I knew, the Exotican worlds had no interest in the war on New Earth. Although that world itself was important enough, it still played a minor role compared to other issues of relations between the 14 inhabited worlds. The answer might lie somewhere in the mix of contractual agreements that controlled the ebb and flow of trained personnel between worlds. The Exotican worlds, like Earth, Mars, Freeland, Dorsey, the small Catholic world of St. Mary's, and the mining world of Kobe, did not contract for their specialists without first consulting them. Thus, they were known as free worlds, and they were automatically in opposition to the so-called hard worlds like Seda, Commonwealth, Venus, Newton, and the rest, which traded their trained personnel without any regard for the individual's rights or wishes. Thus, the Exotican worlds, which were free, were automatically in opposition to the Commonwealth worlds, which were hard. But that alone was not a sufficient reason for them to oppose each other on some third world. There had to be some secret conflict between the contractual balances, involving both the Exotican and Commonwealth worlds that I knew nothing about. Otherwise, I had no idea why Padme would take part in this war. But it became clear to me, because I was manipulating my environment by controlling those who were immediately around me, that the forces brought into the play from outside could ruin anything I could do. In short, it was necessary to rethink my actions and look at the broader possibilities of manipulating people and events to achieve the desired result. I put this discovery of mine aside for future use. The second conclusion that came to mind had to do with our immediate situation in terms of defending this hill once the Commonwealth troops had brought up their reinforcements. Because it was not a place that could be defended with a couple of dozen men. Even a civilian like me could understand that. And if I could understand that, surely the attackers could understand it too. Not to mention the patrol leader himself. He was obviously holding that hill on orders from headquarters, well behind the lines. And for the first time I saw an explanation for his unfriendly attitude toward what concerned Dave and me. He obviously had his own concerns, including some superior officer back at headquarters, who was urging him and the patrol to hold their position. I began to warm to the force leader. Whatever his orders, sensible, panicky, or stupid, he was a soldier who would do his duty to the end. It would make a fine story about his desperate attempt to defend that hill with no flanking support and in the face of an entire Commonwealth army. And in between the lines of my report, I could also say something about the chain of command that had put him in that position. And as I looked around the hillside and saw the men of his patrol dug in, I felt a cold, ugly feeling in the pit of my stomach, just below my rib cage. Because they were in on this too,
and they didn't yet know the price they would have to pay to be the heroes of my report. Dave nudged me in the side. "Look there! Over there!" he breathed into my ear. I looked out. There was some movement among the Commonwealth soldiers in the shelter of the trees at the bottom of the ravine, but they were obviously just gathering more strength and grouping for a real assault on the hill.
Nothing was going to happen for the next few minutes, and I was about to tell Dave so when he nudged me again.
"No," he whispered, in a quiet but concerned voice. "Over there, further on, near the horizon." I looked there, and I saw what he meant. Somewhere there, among the trees, finally merging with the sky, now blue from the heat, about 10 kilometers away from us, in the distance, flashes like fiery midges were visible. Small yellow flashes among the greenery, and every now and then, rising streams of something white and dark, immediately fluttered by the wind. But no fireflies could be seen in the full light of day, and at a distance of more than 6 miles. They were undoubtedly heat rays. "Armored vehicles," I exclaimed. "They're moving this way," Dave said, staring in fascination at the glimmers that seemed so small and insignificant at this distance.
Glints that were actually swords of searing light, 40,000 degrees at the core of the beam, that could fell the trees around us as easily as a razor could cut through a bunch of growing asparagus. They approached without encountering any resistance, because there was no infantry that could hold them back with plastic mines or acoustic weapons. Anti-tank missiles, the classic weapon of defense against armored vehicles, had been out of use for 50 years due to the development of counter-artillery weapons whose reaction speed was equal to half the speed of light, which made their use on the surface of planets impossible. They approached slowly but inexorably, on principle, burning out all possible places of cover for infantry where they passed. Their approach made a mockery of our defense of the hill. For unless the Commonwealth infantry rolled over us before the armor got there, we would be roasted in our holes. This was as clear to me as it was to the men of the unit, for I heard a low, humming noise echoing across the hill where men in other rifle holes had seen the flashes. "Quiet!" the force leader snapped from his cell. "Hold your positions, if you don't—" But he had no time to finish, for at that moment, the first serious attack of the Commonwealth infantry began up the hillside towards our positions. A needle from an enemy rifle hit the force leader in the chest, almost under the neck, and he fell back, choking on blood. But the rest of the patrol didn't notice, because the advancing Commonwealth needle throwers were right in front of them, wave after wave, halfway up the slope. Hidden in their cells, the Cassidians were firing back, and whether it was the hopelessness of their position or their unusually long experience in combat that was telling on them, I didn't see a single man paralyzed by the fear of battle and not using his weapon. They had the advantage.
The slope became somewhat steeper as they approached the top of the hill.
The attackers were forced to slow their advance and were easily picked off as they approached. Finally, they could stand it no longer and ran down into the hollow between the hills again. And again there was a pause in the shooting. I jumped out of my cell and ran to the force leader to find out if he was alive. It was stupid to expose myself like that, even with the beret and the journalist's uniform. The retreating men had friends and comrades in arms among the dead, and this caused a natural reaction to take revenge on the enemy at any cost. And now one of them reacted. Just a few steps from the force leader's cell, something hit my right leg sharply and knocked me down, and I flew forward, face down on the ground. The next moment, I woke up in the command cell next to the force leader, and Dave was leaning over me. Next to him were 2 platoon commanders, with the rank of sergeant, subordinates of the force leader. "We have to retreat," one platoon commander said to another. "We have to get out of here, Akka. Next time they'll crush us, or in 20 minutes the tanks will do it for them." "No!" the force leader croaked next to me. I thought he was dead, and when I turned to look at him, someone had already applied a pressure bandage to his wound and pressed the control lever so that its fibers should already be inside the wound, plugging the torn blood vessels and blocking the outflow of blood. And yet, he was dying. I could see it clearly in his eyes. The platoon leaders paid him no attention. "Listen to me, Akka," the platoon commander who had just spoken said again. "You're the commander now. We have to move." "No!" The force leader could barely whisper, but he did. "I order you, hold on!" At any cost. The platoon leader, whose name was obviously Ake, looked uncertain. His face was pale, and he turned to glance at the radio lying in the slot next to him. The other platoon leader noticed the direction of his gaze, and the needle rifle lying in his lap seemed to fire by accident. There was a thump and a ringing sound inside the radio, and I could see that the readiness light on the instrument panel had gone out. "I order you," said the force leader. But at that moment, the terrible jaws of pain closed on my knee again, and I almost lost consciousness. When I came to, I saw that Dave had ripped the trousers on my left leg above the knee and had just finished applying a neat pressure bandage around the knee. "It's all right, Tam," he told me. "The needle from the needle gun went right through, so it's all right." I looked around. The force leader was still sitting next to me, his pistol half out of his holster. Now he had another needle gun wound, this time on his head, and he was dead. There were no platoon leaders either. "They're gone, Tam," Dave said, "and we need to get out of here too." He pointed down the hill. "The Commonwealth infantry decided we weren't worth the trouble. They pulled back. But their armor is coming, and you can't move fast enough with that knee. Now try to stand up." I tried. It was as if one knee was on the tip of a spear, bearing half my body weight. But I stood. Dave helped me out of the hole. And we began our limping retreat down the other side of the hill, out of the way of the armor. Once, as a child, I had imagined the forest as a Robin Hood hideout. Its openness, its dimness and color had delighted me. But now, as I made my way through it, feeling with every step, or rather leap, a red-hot nail of pain being driven into my knee, the forest seemed to me a monster, dark, sinister, hateful, and full of cruelty. We were trapped in it, where at any time the Commonwealth armor could find us and destroy us, either with heat rays or by simply bringing down trees on our heads before we had a chance to explain who we were. I desperately hoped that we could get out into the open, because the armored cars that were closing in behind us were hunting in the woods, not in the open, especially in the grass. Even if it was knee-high, it would be hard for an armored car driver not to notice my cape before opening fire. But this was obviously a place where there were far more trees than open spaces. And, as luck would have it, all the directions among these trees were similar. We were not sure that we were not going in circles in this ill-fated forest, and therefore the only correct solution was to go back from this place, in the direction that my wrist pointer showed. But this meant that our path lay through the forest massifs that we had already had to cross once, and which led us to the very hill that the Cassidian patrol defended so desperately and hopelessly. Meanwhile, we were moving so slowly because of my knee that even relatively slow-moving armored vehicles would soon catch up with us. Besides, I was still feeling sick from the sonar shell explosion. And now, the constant, maddening pain in my knee had me in a state of feverish haste. It was like some kind of preferred torture. And it turns out I'm not so stoic when it comes to pain. But I was no coward, though I didn't think it was fair to call me brave. It was just the way I was made, that at some level my reaction to pain was rage. And the greater the pain, the greater my rage. I suppose there was some ancient berserker blood in my veins, if you like the romantic side of it. But that was the way it was. And now, as we hobbled through the eternal gloom among those gold-silver, peeling trunks, I exploded inside. In my anger, I felt no fear of the Commonwealth armor. I was sure that they would see my red and white cloak in time before they opened fire. I was also sure that if they did open fire, neither their beam nor the falling trees or branches would hit me. In short, I was sure of my own invulnerability, and the only thing that worried me was that Dave was there, and that if anything happened to him, Eileen would not survive it. I yelled at him. I cursed him. I told him to leave me and go ahead and save his own life. I told him I was in no danger. His only answer was that I had not left him when we came under sonar fire. And he would not leave me. He would not leave me under any circumstances.
I was Eileen's brother, and it was his duty to look after me. It was as she had written in her letter. He had been a faithful companion.
He had been damn faithful. Too faithful, an overly faithful fool, and I told him so, cursing very obscenely and at length. I tried to push him away from me, but hopping on one leg, or rather hobbling on one leg, it was impossible. I sank to the ground exhausted and refused to go any further. But he simply hoisted me onto his little back, trying to drag me along. This was worse. I promised him that I would go further with him if he would put me down. He was already staggering with fatigue when he put me down. By this time, half mad with pain and rage, I was ready to do anything to save him from himself. I began to scream for help as loudly as I could, despite all his attempts to silence me. It worked. Less than 5 minutes after he finally silenced me, we found ourselves in the sights of 2 young Commonwealth scouts with needle guns, drawn by my screams.
Chapter 12.
I expected them to appear even faster in response to my shouts, for Commonwealth scouts had been around us almost since we had left the hill dead, under the command of a dead force leader. These 2 could have been among the same scouts who had discovered the patrol dug in on the hill at the very beginning. But having found it, they had continued their reconnaissance, because their job was to find pockets of Cassidian resistance, so that they could call in reinforcements and eliminate them. They would have had acoustic direction finders as part of their equipment, and if those devices had detected 2 people arguing, they might not have paid attention to them. 2 people were too small a target to be of interest. But one of them calling out for help on purpose was unusual enough, so they decided to check out what was going on. A soldier of the Lord shouldn't be so weak as to call out for help like that, whether he needed it or not. And could a Cassidian be calling out for help? Here, in a place where there hadn't been any fighting yet, and who else but the soldiers of the Lord or their armed enemies could be in the area? Now they knew who might be here. A journalist and his assistant. Both civilians. I immediately informed them of this. However, the needle guns were still aimed at us. "Rub your eyes!" I yelled at them. "Can't you see that I need medical attention? Take me to one of your field hospitals immediately." They looked at me with their startlingly innocent eyes shining in their smooth young faces. The one on the right had a single senior private stripe on his collar. The other was an ordinary junior soldier. Both were under 20. "We had no orders to turn back," said the senior soldier, speaking for both of them as their superior in rank. "I can only escort you to the prisoner collection point, where you will no doubt be looked after." He retreated, still keeping his gun trained on us. "Help him support this man, Greeton," he said, turning to his companion in a prayerful tone. "Support him on the other side, and I will follow you and carry the rifles." The second soldier handed him the needle gun, and with him and Dave supporting me, I began to move forward a little more comfortably, though my anger was still boiling and seething within me. At last they brought us to a clearing. Not a proper clearing open to the sun, but a place where one of the great trees had fallen and left a sort of gap among the other giants. There were about 20 sad-looking Cassidians, disarmed and guarded by 4 young Commonwealth soldiers, much like the men who had just captured us. Dave and the young Commonwealth soldier carefully sat me down, with my back against the trunk of a huge fallen tree. Dave was then escorted to the rest of the uniformed Cassidians, who were huddled around the long trunk of the fallen tree, where 4 guards kept an eye on them. I yelled that Dave should stay with me, as he was not a soldier, pointing out his white armband and lack of insignia. However, the black uniformed soldiers ignored me. "Who is the senior rank here?" asked the senior private of the 4 guards. "I am the eldest," one of them answered. "But my rank is lower than yours." And indeed, he was an ordinary private. However, he was already over 20, and there was an experienced and cautious soldier about him. "This man is a journalist," the senior private said, gesturing at me. "And he claims that another is under his protection. The journalist clearly requires medical attention, and while none of us can get him to the nearest field hospital, perhaps you could report this to the command team using the communicator." "We don't have it," the older soldier replied. "The communications center is 200 meters from here. Greeton and I will stay here to assist your guards, while one of you goes to your communications center."
The order doesn't say anything about that.
The older soldier looked stubborn. "None of us are allowed to leave even in this situation." "But this is a special situation?" "There was no such situation." "But I tell you, there was no such provision, not even for such a situation," the soldier shouted at him. "We can't do anything until an officer or a sergeant shows up." "And how soon will he show up?" The senior soldier was shocked by the vehemence of the older man's objections. He looked at me with concern, and I thought that he was probably beginning to think that he had made a mistake in even mentioning medical care for me. But I had underestimated him. He turned pale but again spoke calmly enough to the older soldier. "I don't know," he replied. "Then I'll head to your communication center myself. Wait here, Greton." He slung his needle gun over his shoulder and walked away. We never saw him again. Meanwhile, the rage and the adrenaline in my blood that had helped me fight the pain that was shooting through my knee and into the flesh and nerves and bones beyond it were beginning to wear off. I no longer felt the constant, terrible twinges of pain when I tried to move my leg, but a constant, accumulating dull ache was beginning to send waves up my leg toward my hip, or so it seemed, and it was making my head spin. I was beginning to wonder if I could stand it, and with that sense of stupidity that comes over you when it suddenly dawns on you that what you have been looking for has been right there all along, I remembered my belt. On it, as on the belts of all the soldiers, was a field medical kit. Almost laughing despite the pain, I reached for it, fiddled with it until I opened it and fished out 2 of the 8 charcoal tablets I found inside. It was getting dark. I couldn't see their red color under the trees where we were, but their outlines were quite clear. They had been specially made for situations like this. I chewed and swallowed them without drinking. I thought I heard Dave's voice screaming from afar. But the tranquilizing, sedative effect of the pain pills, quick as cyanide on the tongue, was already carrying me away. And with it, the pain was carried away, making me whole again, clean and new, and untroubled by anything except the comfort and calm of my body. I heard Dave screaming again. This time I understood him, but his message had no power to disturb me. He was screaming that he had given me painkillers from his packet twice before, when I had passed out from pain. He was screaming that I had now taken an overdose, that someone had to help me. And gradually our clearing darkened, and then overhead I heard a sound like thunder, and a distant enchanting symphony, the rustling of millions of raindrops on millions of leaves high above me. And with that sound, I fell into comfortable nothingness. When I came to myself again, I paid very little attention to what was around me for a while, because I was shivering and sick from the overdose of the medicine. My knee no longer hurt unless I moved it, but it was swollen and stiff, like a steel rod, and the slightest movement brought on a wave of pain that seemed to shake my body with blows. I felt sick and better. I began to take in my surroundings again. I was soaking wet, for the rain, held back for a time by the leaves, had finally reached us. Not far from me, the prisoners and their guards were a sodden group, but among them was a stranger in the black uniform of the Commonwealth. It was a sergeant. He was middle-aged. His face seemed thin and lined. He pulled a soldier named Gretton aside, a little closer to me, apparently wanting to talk to him about something.
Above us, in the small gaps in the tree branches, left by the giant tree that had fallen, the sky had brightened after the storm. But although it was now cloudless, it was lit by the red light of the setting sun. To my drug-distorted vision, the red reached down to the ground and colored the wet black shapes of the prisoners in their gray uniforms, and glittered on their sodden black uniforms. Red and black, black and red. They looked like figures seen through opaque glass, beneath the huge, overwhelming outlines of the misty, dark giants that the trees seemed. I sat shivering with cold through my wet and heavy clothes, staring at the sergeant and the soldier arguing. And though their words were low and did not reach the prisoners, I heard them clearly, and their meaning began to dawn on me. "You're just a kid," the sergeant growled. He raised his head slightly in a rush of emotion, and the setting sun stretched out its rays to bathe his face in a red light, so that for the first time I could see him clearly, and see his emaciated, stone-hewn features, with the same utterly brutal fanaticism that had been in the sergeant I had met at Commonwealth headquarters, who had thwarted the chance of getting Dave a pass. "You are but a child," he repeated. "You are young. What do you know of the struggle for existence that goes on generation after generation on our cruel and stony worlds that I know? What do you know of the purposes of those who sent us into this battle, that our people might live and prosper when all other men would gladly see us and our faith dead?" "I know something," the young soldier said, though his voice was clearly youthful and trembling. "I know that we have a duty to fight for what is right, and we have sworn an oath to the mercenary code." "Shut your wet mouth, child," hissed the sergeant. "What are other codes before the code of the Almighty? What are other oaths before our oath to the Lord of all battles? For the elder of our council of elders, the one whose name is Bright, has told us that this day is especially important for the future of our people, and that victory in today's battle must be given all our strength. And then we will win, and no other way. But I still tell you, you won't tell me anything. I outrank you. I'm telling you. The order was given to regroup for another attack on the enemy. You and these 4 are to head to your communication center immediately, and it doesn't matter that you're not from this unit. You were ordered and you obey. Then we must take the prisoners of war with us, too. You must follow orders." The sergeant held his needle gun in his hand and turned it so that the barrel was pointing at the soldier. With his finger, the sergeant moved the rifle's control mechanism to automatic fire. I saw Gretton close his eyes for a second, then swallow. But when he spoke again, his voice was still calm. "All my life I have walked in the shadow of the Lord, who is truth and faith." I heard his voice, and the rifle rose to the level of his chest, and then I yelled at the sergeant.
You! Hey, you're a sergeant!
He turned sharply, like a seasoned wolf at the sound of a twig snapping under a hunter's foot, and the needle hole of the barrel of a needle rifle, set to automatic fire, looked into my face. Then he came toward me, still aiming it at me, and his gaze, sharp as an axe blade, fixed on me over the sights. "So you've come to your senses?" he asked, smiling. His face expressed contempt for anyone weak enough to use painkillers to ease physical discomfort. "Enough to tell you something," I managed. My throat was dry and my leg was starting to hurt again. But he was good medicine for me. He had awakened my anger, so that the new pain only increased the rage that was rising in me. "Listen to me. I'm a journalist. You've been here long enough to know that no one has the right to wear either that beret or that cape if they're not supposed to be there. But just so you can be sure," I reached into my jacket pocket. "Here are my documents. Look." He took them silently. "Are you convinced?" I asked, as soon as he had glanced at the last paper. "I am a journalist, and you are a sergeant, and I am not asking you for anything. I am ordering you. You must call for transport immediately and take me to the hospital. And I also demand that my assistant, I pointed at Dave, be with me immediately. Not in 10 minutes or 2 minutes, but right now. These soldiers who are guarding the prisoners have no right to leave this place, to take me and my assistant away. But I am sure that you have such a right, and I demand that you use it. He looked from the papers to me, and his face assumed a strange, sullen expression of conviction, like that which appears on a man's face when he seems to break away from the escort accompanying him to the gallows and rushes to the place of his own death, as if it were his own desire. Yes, journalist, he said, sighing. Yes, you are of the anarchist tribe that spreads hatred of our people and our faith through all the worlds of man with lies and gossip. I know you well, journalist. He stared at me with his black, sunken eyes. And your documents are nothing but trash to me. But I will amuse you and show you how little you mean. With all your dirty reporting. I will give you a chance to write a story, and you will write it. And you will see for yourself how little it means. Less than the dry leaves that rustle under the feet of the marching initiates of God. Take me to the hospital, I said. You'll wait, he said. Besides, he waved the papers in front of my face, I see here only your pass, but no pass signed by any of our command, granting the right of free movement to the one you call your assistant. No. And so he will remain with the rest of the prisoners to meet what the Lord has sent them. He threw the papers into my hands, turned and walked back to the prisoners. I yelled at him, ordering him to come back, but he paid no attention. But Gretton ran up to him and, grabbing his hand, whispered something in his ear, pointing at the group of prisoners. The sergeant pushed him away with his hand, causing Gretton to stumble. Are they of the chosen ones? The sergeant yelled. Are they of the Lord's chosen ones? He spun around furiously, and this time his needle gun was aimed, not only at Gretton, but at the rest of the soldiers as well. Line up, he shouted. Some slowly, others quickly, left their posts and lined up, facing the sergeant. You will all proceed to your communication center. Immediately, the sergeant ordered sharply. To the right, they turned. Forward, march! And now your guards are gone, the sergeant said slowly and grimly, for an attack is underway that will destroy your forces. And every soldier of the Lord is needed in this attack, for such is the call that the elder of the council has given us. I must go too. But I cannot leave enemies such as you unguarded in our rear, lest our victory be damaged. And so I send you to a place from which you can no longer harm the initiates of the Lord. And at that very moment, for the first time, I understood what he meant. I opened my mouth to scream, but no words came out. I tried to stand up, but my frozen leg wouldn't let me. And I froze in place, my mouth open, having managed to rise slightly. He fired a burst at the defenseless people standing before him. They fell, and Dave was among them. They fell and died. Chapter 13. I'm not entirely sure of my memory of what happened next. I only remember that after the fallen men stopped moving, the sergeant turned and walked toward me, holding his rifle in one hand. Although he was approaching quickly, at the same time, it seemed as if he was approaching slowly. Slowly but inexorably. It was as if I was watching him on a huge stage, growing larger as he approached me, a black rifle in his hand, and the sky above his head was red, until finally he stopped above me. I tried to move away from him, but I couldn't, because my back was against a huge tree trunk, and my leg itself like a tree was pinning me down. However, he didn't raise his rifle at me. There, he said, looking me in the eye. His voice was deep and cold, but his eyes were strangely bright. There is a story to tell, journalist, and you will live to tell it. Perhaps you will be allowed to come when I am brought before the firing squad to be shot, unless the Lord decrees otherwise, and I fall in the attack that is now beginning. For I, who am the fingers of the Lord, have written his will upon these men, and this you can never erase. So you will have to understand how insignificant your writing is before the face of him who is called the God of Battles." He took a step back from me without turning around, as if I were some dark altar for him from which he walked away with ironic respect. "And now, farewell, journalist," he said, and a cruel smile touched his lips. "Don't be afraid, they will definitely find you and save your life." He turned and walked away. I saw him go, a black figure against the dark background of deep shadows, and then I was alone. I was alone. Alone with the occasional drip from the leaves onto the forest floor, alone under the darkening red sky, tiny patches showing through the black treetops, alone and with the dead. I don't know how I did it, but after a while I was crawling, dragging my useless leg, across the wet forest floor until I reached the motionless pile of bodies. In what little light remained, I found Dave. A line of needles had pierced his lower chest, and his jacket was soaked with blood. But his eyelids fluttered as my hand found his shoulders and lifted him so that I could rest his head on my good knee. His face was pale and calm, like the face of a sleeping child. "Eileen," he said, barely audible, but clear enough for me to understand. His eyes were still closed, though. I opened my mouth to speak, but at first I couldn't make a sound. When I finally got my vocal cords to work, I said, "She will be here in a minute." The answer seemed to calm him. He lay still, scarcely breathing. The calm of his face was such as if he were in no pain. I only heard a continuous dripping sound, which at first I took for raindrops falling from some tree above us, but when I lowered my hand, I felt moisture falling on my palm. It was his blood, dripping from his swollen jacket, onto the forest floor, where the moss-like covering had been torn away by the convulsions of dying men, leaving the soil exposed. I tried to find bandages on the motionless bodies scattered around, trying not to disturb Dave, who was lying on my knee. I managed to find 3. I tried to stop the bleeding with them, but to no avail. He was bleeding from a dozen different places. But in trying to bandage him, I disturbed him a little. "Eileen?" he asked. "She'll be here in a minute," I told him again. And later, when I gave up and just sat holding it in my hands, he asked again. "Eileen?" "She will be here in a minute." But by the time it was completely dark and the moon was high enough to send its silver light through the small gaps in the trees so that I could see his face again, he was already dead. Chapter 14. I was found just after sunrise, not by Commonwealth forces, but by Cassidian forces. Casey Green had fallen back on the southern flank of his battle line before Bright's carefully laid plan to attack and overwhelm the Cassidian defenses and crush them in the streets of Castlemaine could be realized. But Casey, anticipating this, had withdrawn the bulk of his forces from his southern flank and sent armor and infantry in a wide arc to reinforce his northern flank, where Dave and I were. As a result, his front pivoted around a central point, which was roughly where the vehicle depot was and where I had first seen him. And the advancing, reinforced left flank fanned out the next morning and fell upon the Commonwealth forces, cutting off their communications and finding itself in the rear of the very Commonwealth units that believed that most of the Cassidian levies were trapped and defeated in the city. Castlemaine, intended to be the rock on which the Cassidian forces were to be ground, instead became the rock on which the Commonwealth forces were broken. The black-coated warriors fought with their usual ferocity and the selfless bravery of those trapped, but they were caught between the barrage of Cassie's sonic cannons and the fresh forces steadily accumulating behind them. Finally, the Commonwealth command, preferring not to lose any more combat-ready troops, surrendered, and the civil war between the northern and southern divisions of New Earth ended, won by the Cassidian forces. But I didn't care. Half conscious from the drugs, I was taken back to the hospital in Blauen. The wound on my knee had gotten worse from neglect. I don't know the details, but even though the doctors had managed to heal it, it was not working properly. The only treatment for it, the doctors explained, was surgery and a new artificial knee, and they advised me against it. Real flesh and blood, they explained, was still better than anything man-made to replace it. I was more concerned, however, about something else. The sergeant who had carried out the massacre had been captured, and, as he had predicted, he had been shot by a platoon of soldiers, in accordance with the provisions of the mercenary code concerning the treatment of prisoners of war. Because, as he said, his execution didn't change the order of things. What he wrote on Dave and the other POWs with his needle gun was impossible for me or anyone else to forget. And he did something to me. I was like a watch with a broken part that didn't stop it, but dangled around inside the case and could be heard if you shook it. I was broken inside, and even the praise that came from the interstellar news service and my acceptance into the guild as a full member couldn't heal my soul. But thanks to the wealth and power of the guild, now that I was a full member, I was able to do something that only a few private organizations could do. They sent me to the spiritual healing wizards on Kultis, the larger of the two exotic worlds. On Kultis, I was tempted to heal myself, but they could not make me change the manner in which I had chosen to heal myself. Not primarily because they lacked the power, though I am not sure they truly understood how limited they were, especially where I was concerned, but because their basic philosophy forbade the use of force to influence the human psyche, just as it forbade any attempt to control the desires of an individual.
They could only entice me along what they believed to be the right path.
And the instrument they chose to do this was powerful. Lisa Kant. "But you're not a psychiatrist," I said to Lisa, astonished, when she first appeared at the place on Cultus where I had been taken. I was relaxing by the swimming pool, soaking up the sun's rays, when she suddenly appeared beside me and, in response to my question, told me that Padma had recommended her as the individual who was to work with me to restore my emotional state. "And how can you know who I am?" she asked sharply, but no longer in the cold tone of a native exotic. "It's been 5 years since I first met you in the Ultimate Encyclopedia, and by that time I had enough experience." I lay there blinking my eyes, looking up at her standing over me. And slowly, something that seemed dormant inside me began to stir to life and began to tick and move again. I stood up. Here I was, someone who could choose the right words to make people twitch like puppets, making such a stupid statement. "So you really are a psychiatrist?" I asked. "Yes and no," she answered quietly, smiling unexpectedly. "One way or another, you don't need a psychiatrist." And at that moment, when she said this, I woke up and realized that this was precisely my thought. That this thought had been with me constantly, but, chained in my suffering, I allowed the guild to draw its own conclusions. Suddenly, in the entire mechanism of my consciousness, tiny relays began to work again, and the ability to understand returned. If she knew this, then what else could she know? And immediately alarm signals sounded in that mental citadel, the construction of which I had been busy for the last 5 years, and the defenders rushed to their posts. "Perhaps you're right," I said, suddenly wary. Then I grinned. "Why don't we sit down and talk?" "Why not?" she said. We sat and talked. At first a meaningless prelude, while I studied her. There was a strange echo in the conversation with her. I can't describe it in other words. Everything she said, every gesture and movement seemed to have a special meaning for me, a meaning I couldn't quite place. "Why did Padma think that you could, that you should come here and see me?" I asked cautiously after a while. "Not just to see you, but to work with you," she corrected me. She was not dressed in the attire typical of exotic worlds, but in a simple short dress for walking. Her eyes were made up more heavily than ever before. Suddenly she cast a glance at me, defiantly sharp as a spear. "Because he thinks I'm one of 2 portals that can still get to you, Tam." That look and that word shook me. If it hadn't been for that strange echo that accompanied it, I would have made the mistake of assuming that she was inviting me in this way. But there was something more important in it.
I could have asked her right away what she meant, but since I had just awakened again, I was careful. I changed the subject. I think I invited her to join me for a swim or something, and didn't return to the subject until a few days later. By this time, I had fully recovered my senses and was on the alert, trying to look around and guess where the echo was coming from, so that I could see what exactly was being done to me by the methods of the exotic world. Probably they were working on me on a subconscious level, a very skillful coordination of total pressure, a pressure that did not try to force me to move in this or that direction, but which was constantly inviting me to take up the steering wheel of my being and to control myself. In short, the very building in which I lived, the weather that surrounded it, the walls, the furniture, the colors and shapes, everything was chosen in such a way as to act on the subconscious and make me live, and not only live, but live actively, joyfully, and fully. It was not just a pleasant home, it was a joyful home, a stimulating environment surrounding me, and Lisa was an integral part of it. I began to notice that as I emerged from my depression, not only the colors and shapes of the furniture in my home changed, but her choice of topics of conversation, her tone of voice, her laughter, all in order to continually apply maximum pressure to my changing and developing feelings. I don't think Lisa understood how all these parts worked. It would have taken a native of an exotic world to do that. But she understood, consciously or unconsciously, her own part in it, and she played it. I didn't care. And, irresistibly, as I healed myself, I began to fall in love with her. I had never had any difficulty in finding a woman, ever since I had escaped from my uncle's house, and had begun to feel the strength and power of my body and mind. They had all been pretty, and often enough there had been the old yearning for love, which had often been unsatisfied. But before Lisa, they had all, pretty or not, broken down and become empty to me. It was as if I were constantly catching singing sparrows and bringing them home, only to find the next morning that they had turned into ordinary sparrows during the night, and their wild song had been reduced to a trivial chirp. Then I realized that it was my own miscalculation. It was I who was making singing sparrows out of them. Some random feature of her face or something else would give me a sensation like a rocket soaring into the sky. And my imagination, and with it my tongue, would play, so that by the power of words they would lift us both up and carry us away to where there was plenty of light, air, green grass, and murmuring water. And there, for us, I would build a castle, full of light, air, promise, and beauty. She always liked my castle. She would happily go there on the wings of my imagination, and it seemed to me that we were flying there together. But the next day I would find myself confronted with the fact that the light had gone out. The song had become false, because she didn't really believe in my castle. It was all well and good to dream about it, but not to try to translate it into ordinary stone, wood, glass, and tiles. When it came to realistic things, such a castle seemed like madness, and I had to abandon the very dream of it in favor of some normal house. Perhaps something like my Uncle Matthias's house, made of foam concrete, with practical video screens instead of windows, with an economical roof instead of towers rising into the sky, and with glass-covered balconies instead of open loggias. And that's why we broke up. But Lisa didn't leave me, as she always did with others when I finally fell in love with her. She flew, and flew with me of her own free will. And then, for the first time, I understood why she was different, why she never became like the others. This was because she had built her own castles in the air before I met her, so she did not need my help to reach the land of enchantment, because she had been there before me on her strong wings. We were like twins in the sky, although our castles were different, and it was this difference in locks that stopped me when it was finally time to break the shell of the exotic world. Because when I came to make love to her,
She stopped me. "No, Tam," she said, pushing me away.
Not yet. Not yet could mean not at this moment or not today. But looking at the changes that had taken place on her face, at the way her eyes tried not to look at me, suddenly I understood. Something stood between us, like half-opened gates, and my mind immediately suggested a name for it. "The encyclopedia," I said. "You still want me to come back and work on it?" I looked at her closely. "Okay, ask me again." She shook her head. "No," she said quietly. "Padma told me, before I tracked you down at Donald Green's party, that you would never have come just because I asked you to. But I didn't believe him then. I do now." She turned her head and looked me straight in the eyes. "If I asked you now and gave you a moment to think before answering, you would say no again, even now." We sat on the edge of the pool, bathing in the sun, and she looked at me with some kind of longing. Behind her was a bush of huge yellow roses, and their reflection illuminated her face. "Isn't that right, Tam?" she asked. I opened my mouth, but without saying anything, I closed it. Because like the stone hand of a heavenly deity, everything I had forgotten while coming to my senses here, everything that Matthias and that Commonwealth sergeant had carved into my soul, suddenly fell heavily upon me. The gate doors slammed shut between Lisa and me with a screeching sound, and the sound echoed to the very depths of my being. "That's true," I admitted dispassionately. "You're right. I would say no." I looked at Lisa, sitting among the fragments of our shared dream, and I remembered something. "When you first came here," I said slowly but mercilessly, for she was almost my enemy again, "you mentioned something about Padma, saying you were one of 2 portals that could reach me. What was the other one? I didn't ask then. But now, you can't wait to make the second one, can you, Tam?" she asked bitterly.
Well then, tell me something.
She picked up a fallen petal from one of the flowers near her and threw it into the still waters of the pool, where it floated like a small, fragile yellow boat. "Have you contacted your sister yet?" Her words hit me like an iron bar. The whole Eileen and Dave thing, and Dave's death. After I had promised Eileen to keep him safe, all of it came crashing down on me at once like a whirlpool. Before I knew it, I found myself on my feet and breaking out in a cold sweat. "I still couldn't," I began, but my voice refused to obey me. My throat felt like it was being squeezed in a vice, and I fell silent and was left standing face to face with the consciousness of my own cowardice in my soul.
They told her everything!
I yelled in rage at Lisa, who was still sitting and looking up at me.
Cassidian Command should have told her about it. What does it matter? You don't think she doesn't know what happened to Dave, do you?
But Lisa didn't answer. She just sat there and looked at me. And then I realized she wouldn't say anything else. Nothing. Just like the Exoticans who had trained her, those who had trained her almost from the cradle, wouldn't tell me what to do next. But she didn't have to. The devil in my soul had awakened again. And now he stood laughing on the far bank of the river of burning coals, challenging me to cross and test my strength against him. And neither man nor devil had ever challenged me in vain. I turned away from Lisa and left. Chapter 15. As a full member of the guild, I no longer had to state the purpose of my journey in order to obtain money for it. The currency of settlements between worlds was the knowledge and skills of people, which were transferred like things. Likewise, the credit, easily convertible into a similar currency, was the information collected and forwarded by the experienced staff of the Interstellar News Service, which was no less necessary for individual worlds between stars. So the guild was not poor. And some 200 of its full members had enough funds on any of the 14 worlds they could count on. And these funds were such that many heads of government might envy them. The most curious result, in my case, was that money as such ceased to have any meaning for me. In some part of my mind that had previously been occupied with everything related to livelihood, there was now a gaping emptiness. But already memories were pouring in and filling it, as the long flight from Cultus to Cassida had shown. Memories of Eileen. I had never thought that it had played such a significant role in my early life, even when our parents were alive, and especially after their tragic deaths. But now, as the spaceship made hyperjumps between the stars, these moments and scenes passed, crowding before my mind's eye while I sat alone in my first-class cabin. Or, if you prefer, in the lounge, because I was in no mood for company. These were not dramatic memories. They were memories of the gifts she had given me on birthdays and other occasions. They were moments when she had helped me to bear the unbearably empty pressure that Matthias had exerted on my soul. These were not her happiest moments, which I now remembered clearly, and only now realized that they had been moments of sadness and loneliness. But I had not realized it then, because I had been too immersed in my own misfortunes. Suddenly I remembered that she had often ignored her own problems in order to help me, but I could not remember a single instance when I had forgotten mine in order to help her. And as the memories came back to haunt me, my insides twisted into a tight, cold knot of guilt and unhappiness. I tried to drown the feeling with alcohol between one of my hyperjumps, but I found that I could neither taste it nor feel its effects. And in this state, I arrived at Cassida, poor, somewhat smaller planetary neighbor of Newton, with whom it shared a planetary system of 12 bodies. Cassida had no academic connection with its neighboring world and, accordingly, had a rather insignificant influx of scientific and mathematical minds that made Newton's somewhat earlier colonized world richer. From a spaceport near Moreau's capital, I took a shuttle to Albin, the Newton-sponsored university town where Dave studied hyperspace mechanics, and where both he and Eileen worked part-time. It was essentially a spectacular human anthill, not a city, on many levels. Not that there was a shortage of land on which to build it, but because most of it was built on a loan from Newton, and to save money, all the necessary buildings were compactly located on a very small area. At the airfield where the shuttle landed, I took the sign with me and set it to Eileen's address, which she had given me in the only letter I had received the morning of Dave's death. Following the sign, my route was to pass through a series of vertical and horizontal tunnels and passages through an above-ground housing complex. It was not the most convenient route, but it was the shortest. As I turned the last passage that led straight to the door I was looking for the first time, the real emotions that had kept me from thinking about Eileen until Lisa had called my attention to them began to bubble up inside me. And again, that scene in the forest clearing came before my eyes, as clearly as if it were a nightmare, fear and rage burning in me like a fever. For a moment I slowed down, almost stopped. But then the momentum that had built up in me over the long journey carried me to the door, and I pressed the call button. An endless second of waiting passed. Then the door opened and I saw the face of a middle-aged woman. I was shocked because it was not my sister. Eileen was all I could manage. I mean, Mrs. David Hall? She's not here? Then I remembered that this woman couldn't possibly know me. I'm her brother, from Earth. Journalist Tam Olin. Of course, I was wearing a cape and beret, and that in itself was enough of an identification mark. But in those moments, I had completely forgotten about it. I remember the woman hesitating a little. Perhaps she had never seen a real member of the guild in the flesh before. "Oh, so she moved," the woman said. This place was too big for her alone. She moved down a few levels and to the north. Just a minute, I'll write down her number for you.
She darted away. I heard her talking to a man and then returning with a piece of paper. "Right here," she said, slightly out of breath. "I've written down the address for you. You'll go straight down this corridor. Oh, I see you have a pointer rod. Set it up then. It's not far." "Thank you," I said. "You're welcome. We're glad." "Well, I shouldn't keep you," she called after me because I had already started to turn away. "I was glad to help you. Goodbye." "Goodbye," I muttered and went down the corridor, adjusting the pointer at the same time. He led me down, and here, finally, was the door where I pressed the call button. It was quite deep below ground level. This time I had to wait longer, but when the door opened, I saw my sister. "Tam," she said. She seemed unchanged. There was no change or sign of grief, and suddenly hope rose in me. But when she stood there, looking at me and saying nothing, hope left me. There was nothing I could do but wait, so I just stood there and waited. "Come in," she finally said in the same tone, then stepped aside and I walked inside. The door smoothly closed behind me. I looked around and was momentarily shocked by what I saw. The room was gray, no bigger than the first-class cabin I had occupied on the ship on the way here. "Why do you live here?" I exploded. She looked at me indifferently. "It's cheaper," she answered indifferently. "But you don't need to save money," I cried. "I've already arranged the matter with your inheritance from Matthias. It was all arranged with the Cassidian who worked on Earth, to transfer the funds here to you through his family. Do you mean to say," the thought had never occurred to me, "that you had any obstacles here? Didn't his family pay you?" "Yes," she said calmly enough. "But there is also the Tajiva family, who also need to be taken care of." "Family?" I stared at her blankly. "Dave's young brother is still in school, but that doesn't matter." She still stood there, not offering me a seat. "It's too long a story, Tam. Why did you come here?" I stared at her. "Eileen," I pleaded. She waited. "Listen," I said, grasping at the topic at the beginning of our conversation. "Even if you are helping Dave's family, there is no problem with that anymore. I am a full member of the guild now. I can help you in any way you need." "No." She shook her head. "But, in heaven's name, why? I tell you, I have unlimited—" "I don't want anything from you, Tam," she said. "But thank you, anyway. We'll get along just fine, Dave's family and me. I've got a pretty good job." "Eileen!" "I asked you once before, Tam," she said, still not moving. "Why did you come here?" If she had turned to stone, there would not have been as great a change in her as in the sister I knew. She was no longer the person I knew. She was now a complete stranger to me. "To see you," I replied. "I thought you might want to know." "I know all about it," she replied, still without a hint of emotion. "They told me all about it. They told me you were hurt too, but you're okay now, aren't you, Tam?" "Yes," I said in despair, "but not quite. My knee hurts all the time and won't bend. The doctors said it would stay that way." "This is bad," she said. "Damn it, Eileen!" I exploded. "Don't just stand there talking to me like you don't know me. I'm your brother." "No," she shook her head. "The only relatives I have now, and the only ones I want now, are Dave's family. They need me. You don't, and you never did, Tam. You've always lived for yourself, only yourself." "Eileen," I pleaded again. "Look, I know you have to blame me, at least partly, for Dave's death." "No," she said. "You can't change what's already happened. That was my own miscalculation. All these years, I tried to convince myself that you were something other than what you seemed. I thought there was something in you that Matthias had never gotten to,
Something that just needed a chance to come out. That's what I was counting on when I asked you to make a decision about Jamie. And when you wrote that you were going to help Dave, I was sure that whatever was in you would finally come out. But unfortunately, I was wrong on both counts. "Eileen," I cried, "it wasn't my fault we ran into a madman." Maybe I should have done something different, but I tried to get him to leave me after I was shot, and he wouldn't. Don't you see? It wasn't entirely my fault. "Of course it wasn't, Tam," she said. I stared at her. "That's why I don't blame you. You're no more responsible for your actions than a police dog who's trained to attack anyone who runs. You're exactly what Uncle Matthias made you into. You're a destroyer. It's not your fault, but it still won't change anything. Despite all the fighting you did with him, Matthias's teachings on destroy filled you to the brim, Tam, and left you with nothing else." "You can't say that," I screamed at her. "It's not true. Give me one more chance, Eileen, and I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you it's not true." "I'm sorry, but it's true," she said firmly. "I know you, Tam, better than anyone. I just didn't want to believe it, but I guess I have to. But now, for Dave's family who need me."
I couldn't help Dave, but I can help them. For how long, I don't know. But only if I never see you again. If I let you get close to them through me, you'll destroy them too. She paused and looked at me. I opened my mouth to argue, but I realized it wouldn't change anything. We just stood there, silent, facing each other, a few feet apart, looking across a space that was actually much wider, like an abyss, deeper and wider than anything I'd ever encountered before. "Well, Tam, you'd better go," she said at last. Her words brought me back to reality. "Yes," I agreed sadly. "I think it would be better this way." I turned away from her and walked toward the door. For a moment I still had hope that she might call me back, but there was no sound of movement behind me. As I passed through the door, I looked back one last time. She didn't move, and still stood in the same place, like a stranger to me, waiting for me to leave. And I left. And completely depressed, I returned to the spaceport. Alone, completely alone. I took the first ship back to Earth. Now I had an advantage over almost anyone except those with diplomatic status. And I used it. I found myself back in the first-class cabin, but now I felt even more alone than before. This closed cabin was like a retreat for a hermit like me, like a cocoon in which I could lock myself away and recover before I had to appear in public again. For I had been stripped of everything, down to the very core of my old self, and there was no illusion left to comfort me. Most of the illusions had been torn away by Matthias early on, but there were shreds left, like the rain-washed memory of the ruins of the Parthenon that I had grown accustomed to watching on video screens as a boy. After Matthias's deadly dialectic had torn away another shred of nerve or muscle, the Parthenon seemed to my young mind to refute all of Matthias's arguments. Once upon a time it had been so, and therefore I must have been wrong. The Parthenon had existed for a long time, and if the people of Earth had been what Matthias had defined them to be, it would never have been built. But it had been, and I saw it with my own eyes. For now it was just ruins, and Matthias's teaching had stood the test of time. Yet somehow I had preserved the dreams of the Word and the right for those born on Earth, despite the changed and majestic creations of other worlds, which were ruins, like the Parthenon. What was Lisa talking about? If I had understood her, I might have foreseen this situation
and not been under the illusion that Eileen could forgive me for Dave's death. Lisa had mentioned 2 portals, that there were only 2 portals left for me, and that she was one of them. Now I knew what those 2 portals were. They were the doors through which love could reach me. Love is a deadly disease that takes away the strength of men.
Not just carnal love, but any, even the slightest hunger for affection, for beauty, for the hope of a miracle. For now I remembered one thing I had never been able to do. I could never hurt Matthias, to my shame, or even disturb him. And why not? Because he was in perfect health, like some sterilized body. He loved no one and nothing. And so, having rejected the universe, he had gained it, because for him the universe was nothing. And in this perfect symmetry, nothing in relation to nothing, he rested, peaceful, like a stone. And suddenly I realized that I could drink again. Until now I had been unable to do so because of the guilt and the hope and the torn shreds of the captivating love-sensitive flesh still quivering on the pure skeleton of Matthias's philosophy inside me. But now I laughed out loud in my cabin, because then, on the way to Cassida, when I needed this alcoholic anesthesia so much, I could not use it. But now, when it was no longer necessary, I could sail in it if I wished. Naturally, always with an eye to the importance of my professional position and to not overindulge in public. But now there was no reason why I should not get drunk in my cabin right now, alone, if I felt like it. And indeed, there were plenty of reasons to do just that. For this was cause for celebration, an hour of my liberation from the weaknesses of flesh and mind that pained all ordinary men. I ordered a bottle, a glass, and ice, and congratulated my reflection in the mirror opposite the sofa where I sat with the bottle at my elbow. Slanche Tam Olin Bach, I congratulated myself. And at that moment, all my Scots and Irish heritage was metaphorically foaming in my veins. I drank in large gulps. The good whiskey kindled a fire within me, and comfort descended upon me. And after a while, the narrow walls of the cabin moved away from me a little, while the vast memories of how I flew harnessed to lightning under the hypnotic influence of Padma that day in the encyclopedia came back to me again. And I felt once more the strength and fury that had come to me at that moment. And for the first time I understood that there was no longer any human weakness in me that held me back from using the lightning, for the first time I saw the possibilities for their use and the destroying power. Possibilities compared to which what Matthias had done, or what I had achieved so far, was child's play. I drank, dreaming of things that were possible. And after a while I fell asleep or forgot myself, whatever it was, and I was dreaming it. It was a dream into which I had fallen straight from the waking state, without, it seemed, any transition. Suddenly I was there, and there it was, on a rocky hill somewhere, between the mountains and the sea to the west, in a small stone dwelling held together with peat and mud. A small one-room dwelling, without a fireplace, with a primitive furnace, the walls converging on a hole in the roof for the smoke to escape. On the wall, near the fire, on 2 wooden pegs driven into grooves between the stones, hung my one valuable thing. It was a family weapon, a genuine, authentic old Highland broadsword, a Clydamore, a great sword. Over 4 feet long, straight and double-edged, with a broad blade, not tapering to a point. Its hilt was plain, with a crossbar, with the hilts pointing downwards. It was, however, a 2-handed sword, carefully wrapped in oiled rags and lying on pegs, for it had no scabbard. But in the dream I took it off and unfolded it, for there was a man whom I was to meet in 3 days. About half a day's journey from there. For 2 days, the sky was cloudless, and though the sun shone brightly, it was cold.
I sat on the beach, sharpening both edges of a long sword with a gray, sea-smoothed pebble I had picked up on the beach. On the morning of the third day, the sky was overcast, and with the dawn, a light rain began. So I covered the sword with a long, rectangular tartan cloak that I had thrown over my body and set out for the meeting place. The rain was a cold, furious torrent in my face. The wind was piercing, but under the thick, almost oiled wool of my tartan coat, I and my sword were dry, and a wonderful, fierce joy rose up in me, a wonderful feeling beyond anything I had ever felt before. I could taste it, as a wolf must taste hot blood in his mouth, for there was nothing to compare with it. I was going for revenge. And suddenly I woke up. I saw that the bottle was almost empty, and I felt a heavy, sluggish hangover. But the joy from my dream was still with me, and I stretched out on the couch and fell asleep again. This time I didn't dream anything. When I awoke, I felt no after effects of a hangover. My mind was cold, clear, and free. I could remember, as if it had been only a second ago, when I had been dreaming, the growing sense of joy I had felt as I walked through the rain toward the meeting, sword in hand. And suddenly, I saw my path clearly before me. I had closed the two portals that remained, and that meant I had cast love aside. But now, to replace it, I had found the rich, wine-like joy of vengeance. I almost laughed out loud at the thought, for I remembered what the Commonwealth sergeant had said to me before he had left me alone with the bodies of those he had killed. To erase what I have written on these people is beyond the capabilities of you or any other person. And it was true. I could not erase this particular mark of his, but I, alone among the 14 worlds, had the power and the skill to erase something far greater. I could erase the tools that created such marks. I was a rider and master of lightning, and with it I could destroy the culture and population of both worlds of the Commonwealth. I had already seen glimpses of the method by which this could be done. By the time my spaceship reached Earth, the basic outline of my plans was already ready. Chapter 17. My immediate objective was to return quickly to New Earth, where Elder Bright, having bought back the units captured by Casey Green, immediately reinforced them. The reinforced force was encamped near Morton, the capital of the Northern Divide, as an occupation force demanding payment of interstellar credits owed to Commonwealth worlds for the troops hired by the now-defunct rebel government. But there was one more thing to see to before I left for Novaya Zemlya. First of all, I needed sanction and approval for what I intended to do. For once you become a full member of the Journalists Guild, there is no higher authority than the 15 members of the Guild Council, who oversee the implementation of the Creed of Impartiality, to which all members are expected to adhere. I made an appointment with Pierce Leaf, the chairman of this council. It was a bright April morning in St. Louis, and like the ultimate encyclopedia across the city, I finally found myself sitting across from him at a wide oak desk in his office on the top floor of the guild building. "You've come a long way, rather quickly, for a young man like you, Tam," he remarked, after he had ordered our coffee, which was promptly delivered. He was a thin, short man, apparently about 60 years old, and had never left the solar system, and of late had rarely left Earth because of the public aspect of the presidency. "Don't tell me you're still not satisfied. What do you want now?" "I want a seat on the council," I said. He was raising his coffee cup to his mouth when I said these words. He continued the movement he had begun, without hesitating at all,
but the sudden glance he shot at me from over the rim of his cup was as sharp as a falcon's. But the only thing he said was,
Really? Why?
"I'll explain it to you," I replied. "Perhaps you've noticed that I seem to have a knack for being where the news is." He placed the cup exactly in the center of the saucer. "That, Tam," he said softly, "is the reason you wear the cloak all the time now. We expect certain things from members, you understand." "Yes," I confirmed, "but I think my abilities may be somewhat higher than usual," I said, noticing his eyebrows suddenly rise. "I'm not claiming to have the gift of foresight. I just thought I had a talent for analyzing various situations in more detail than other members." His eyebrows lowered. He frowned slightly. "I know," I continued, "that this sounds like bragging, but let's stop and assume that I have what I claim. Couldn't such a talent be of great use to the Council in its decisions concerning guild policy?" He looked at me sharply again. "Perhaps," he said, "if it were true and would work every time, no matter how many conditions there were. But if I managed to convince you, would you support me at the next session of the Council?" He laughed. "I could," he said, "but how are you going to prove it to me?" "I will make a prediction," I replied. "A prediction which will require, if it proves true, a decision on the Council's basic policy." "Okay," he said, still smiling. "Well, go ahead and predict." "The exotic worlds," I said, "are preparing to destroy the Commonwealth." The smile disappeared instantly. For a moment he stared at me. "What do you mean by that?" he demanded. "The Exoticans can't destroy anyone."
Not only does that contradict what they say they believe, but no one can destroy two entire worlds of people and their way of life.
What do you mean by destroy them?
"About what you're thinking," I replied. "Destroy the Commonwealth culture as a working theocracy. Cause the financial bankruptcy of both worlds, and you'll be left with just a couple of rocky planets filled with hungry people who'll either have to change their way of life or emigrate to other worlds." He looked at me again. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. "What exactly," he finally said, "led you to such a fantastic idea?" "A hunch. My intuition," I replied, plus the fact that it was the Dorsai field commander, Casey Green, who was released to the Cassidian forces at the last moment, resulting in the Commonwealth forces' defeat. "Well, why not?" objected Leaf. "Such a thing could happen in any war, anywhere, between any two armies." "Not exactly," I said. "Casey's decision to outflank the northern flank of the Commonwealth's battle lines would not have been so successful if Elderbright had not taken command the day before and ordered a Commonwealth attack on Casey's southern flank. Here we have a double coincidence. A warlord from an exotic world shows up and does exactly what is needed, and at the very moment when the Commonwealth forces are taking precisely the actions that put them in a very vulnerable position." Pierce turned and reached for the phone on the table. "Don't bother checking," I said. "I've already done that." The decision to hand over Casey was made on the spur of the moment by the Cassidian Recruit Command, and there was no way Casey's recon unit would have learned of Bright's planned attack in advance. "It's just a coincidence," Pierce frowned. "Or that Dorsai military genius we all know quite well." "Don't you think that this Dorsai genius may be a little exaggerated? And I don't like coincidences," I said. "Then what?" Pierce demanded. "How do you explain it?" "My hunch, my intuition, suggests that the Exoticans have some ability to anticipate what the Commonwealth will do in advance. You spoke of the Dorsai military genius. But what about the psychological genius of Exotica?" "Yes, but..." Pierce suddenly paused, deep in thought. "It's all just fantastic." He looked at me again. "And what do you propose to do about this?" "Let me get this straight," I said. "If I'm right, then in 3 years, we'll see exotic forces fighting Commonwealth forces. Not as mercenaries in some alien war, but exotic forces against Commonwealth forces." I hesitated.
And if I am right, you will support me as a replacement for the deceased or retiring member of the council. And again, the dry little man sat, staring at me, for an endlessly long minute. Tam, he said at last, I don't believe a word of it, but look into it as much as you like.
And I guarantee you'll have my back on the council, if it comes to that. And if anything like what you said happens, come and talk to me again.
I will definitely do that, I said, smiling and getting up from my seat. He shook his head, remaining in his chair, but said nothing. I hope to see you again in a very short time, I said, and I left. It was like a tiny thorn that I stuck in him to constantly irritate his mind in the direction I wanted it to go. But unfortunately, Piers Leaf had a highly trained and creative mind. Otherwise, he simply could not have been chairman of the council. He was precisely the type of mind that could not dismiss a question until it was decided one way or another. And if he could not disprove a question, he would most likely begin to search for evidence, even in places that others would not have guessed. And this particular thorn had nearly 3 years to penetrate to the core of Leaf's conception of the essence of things.
I was content to wait for that, and in the meantime I busied myself with other matters. I spent a couple of weeks on Earth, putting my personal affairs here in relative order. But in the end, I went on a spaceship again to Novaya Zemlya. The Commonwealth, as I have already mentioned, having bought back its units that had been captured by the Cassidian forces under Casey Green, immediately reinforced them and stationed them near the northern divide capital of Morton as an occupation force, demanding payment of the interstellar credits owed to them. There were credits owed, of course, from the defeated and now defunct Northern Divide rebel government that had hired them. But while there was nothing legal about it, it was not an uncommon practice between the stars to hold an entire world as ransom for any debt owed under a contract to any people who inhabited it. Of course, the reason was this special currency between worlds, which was the productive power of human units, be they psychiatrists or soldiers. The debt under the contract had to be paid by the debtor world and could not be canceled by a change of government. As it turned out, governments could easily be changed if that were the way to avoid paying interplanetary debts. In practice, it was a common practice. Winner pays all, even if there were conflicting interests on a single world that had hired help from other worlds. Something like a reverse civil suit for financial losses, with the loser having to pay the costs of the case. Officially, what happened was that the Commonwealth government, having not received the money for the soldiers it had provided to the rebels, declared war on New Earth as a world until New Earth paid off a contract some of its inhabitants had entered into. In reality, there was no fighting, and payment would, after a certain time, come from those governments of Novaya Zemlya that were most involved in what had happened. In this case, mostly from the government of the Southern Divide, since it was the winner. But, in the meantime, the Commonwealth forces occupied the world of Novaya Zemlya, and my assignment was to write a series of long articles about it when I arrived here, about 8 months after I had been taken away. I headed off to see the field commander, this time without any interruption. It was obvious that in the blown plastic structures of the camp they had set up in the open field, Commonwealth Command had orders to annoy the other worlds as little as possible. I didn't hear the prayerful variety of speech that the soldiers usually used among themselves, nor did I see a gate leading into the camp, all the way to the field commander's residence. But even though he was yipping rather than poking at me, he didn't want to see me.
Field Commander Vassal, he introduced himself. Have a seat, Journalist Olin. I've heard of you. He was a man of about 50 or so, with close-cropped, completely gray hair. He was cut like the bottom half of a Dutch door, and he had a massive square chin that effortlessly gave his face a sullen look. It still looked sullen, despite his efforts to appear calm, but I knew the reason for his uneasiness. I suppose you have heard, I said rather sullenly. So from the start, I'll remind you of the impartiality of the Interstellar News Service. He only sank deeper into the chair. We are aware of this, he said, and I do not think you are prejudiced against us, journalist. We regret the death of your brother-in-law and your own injury. But I would like to point out that the news service sent you, of all the other members of the guild, to write a series of articles about our occupation of the territory of Novaya Zemlya. Let me make myself perfectly clear, I interrupted. I chose this assignment myself, Commander. I asked for it, confident that I could carry it out. By this time his face had become as sullen as a bulldog's muzzle, and there was nothing but distrust on it. I looked into his eyes as pitifully as I could. I see you still don't understand, Commander. I blurted out the words in as metallic a tone as I could muster. And to my ear, it sounded pretty good. My parents died when I was very young. I was raised and educated by my uncle, and my whole life's goal has been to become a journalist. To me, the news service is more important than any other society or human being. On any of the 14 civilized worlds, the Guild's creed of impartiality is one I carry in my heart, Commander. And the key article of that creed is impartiality. The destruction, the erasure of any personal feelings that might conflict with or affect the work of a journalist in the slightest. He continued to look at me sullenly from behind his desk, and as it seemed to me just barely, but a hint of doubt crept into the steely expression of his face. Mr. Olin, he said at last. The more neutral address was a welcome relief from the formality with which we had begun our conversation. Are you trying to tell me that you are here to prove by writing these articles that you bear no prejudice against us? To you, or to other people, or things? I replied. In accordance with the creed of impartiality, this series will be a public testimony to our creed, and accordingly will benefit all who wear the cloak of a journalist. I don't think he believed me even then. His feelings were at odds with what I was telling him, and accepting my selflessness on faith must have had the smack of boastfulness, coming from someone he knew was not from the Commonwealth worlds. But at the same time I spoke to him in his language. The stern joy of self-sacrifice, the stoic amputation of my own personal feelings in pursuit of the goals of my duty, corresponded truthfully to the beliefs by which he had lived all his life. I understand, he said at last. He rose to his feet and extended his hand to me. I rose too. Well, journalist, I can't say we're glad to see you here, even now. But we'll cooperate with you within reason, as far as possible. Although any articles reflecting the fact that we're here as uninvited visitors on an alien planet will inevitably cause us harm in the eyes of the people of the 14 worlds. I don't think so, I said, shaking his hand. He let go of my hand and looked at me with renewed suspicion. What I am planning will be a series of editorials, I explained. They will be entitled something like this: Circumstances of the Commonwealth Occupation of Novaya Zemlya, and they will be confined entirely to the consideration of the relations and positions of you and your people in the occupation forces. He stared at me. Good afternoon, I said. I was already leaving when I heard him mutter, "Good day," after me. I left him, realizing that he was not at all sure whether he was sitting on a barrel of gunpowder or not. But, and I knew it would, he began to change his mind as soon as the first articles in the series appeared in the Interstellar News. There is a difference between a regular report and an editorial. In an editorial, you can present the case as if it were the devil's, and as long as you do not identify yourself with him personally, you can retain your reputation as an impartial observer. I was presenting the case for the Commonwealth in the terms and expressions of the Commonwealth men themselves. For the first time in many years, Commonwealth soldiers were being reported in the Interstellar News without harmful criticism. And of course, to the Commonwealth men themselves, any unnecessary criticism was regarded as prejudice against them, for they knew no half measures in their own lives. and they recognized none in strangers. By the time I was halfway through the series, First Commander Vassal and all his occupation forces had taken me as close to their sullen hearts as a man not born in a Commonwealth world could be. And of course, the episode provoked an outcry from the Novaya Zemlyans, who demanded that their views on the occupation be covered as well. And a very good journalist named Moha Skanosky was sent by the Guild to do just that. But I had already received the first successful comments from the public. However, the articles themselves had such a strong effect that they almost convinced me that they were true. There is magic in words when they are well managed.
And when I finished the whole series, I was ready to find in myself some justification and sympathy for these unbending men of Spartan faith. But I had my Clydehammer with me, not yet sharpened and strengthened, hanging on the stone walls of my soul, which could not yield to such weakness. Yet, I was still under the close surveillance of my Guild colleagues, and upon my return to St. Louis, on Earth, I found among my mail a message from Pierce Leaf. Dear Tam, your series of articles has been a very commendable work. But given our last conversation, I thought that live reporting would have given you a better professional profile than dealing with background material of this kind. Best wishes for your future, PL. It was a very clear warning that I was not to become personally involved in the situation. I had explained to him that I was going to investigate. It might cause a delay in the planned voyage to St. Mary's.
But at that moment, Donald Green, now Commander-in-Chief of the Commonwealth Worlds, had launched his impossible, military historian said, impossibly astonishing, attack on Oriente, an uninhabited planet in the same star system as the Exotica worlds. And the raid, as all 14 worlds discovered almost immediately, had forced the surrender of most of the Exotica fleet, and had completely ruined the career and reputation of Genevieve Barkelmain, then commander of the Exotica orbital forces. The result was that the backlash against the Commonwealth, for the Exoticans were highly respected on all 14 worlds, completely obliterated the attention that my series of articles had generated. And for that, I was glad. What I had hoped to achieve by publishing them had been achieved, namely, that the field commander of the occupation forces, Vassal, had become less suspicious of me.
I had gone to Santa Maria, a small but fertile world that, along with the mining world of Kobe and a few uninhabited lumps of rock like Oriente, formed part of the star system of the Exotica worlds of Mara and Cultus. The ostensible purpose of my visit was to observe the effects of the military disaster on Oriente, whose population was largely rural and largely Roman Catholic. Although there were no formal ties between them, save for a pact of mutual assistance, St. Maria was, by its location and geography, almost a vassal of the larger and vastly more powerful Exotican worlds. Like all those with rich and powerful neighbors, St. Maria, its governments and affairs were largely dependent on what happened on the Exotican worlds. And it might be of interest to the reading public of the 14 worlds how the failure of the Exotican worlds on Oriente changed the direction of political winds and opinion on St. Maria. After about 5 days of pulling strings, I secured an interview with Marcus O'Doyne, former president and political leader of the so-called Blue Front, the party now out of power in St. Mary's. One look was enough to tell that he was bursting with poorly concealed joy. We met at his hotel residence in Blauwein, the capital of St. Mary. He was of medium height, with a large head. His features were also quite large. A large forehead was hidden under his curly gray hair. His head sat awkwardly on his rounded and rather narrow shoulders. Every now and then during the conversation, he habitually raised his voice, as if he were on the platform during a meeting. This habit did not endear him to me. His faded blue eyes sparkled when he spoke. "Woke them, I swear! By George!" he said as soon as we sat down in the huge armchairs located in the living room of his residence, drinks in hand.
He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, and finished the sentence with an emphasis on George, as if he was trying to make me notice that he wanted to use the name of the saint, but he stopped himself in time. I quickly realized that this was his usual trick, stopping himself at the last moment from uttering obscenities or blasphemy. Ordinary people. Country people, he said, leaning towards me. They were all just sleeping here, and had been sleeping for many years, lulled by these sons of Belial from the exotic worlds. But this business on Oriente woke them up, opened their eyes. Lulled? How? I asked. Songs and dances, songs and dances. Oduin rocked back and forth in his chair. Circus magic. Tactics, 1,001 things, journalist. You wouldn't believe it. And my readers? I remarked. Give me examples. Well, damn your readers. Yes, I say. Damn your readers. He rocked back in his chair again, looking at me proudly. Above all, I am concerned with the mood of the ordinary inhabitants of my world. The ordinary inhabitants. Only they can tell you about life and customs here. We are not at all in the backwaters here, as you may think, Mr. Olin. No, I say, damn your readers and damn you. I will not cause any trouble to anyone by mentioning any examples because of these children in clothes. Then you don't give me anything to write about, I objected. Well, let's change the subject a little. As I understand it, you're saying that the people of the government now in power are only holding on to it thanks to the pressure of the exotic worlds on St. Mary. Is that so? They're just pandering to them. That's quite clear, Mr. Olin. The government, no, call them the Green Front if you like, which is what they are. They claim to represent the interests of the entire population of St. Mary's. Are you familiar with the political situation here? As I understand it, I said, your constitution originally divided the planet into political districts of roughly equal size, with 2 representatives in the planetary government from each district. Now, as I understand it, your party claims that the growth of the urban population has enabled the rural districts to establish control over the cities, since a city like Blauwine with a population of 500,000 has no more representatives than a district with a population of 3,000 or 4,000.
Exactly!
Oduin lurched forward and thundered at me.
The need for revision and proportional representation is acute. It has always arisen in similar historical situations. But in that case, the Green Front will not be in power. Will it allow that to happen? Hardly.
Only an extraordinary move. Only a revolution of the Philistines can take power from them. And our party, representing ordinary people, ignored people, people of the cities, deprived of the right to choose, will become the government.
And you think that such a revolution of the Philistines is possible at this time? I increased the volume control on my tape recorder.
Before Oriente, I would have said no. No matter how much I hoped for something like that, no. But after Oriente...
He fell silent and leaned back triumphantly, looking at me suggestively. After Oriente? I repeated, since the suggestive glances and pauses were of no use to my reporting. But Oduin had a political instinct that would not let him paint himself into a corner with his chatter.
Why, after Oriente,
he said,
it became obvious. Obvious to every thinking person on this planet. That the Holy Mary can exist on its own. That we can live without this parasitic controlling hand of exotic worlds. And where can we find people who can steer the ship of the Holy Mary through the stormy trials of the future? In the city's journalist, among those of us who have always... The straws are already flying in the wind. for the wind of change is already blowing. Who can deny it? I turned off the tape recorder. I see, I said. We're not getting anywhere this way. Perhaps we could go a little further without recording?
Off the record?
And indeed, off the record, he said warmly. I am ready to answer questions, regardless of whether you are recording or not, journalist. And do you know why? Because for me, whether you are recording or not,
It is all the same.
well then, I continued, tell me something about these straws. Without taking notes, could you give me examples? He swayed towards me and lowered his voice.
There are some meetings going on, even in the rural areas.
He muttered.
The beginnings of discontent, I can tell you that. If you ask me about places, names, then no, I don't want to involve you in that.
Then you leave me with nothing but very vague hints. I can't make an article out of it, I remarked.
And I suppose you'd like to see a report on this situation.
Yes, but his powerful jaws clenched tightly. I don't want to tell you anything. I don't want to tell you anything. From under his gray eyebrows, he cast an almost suspicious glance at me. Then perhaps I should tell you something, I said quietly. You wouldn't have to confirm anything. And of course, as I said, even my own remarks wouldn't be recorded. Will you tell me? He stared at me heavily. Why not? I asked. He was too much of a politician to give away his feelings from his face, and now he continued to stare at me. In the news service, we have our own sources of information, and using them we can build up a general picture even if some parts are missing. Now, hypothetically speaking, the general picture on St. Mary's is very similar to what you have described. The beginnings of discontent, meetings, a murmur of discontent with the existing, you would say, puppet government. Yes, he thundered. Yes, that's the word. That's it. A damn puppet government. At the same time, I continued, as we have already discussed, this puppet government is capable of suppressing any local rebellion and has no intention of calling elections that would remove it from power. However, short of calling elections, there seems to be no other constitutional way of changing the status quo. Of course, St. Mary's could find intelligent and dedicated leaders. I repeat, could. Of course, I take a neutral position among the leaders of the Blue Front, who, while remaining law-abiding citizens, have at their disposal the means to save their world from foreign influence. Yes, he muttered, still staring at me. Yes. What course, then, is left open to those who would save St. Mary's from its present government? I continued. Since all legal avenues of assistance are unavailable, the only course left seems to me to be for brave and strong men. That course is to set aside for the time being the ordinary procedure of such severe trials, and if there be no constitutional way of removing the men who now hold the reins of government in their hands, they must be removed in some other way, solely for the good of St. Mary's and its inhabitants. He stared at me with wide eyes from under his gray eyebrows. His lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. In short, a bloodless palace coup. The direct and violent removal of bad leaders will seem the only solution left to those who believe this planet needs saving. And now we know. Wait, O'Doyne interrupted, thundering again. I must tell you here and now, journalist, that my silence is not to be taken as an endorsement of all the suggestions you have just made. You must not mention. Please, I interrupted him in turn, raising my hand. He fell silent faster than expected. All this is just theoretical assumptions on my part.
I don't think all this has anything to do with the real situation.
I hesitated. The only question in projecting this situation onto reality, I remind you, a theoretical situation, is its execution. As we understand, since the forces and equipment at the disposal of the Blue Front are inferior to those of the government in a ratio of 1 to 100 in the last elections, they are hardly comparable to the planetary forces of the government of St. Mary. Our support, the support of ordinary people, oh, of course, I said. And yet there is the question of what really effective measures could be taken in this situation. It would require equipment and people, especially people. Of course, I mean military personnel who could either train local troops or use force themselves. Mr. Olin, said Oduin, I must protest against such a conversation. I must reject it. I must. He stood up and began to pace the room excitedly, waving his arms.
I must refuse to listen to such things. Forgive me, I said. As I said, I'm only playing out a hypothetical situation. But the point I'm trying to make, the point you're trying to get at, is none of my business, journalist, said Oduin, stopping abruptly in front of me, his face hard. We at the Blue Front are not interested in that point. Of course not, I said soothingly. I know it is. Of course, this whole scheme is simply impossible. Impossible? Oduin froze. Impossible what? Well, this whole palace coup thing, I explained. That's obvious. Anything like that would require outside help, trained military personnel, for example. Now, since the only military that could be provided was by some other world, what world would rent out its expensive military units to a political party not in power on St. Mary's? I let my voice drift away and just sat there, smiling and looking at him, as if I was waiting for him to answer my last question.
And he sat there, staring at me as if he was waiting for an answer. There must have been a good 20 seconds of mutual silence before I broke it again, standing up at the same time. Obviously, I said, putting an air of emphatic apology into my voice, none. So I can conclude that we will not see any significant changes in government or alterations in the relations of St. Mary with the exotic worlds in the near future. Well, I extended my hand. I must apologize for being the one to bring this interview to an abrupt end, Mr. Oduin. But I had forgotten all about the time. In 15 minutes I have to be at the government building for an interview with the president to see the other side of the picture. And then I have to rush back to the spaceport to catch the jet leaving for Earth this evening. He immediately stood up and shook my hand. It's okay, he began. His voice boomed again, then dropped to a normal tone. It's been a pleasure to let you know the real situation here, journalist. He let go of my hand almost regretfully. Well, goodbye then, I said. I turned to leave, and when I was halfway to the door, he called out to me. Journalist Olin. I stopped and turned around. Yes, I asked. I feel, his voice suddenly boomed again, that I owe it to you. I owe it to the Blue Front. I owe it to my party to demand that you tell me any rumors you may have heard. Rumors concerning the possible readiness of any world, any of them, to come to the aid of the present government of St. Mary's. We here on this world are your readers too. You must supply us with information too. Have you heard of any world which, by rumor, by report, or whatever you have, would be prepared to offer aid to a revolutionary movement of the Philistines on St. Mary's, to throw off the yoke of the exotic worlds and to guarantee equal representation of our people? I looked at him and made him wait for a second or two. No, I replied. No, Mr. Oduin. I heard nothing. He stood there, unmoving, as if my words had pinned him to the spot. His legs were slightly apart, his chin raised, as if he were challenging me. I'm sorry, I said. Goodbye. I left. I don't think he said anything in response to my goodbye. I went to the government building across the street and spent 20 minutes in a pleasant, encouraging conversation with Charles Perini, president of St. Mary's. Then I returned via New San Marcos and Josephtown to the spaceport and the liner bound for Earth.
I stayed there only long enough to check my mail, and then immediately went to Harmony, the place on the planet where the United Council of Churches was located, which jointly governed both worlds of the Commonwealth, Harmony and the Association. I spent 5 days in that city, knocking on the doors of the reception rooms and offices of junior officers and their so-called Bureau of Public Relations.
On the 6th day, the note I had sent to Field Commander Vassal upon my arrival had its effect. I was taken to the council building, and after a search for weapons, there were some strict sectarian differences between the church concepts on the Commonwealth worlds themselves, and apparently they made no exception even for journalists. I was admitted to a high-ceilinged, bare-walled office. There, in the middle of a black and white tiled floor, surrounded by several straight-backed chairs, sat a bulky desk, behind which sat a man dressed entirely in black. The only white spots on him were his face and hands. Everything else was covered. His shoulders were as broad and capacious as a barn door, and his white face was lit by eyes as black as darkness. He rose from the table and walked around it, towering half a head over me, holding out his hand. "May the Lord be with you," he said. Our hands met. There was a hint of amusement in the line of his tightly pressed lips, and his eyes bored into me like 2 scalpels. He shook my hand, not hard, but with a hint of strength that could crush my fingers like a vice if he chose. At last I found myself face to face with the elder of the Council of Elders, the ruler of the United Churches of Harmony and Association. Face to face with the one called Bright, the first among the Commonwealth. Chapter 19. "Field Commander Vassal speaks well of you," he said, shaking my hand. An unusual thing for a journalist to do. It was a statement, not a taunt. And I obeyed his invitation, more like an order, to sit down. Then he walked around the table and sat down in his chair opposite me. There was a power in this man, like the glimmer of some black flame, and it reminded me of the flame that had slumbered in the gunpowder that the Turks had placed inside the Parthenon in 1867, when a bullet fired by a soldier of the Venetian army under Morosini had exploded its black grains and lifted the central part of the temple into the air. There had always been in me a dark corner of hatred for that bullet and for that army. For if the Parthenon had been for me, as a boy, the living embodiment of Matthias's denial of darkness, the damage done to it by that bullet was evidence of how that darkness had triumphed even there, in the heart of the light. And I saw Elder Bright before me. I connected him with this old hatred, although I took care to hide this feeling from his eyes. Only in Padme had I felt such a penetrating power of a look before. But there was a man behind the look. His eyes might have belonged to Torquemada, one of the leading figures of the Inquisition in ancient Spain, as many have noted before me. For the churches of the Commonwealth had their own guardians of purity and exterminators of heresy. But at the same time, there was intelligence behind his eyes, and he knew well when to loosen and when to tighten the reins that controlled the power of 2 planets. And for the first time, I understood the sensations of one who enters the lion's cage for the first time and hears the steel door slam behind him. For the first time since I stood in the index room of the Ultimate Encyclopedia, my knees suddenly began to tremble. What if this man had no weaknesses? And by trying to control him, I would only be giving away my plans. But the habits developed over thousands of interviews came to my aid, and although I was tormented by doubts, my tongue began to work as if by itself. The closest cooperation from Field Commander Vassal and his people on Novaya Zemlya, I said. I appreciated it highly. I too, Bright said sharply, his eyes seeming to burn through me. Appraise a journalist without prejudice. Otherwise, you would not be in my office interviewing me.
Our Lord's work among the stars leaves me little time for such pastimes with the godless of the seven worlds. Now, what is the reason for this interview? I've been thinking about developing a project, I said, to show the Commonwealth in a better light to people in other worlds. To prove your commitment to the code of your profession, as Vassal said? Bright interrupted. Yes, of course, I answered, and froze slightly in my chair. I was orphaned at a young age, and my constant dream from my early years was to work in the news service. Don't waste my time, journalist. Bright's stern voice cut off the half of my sentence like an axe. He rose suddenly to his feet again, as if the energy that was seething within him was too great to contain, and he came around the table to stand looking down at me, his hands tucked into the belt around his narrow waist. His bony face of indeterminate age loomed over me. What is your code for me, who walks in the light of the word of the Lord? We all move in our own fires, each in our own way, I said. He was standing so close to me that I couldn't stand up to talk to him face to face, as my instincts demanded. It was as if he had physically pinned me to the chair. If it weren't for my code, I wouldn't be here now. You probably don't know what happened to me and my brother-in-law at the hands of one of your sergeants on Novia Zemlya. I know. The two words sounded cruel. You were apologized for that some time ago. Listen to me, journalist. His thin lips suddenly curved into a faint semblance of an ironic smile. You are not the chosen one of our Lord. No, I said. In those who follow the word of the Lord, there may be reason to believe that they are acting from faith in something greater than their own selfish interests. But in those who do not bear the light, how can there be faith in anything other than themselves? The smile trembling on his thin lips seemed to mock his own words, mocked the church phrases, mocked the fact that he had called me a liar, and suggested that I try to deny the ability in him that allowed him to see right through me. This time I froze, casting an indignant glance at him. You mock my journalistic code only because it is not your own. I snapped at him. My explosion had no effect on him. The Lord would not choose a fool as an elder in our council of churches, he said, turning and going around the table again to sit in his chair. You should have thought of that before you came to Harmony, journalist. But anyway, you know it now. I stared at him, almost blinded by the sudden light of understanding. Yes, I knew it now. And knowing it, I suddenly saw how he himself, by his words alone, had given himself into my hands. I feared that there was no weakness in him that I could use to my advantage. The advantage I had over men and women of inferior station lay in the skill of my words. And it was true. There were no ordinary weaknesses in him, but at the same time, he carried within himself a tremendous one. For his weakness was a strength, the very strength that had raised him up and made him a ruler and a leader of his people. His weakness was that, to become what he had had to be as bigoted as the worst of them. But he had also had to be more. He had needed the additional strength that would allow him to put aside his bigotry when necessary, when it was necessary to deal with the leaders of other worlds, with his equals and his adversaries. And that was precisely what he had just admitted. Unlike his fierce black eyes, he was not limited to the fanatic's view of the universe, perceiving everything only in black or only in white. He perceived half-tones. In short, he could act as a politician, choosing a certain line of behavior. And as a politician, I could deal with him. As a politician, I could lead him to a political mistake. I leaned back in my chair, helpless. I felt the tension ease and his eyes looked at me again, and I let out a long, trembling sigh. You're right, I said in an empty voice. And I rose to my feet. Well, it doesn't matter now. I think I'll go. Leave? His voice lashed out like a rifle shot, stopping me. Did I say the interview was over? Sit down. I sat up quickly and tried to look pale, and I think I succeeded. For, as I suddenly realized, I was still in the lion's cage, and he was still considered the lion. And now, he said, looking at me intently, what did you really hope to get from me?
From us? the chosen of the Lord?
I licked my lips. Speak. He did not raise his voice, but the overtones that clearly sounded in it promised me trouble from his side if I did not obey. Advice, I muttered. Council? Council of Elders? What's the matter? No, not that, I said, looking at the floor. The Council of the Journalists Guild. I want a seat on it. After Dave. After the incident with my brother-in-law, my dealings with Vassal showed that I could do my job without prejudice, even against your people. And that brought me attention even within the guild. And if I could continue to do so, if I could raise public opinion on the other 7 worlds in your favor, that would elevate me in the eyes of both the public and the guild. I fell silent. Then I slowly raised my eyes and looked at him. He looked at me with undisguised irony. Recognition purifies the soul, even for one such as yourself, he said grimly.
Tell me, have you thought about how you intend to improve public opinion of us among those rejected by God on other worlds?
Well, it depends, I said. I have to look around here, gather material for an article. First of all, it doesn't matter now. He stood up from the table again and commanded me with his eyes to stand up too, which I did. We'll come back to this topic in a few days, he said. His Torquemada smile saluted me. In the meantime, good day, journalist. Good day, I managed to say. I turned and slightly unsteadily walked out. It wasn't intentional, I just felt like my legs were weak, like I'd just been balancing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, and my mouth was dry. I wandered around town for the next few days, laboriously gathering background material. Then, on the 4th day after my meeting with Elder Bright, I was called back to his office. When I entered, he stood motionless until I was halfway from the door to his desk.
Journalist, he said suddenly as I entered. I don't think you can write positively about us in your news reports without your guild colleagues noticing your positive attitude. And if that's the case, what use are you to me?
I didn't say that I would only speak positively of you, I replied indignantly. But if you show me something positive that I could tell you about, I am ready to tell you about it. Yes. He looked at me heavily, and a black flame flashed in his eyes. Then let's go and look at our people. He led me out of his office and we took the elevator down to the garage, where the staff car was waiting. We got in and the driver drove us out of the council city, through rocky and almost treeless suburban areas that were, however, quite clearly divided into farms.
Look, said Bright grimly, as we passed through a small town which was really little more than a village.
The only real crop we grow on our poor worlds is our young men, hired as soldiers to keep our people fed and our faith alive. What is it that distinguishes these young men from the others we send out, and why should they be so despised on other worlds while they are hired to fight and die in alien wars? I turned to see him looking at me again with grim amusement. Their attitude, I said carefully. Bright laughed. His laugh was like the roar of a lion, deep and powerful. Attitude, he exclaimed sharply. Call it more simply journalist, not attitude, pride. Pride, poor possessing only the art of tilling the soil and the art of war. As you have noticed, these people still look down, as if from high mountains, on the worms born in the dust who hire them,
knowing that their employers may be fabulously rich,
eat deliciously, and wear wonderful clothes. But none of them, when they find themselves beyond the shadow of the grave, will be allowed even to stand with a cup of alms in their hands at the gates of gold and silver, through which we, the chosen of our Lord, will pass, singing. And he smiled at me, with the smile of a predator, from his place inside the car. And what can you find here, he asked, that could teach proper courtesy and kindness to those who employ the Lord's elect? He was mocking me again, but I had seen through him on that first visit, and the thin path to my own goal became more and more visible as we talked. And so his mockery bothered me less and less. "It's not a question of pride or politeness on either side," I replied. "Besides, that's not what you want. You don't care what your employers think of your troops when they hire them. And they'll hire them as long as you can make your men merely tolerable. It's not necessary that they be treated with love, or even with patience." "Driver, stop here!" Bright interrupted me, and the car braked. We found ourselves in a small village. Gloomy people dressed all in black scurried between buildings made of inflatable plastic. Temporary structures that on other worlds would have long since been replaced by more pleasant and sophisticated structures. "Where are we?" I asked. "A small town called Lord's Remembrance," he replied, rolling down his window. "And here comes someone you know." And indeed, a thin figure in a Force Leader uniform was approaching the car. She came up to us, bent slightly, and Jameson Black's eyes looked calmly at us. "Sir?" he asked Bright. "This officer," said Bright, turning to me, "once seemed fit to serve among us who serve the Lord's command. But 5 years ago, he was attracted by a daughter of another world who did not want him, and since then, he seems to have lost all desire to advance in the ranks among us." He turned to Jameson. "Force Leader," he said, "you have seen this man twice. The first time was in his home on Earth, 5 years ago, when you were looking for his sister's hand. And the second time was a year ago, on Novaya Zemlya, when he was looking for a pass from you to protect his assistant. Tell me what you know about him." Jameson's eyes looked at me. "Only that he loved his sister and wanted a better life for her, perhaps better than I could give her," said Jameson, in a voice as calm as his face. "And that he wanted the best for his brother-in-law and sought his protection." He turned again to look Bright straight in the eye. "I believe that he is an honest and good man, Elder." "I didn't ask you what you believe in," Bright snapped. "As you wish," replied Jameson, still looking calmly at the older man. And suddenly I felt anger boiling up inside me. It seemed to me that I was about to explode from this feeling, regardless of the consequences. It was anger at Jameson. For not only had he had the audacity to recommend me to Bright as an honest and good man, there was something about him that was like a slap in the face. For a moment, I could not understand it. And then it came to me. He was not afraid of Bright. I had been, ever since my first interview. Even though I was a journalist and had the entire immunity of the guild behind me, and he was just a Force Leader in the face of his supreme commander, the battle leader of 2 worlds, only one of which was the world of Jameton. How could he? And suddenly it dawned on me. So much so that I almost gnashed my teeth in rage and disappointment. Because Jameton was no different from that sergeant on New Earth who refused me a pass for Dave. That sergeant was ready at any moment to obey Bright, who was an elder, but he did not feel the need to bow down to another Bright, who was only a man. In a way, Bright now held Jameson's life in his hands, but unlike me, he held a smaller part of it in his hands, not a larger one. "Your leave is over, Force Leader," Bright said curtly. "Inform your family to have your belongings forwarded to Council City and join us. I appoint you as the journalist assistant and adjutant effective immediately, and we are promoting you to the rank of commandant to suit your position." "Sir," Jameson said without emotion, bowing his head slightly. He walked back into the building he had just emerged from, and a few moments later he came out and got into our car. Bright gave the order and the car turned around and drove back. We returned to the city and his office. When we returned, Bright dismissed me with Jameson to investigate the situation with the Commonwealth, both within and without the city. Accordingly, we both spent a considerable amount of time observing, after which I returned to my hotel. It took me very little time to discover that Jameson was my spy, and also my adjutant. I said nothing of it, however, and neither did Jameson, and so we both wandered about the council town and its environs for the next few days, like a pair of ghosts, or men sworn not to speak to each other. It was a strange silence, consensual, for the only subject we could talk about between ourselves was the memory of Eileen and Dave, and there was little else to talk about. Meanwhile, I was summoned from time to time to Elder Bright's office. He saw me for more or less extended periods of time and said little about what was the stated theme of my stay on the Commonwealth worlds and partnership with him. It was as if he were waiting for something. And finally I realized what he was waiting for. He had assigned Jameton to me to check me out while he himself was checking out the situation among the stars with which, as Elder of the Commonwealth worlds, he had personal dealings.
He was looking for a situation and a moment when he could make full use of a self-absorbed journalist who had offered to improve the image of his people in the eyes of the public. Once I realized that, I was relieved to see how interview after interview, day after day, he was getting closer to the very core of what I wanted. And this was going to be the moment when he would ask my advice and ask me what he should do with me and what I had offered him. Day after day, from interview to interview, he seemed to become more relaxed and more open in his conversations with me, asking me more and more questions. "What do they like to read on these other worlds, journalist?" he asked one day. "What do they like to hear most of all?" "Heroes, of course," I answered as easily as he had asked the question.
That's why the Dorsai are such good role models. And to a certain extent, so are the Exotican worlds. A shadow that might or might not have been intentional crossed his face at the mention of Exotican worlds. "Godless," he muttered. And that was all. And a day later, he returned to the topic of heroism. "What makes them heroes in the eyes of the public?" he asked. "Usually," I answered, "a victory over some more mature, proven, strong person, both villain and hero." He looked at me in agreement, and I decided to take a risk. For example, if the Commonwealth forces were able to face an equal number of Dorsai and defeat them. The agreement on his face was immediately wiped away by an expression I had never seen before. For a second or two, he simply stared at me, his mouth agape. Then he looked at me, hot and steaming, like molten lava pouring from a volcano. "Do you take me for a fool?" he snapped. Soon his expression changed, and he looked at me again with curiosity. "Or are you a fool yourself?" And again he looked at me with a long, hard gaze. Finally he nodded his head. "Yes," he said, as if to himself. "Exactly. This man is a fool born on Earth." He turned around, and that was the end of the interview for the day. I did not notice that he took me for a fool. Perhaps it was the more insurance against the moment when I should make my move to deceive him. But for my life I could not understand what had led him to such an unusual reaction, and that troubled me. Surely my supposition about the Dorsai could not have been so unnatural. I was tempted to ask Jameton about it, but the better part of my common sense kept me from doing so. And then the day came when Bright finally got around to asking me the question I knew he had to ask sooner or later.
"Journalist," he said, standing in front of me, his legs slightly apart, his hands behind his back, looking out the huge floor-to-ceiling office window at the government center and the council city below. His back was to me. "Yes, Elder," I responded, coming into the office as soon as I received another call. He turned sharply at the sound of my voice and fixed me with his fiery gaze. "You once said that heroes are made by defeating older, proven heroes. As an example of heroes for public opinion, you mentioned the Dorsai and the Exotican worlds." "That's absolutely right," I said, approaching him. "The godless Exotica," he said, as if speaking to himself. "They use mercenaries. What good would it do to defeat mercenaries, even if it were easy and possible?" "Then why not save someone in need?" I asked serenely. "Such a thing would give you a new and rather good public image. You of the Commonwealth are not very well known for such activities." He gave me a hard look.
"Who should we save?" he demanded of me. "Well," I replied, "there are always small groups of people who, rightly or wrongly, feel that they are being marginalized by larger social groups. Tell me, haven't you had any small dissident groups approach you,
wanting to hire your soldiers to take part in, say, rebellions against their legitimate governments? I paused for a moment. Of course, I forgot about Novaya Zemlya and the northern divide of Atland. We've had very little positive response from other worlds in our northern divide business, Bright said sharply. And you know it. But the odds were pretty even then, I said. What you want is to help someone who is a real minority against a real giant of a majority. Say something like the Kobe miners against the mine owners. Kobe? The miners? He gave me another hard look, but it was the look I'd been waiting for all these days, so I met it calmly. He turned and walked over to the table. He reached out and picked up a piece of paper that looked like a letter. It so happened that I received a call for help on a purely speculative basis from a group. He stopped and put the letter back, raising his head and looking at me. From a group like the Kobe miners? I asked. And these aren't the miners themselves. No, he replied, not miners. He stood silently for a moment, then walked around the table, came up to me and extended his hand. As I understand it, you're going to leave. How? I asked. Have I been misinformed? Wright said, his eyes were literally burning into me. I heard that you are already getting ready to board the spaceship leaving for Earth this evening, and I understand that you have already purchased a ticket for that flight. Why, of course, I said, clearly reading the message in his tone of voice. I guess I just forgot. Yes, I'm leaving now. Have a pleasant journey, Bright said. I am glad that we have been able to come to a friendly understanding. You can count on us in the future. And in turn, we will count on you. Please, I replied, and the sooner the better. It will happen soon enough, Bright assured me. We said goodbye again and I went to my hotel. There I found all my things packed and, as Bright had said, tickets purchased in my name for the spaceship leaving for Earth that evening. Jamestown was nowhere to be seen. 5 hours later, I found myself back among the stars, on a ship hyperspace jumping toward Earth. And 5 weeks later, the Blue Front on St. Mary's, secretly supplied with arms and men from the Commonwealth, staged a short but bloody uprising that replaced the legitimate government with Blue Front leaders. This time I did not ask Pierce Leaf to meet me. He sent for me himself, and as I passed through the guild hall and up the transparent tube of the elevator to his office, many of the guild members followed me with intent glances, for in the 3 years since the Blue Front leaders had seized power on St. Mary's, much had changed for me. I no longer remembered my last meeting with my sister so painfully, and when I returned to Earth, I already saw my first dream of revenge. Subsequently, I took 2 steps, one on St. Mary, the other on Harmony, to carry out this revenge. But even after these steps, my inner world did not change, for change takes time. It was only the last 3 years that really changed me, and it was this that made Piers Leaf come to see me. It was this that made people in berets turn around when I passed. For in these years I had learned much, and when I looked back on my meeting with Elder Bright 2 years ago, I realized that I had been a newborn baby. I remembered my first dream of revenge, when I was walking to a meeting in the pouring rain, sword in hand. That was the first time I had felt the attraction of it. But now, in reality, I felt much stronger. Stronger than food or drink or love or even life itself could make me. Fools are all who believe that wealth, women, strong drink, or even drugs can provide the ultimate pleasure for the human soul. They all offer only a pale pleasure compared to the task that demands more from a man than his greatest power, that takes hold of him completely, to the last bone, nerve, and morsel of flesh, that takes hold of all his hopes, fears, dreams, and yet demands more. Fools are those who think otherwise. No great effort has ever been so easy. No painting, no piece of music, no poem, no cathedral in stone, no church, no state has ever come into being as a price to pay. The Parthenon was not built for nothing. Nor was Thermopylae fought for pay or glory.
Nor was Bokhara sacked.
Nor did China groan under the feet of the Mongols for the sake of booty or ambition alone. The price to pay for doing such things was doing them. Self-mastery, using oneself as a tool in one's own hands, and thus creating or destroying something that no one else could build or destroy. That is the greatest pleasure known to man. To him who felt the chisel in his hand and set free the angel imprisoned in the granite block, or to him who felt the sword in his hand and made homeless the soul that but a moment before had inhabited the body of a mortal enemy. To these two alike was granted the opportunity to partake of that rare food which was reserved for demons or gods. And it came to me 2 years later, and even a little more. I had dreamed that I held the lightning bolts over 14 worlds in my hand and controlled them as I wished. And now I felt myself holding those bolts in my hand and understanding them perfectly. My powers had finally surfaced, and I knew what the Freeland grain failure meant in the long run for those who needed but could not afford the professional training on Cassid. I understood the actions of men like William of Seda, Project Blaine of Venus, and Seona the Connector of Exotica. They were the ones who changed and directed everything that happened between the stars, and I could read their possible results clearly. And with that knowledge, I went where the news was going to be, and I wrote about it when it was happening, until my guildmates thought I was either half devil or half seer. But I was not at all troubled by their thoughts. I was only concerned with the secret pleasure of my awaiting revenge. The feeling of the hidden sword in my palm, my weapon of destruction. For now, I had no doubts. Although I did not love him, Matthias saw right through me, and from the moment of his death I seemed to have acquired the will of his anti-faith, but with a strength he could never have imagined. Nevertheless, I now went to Piers Leaf's office. He was standing at the door waiting for me. He must have been warned from below that I was coming up. He shook my hand and, holding it in his, led me into the office and slammed the door behind us. We sat down, not near his desk, but on a sofa set aside next to a huge chair. He filled the glasses with fingers that seemed noticeably thinner, while he himself had aged. "Did you hear, Tam?" he asked without preamble. "Morgan Chew Thompson is dead." "Yes, I heard," I replied. "And now one of the seats on the council is vacant." "Yes." He took a small sip from his glass and set it down on the chair again. Then he tiredly ran his hand over his face. "Morgan was an old friend of mine." "I know," I said, although I felt nothing at all towards him. "It must be very difficult for you." We were the same age. He interrupted himself and smiled wearily at me. "I think you expect me to support you in your quest to fill the vacant seat." "I think," I said, "that the members of the guild might find it a little odd if you did not do so, given the way things have been going for me lately." He nodded his head, but at the same time, he seemed to have barely heard me. He picked up his glass again and sipped from it without any pleasure, then put it down. "Almost 3 years ago," he said, "you came here to see me, having a certain prediction. Do you remember it?" I smiled. "You can hardly have forgotten him," he said. "Well, Tam." He stopped and sighed heavily. He seemed to find it very difficult to begin a conversation about what he wanted to talk about. But I was already experienced enough and had everything necessary now, even patience. I waited. "We have had plenty of time to see how things would turn out, and it seems to me that you were right and wrong at the same time." "Wrong?" I repeated. "Well, yes," he said. "According to your theory, it was the exoticon worlds that were going to destroy the Commonwealth culture on harmony and association. But look at what's happened since then." "Oh, and what kind?" I asked. "For example?" "Well," he said. By now, almost a whole generation has realized that the fanaticism of the Commonwealth, instances of wanton cruelty like the massacre that killed your brother-in-law 3 years ago on Novaya Zemlya, was the main reason for the turn of public opinion on 13 other worlds against them, to the point where they would no longer be able to provide their soldiers as mercenaries. But anyone, even half-blind, could see that they, the Commonwealth, behaved as they did only because that's what they were. And you can't blame the Exoticon worlds for that. No, I confirmed. I don't think so, of course. He took another sip from his glass, more contentedly this time.
I guess that's why I was so dubious when you told me about the exotic worlds going after the Commonwealth. It didn't sound right. But then it turned out that it was Commonwealth troops and supplies that were supporting the Blue Front Revolution on St. Mary's, right in Exotica's backyard, under the suns of Procyon. And I have to admit, there seemed to be something going on between the Commonwealth and Exotica. Thank you, I said. But the Blue Front did not last long, he continued. He seemed to have had quite a lot of popular support at first, I noted. Oh, yes. Piers waved my objection away. But you know how it is in these situations. There's always a reason to fight where the richer, more successful neighbor is involved, either in the house next door or on the world next door. The thing is, the people of St. Mary were bound to figure out the Blue Front soon and throw it out, and make it an illegal party again. It was bound to happen. Besides, there weren't many of these Blue Front people, and most of them were just nuts. And besides, St. Mary simply couldn't exist on its own, financially or otherwise, in the constant shadow of two of the richest worlds, like Mara and Cultus. The whole Blue Front thing was bound to fail, and any outsider could see it. I think so too, I remarked. You knew it, Pierce cried. Don't tell me someone with your powers couldn't see it all at the beginning, Tam. But what I didn't see, and apparently you didn't either, was that once the Blue Front was thrown out, the Commonwealth would send an occupation force to St. Mary's to back up their demand that the legitimate government pay for the aid they had given the Blue Front. And by the terms of the mutual assistance treaty that had always existed between the exotic worlds and the legitimate government of St. Mary's, Exotica would have to answer St. Mary's call for help to drive out the Commonwealth occupation force, because St. Mary's simply couldn't pay the amount the Commonwealth would demand. Yes, I confirmed. I foresaw that too. Pierce glanced quickly at me. Is that so? He asked. Then how could you think that... He suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. The thing is, I said calmly, the exotic expeditionary force had little trouble cornering the Commonwealth forces and encircling them. And now, for the winter season, they have stopped their advance. And unless Elder Bright and his council send reinforcements, the units currently on St. Mary's may be forced to surrender to exotic forces this spring. True, they can't afford to call for reinforcements, but they'll have to do it one way or another. No, said Pierce, they won't. He looked at me strangely. It seems to me that you are going to claim that this whole situation was a maneuver by Exotica to bleed the Commonwealth twice. The first time for their assistance to the Blue Front, and the second time as payback for reinforcements. I smiled inwardly, for he had now come to the very point I had intended to reach 3 years ago. Only I had planned it so that he should tell me, and not I him. Isn't that so? I asked, surprised. No, said Pierce excitedly. Quite the contrary. Bright and his council intend to leave their expeditionary force behind to be captured or destroyed, and the result will be precisely what you were about to assert in the face of the 13 worlds. It concerns the important principle that any world can be held to ransom for the debts inherited by its inhabitants, a principle vital, though not recognized as legitimate, and part of the interstellar economic structure. But the Exotican worlds, by defeating the Commonwealth on St. Maria, would thus reject it. The fact that the Exotican worlds are bound by treaty with St. Maria
To come to their aid when called upon for it makes no difference.
Bright would only have to call upon Sita, or Newton, or even all the worlds with a rigid contract system to form a group that would bring Exotica to its knees. He fell silent and stared at me. Now do you see where I'm going with this? Now do you see why I said you were both right and wrong about your assumption of a vendetta between the Commonwealth and Exotica? Now do you see how wrong you were? He asked. I deliberately looked at him long and hard before answering. Yes, I answered, nodding my head. Now I understand. It's not the exotic worlds that want to get even with the Commonwealth. It's the Commonwealth that wants to get even with Exotica. Exactly, Pierce exclaimed. The wealth and specialized knowledge of the exotics are central to the association of worlds with a loose contract system. And they enable them to resist the trade in skilled, trained laborers, like sacks of grain, that give strength to worlds with a rigid contract system.
And if the exotic worlds are broken, the balance of power between the two groups will be upset. And it is only this balance that has kept our old world of Earth somewhat apart from both groups. And now she will be drawn into one of those groups, and whoever gets her will control our guild and the impartiality of our news service. He fell silent and leaned back as if empty. After a while, he straightened up again. And you know what group Earth will be in if the Commonwealth wins, he said. The group with the hard contract system. And then, where will we be, Tam? Us, in the guild. I glanced back at him, not answering, but giving him time to believe the power of his words to me. But in reality, I was already feeling the first, still faint, taste of my revenge. Now he had come to the very point to which I had intended to lead him from the very beginning, to the point where it would seem that the guild would be faced with the prospect either of the destruction of its highest principle, the impartiality that compelled it to take the side of the opponents of the Commonwealth, or of its inevitable capture by this partisan group of worlds with a rigid contract system, to which the Commonwealth itself belonged. I let him wait a little and feel somewhat hopeless. Then I slowly began to answer him. If the Commonwealth can destroy the Exotican worlds, I said, then perhaps the Exotican worlds can destroy the Commonwealth just as easily. Any situation like this should have an equal chance of going either way. Suppose I could go to Santa Maria in anticipation of the spring offensive and use my ability to understand the situation a little more deeply than others. It might help tip the situation one way or the other, without compromising our impartiality. Pierce stared at me, his face turning slightly pale. What do you mean by that? He finally asked. You can't just side with the exotic worlds. That's not what you mean, is it?
Of course not, I replied. But I could easily see something that they could use to their advantage to get out of the situation. Naturally, there is no guarantee of success here. But otherwise, as you have already said, what is our position then? He paused. Then he reached for his glass, which was on the table. And when he took it, his hand shook slightly. It took a little effort to understand what he was thinking. What I was proposing was a violation of the spirit of the Guild's impartiality law, if not the letter. In this case, we were taking sides. But Pierce seemed to think that for the good of the Guild, that was precisely what we should do while the choice was still in our hands. Do you have any actual evidence that Elder Bright has decided to leave his occupation forces surrounded, cut off as they currently are? I asked while he was silent. Can we say for sure that he will not send reinforcements? I have people on Harmony who are looking for evidence like this right now. The video phone on his desk began to buzz, interrupting him. He pressed a key, and the screen lit up to reveal the face of Tom Lassiri, his secretary. Sir, said Tom, a call from the Ultimate Encyclopedia to the journalist Olin, from Miss Lisa Kant. She states that the matter is of the utmost importance. I will, I said, just as Pierce nodded his head in agreement. For my heart had leapt in my chest for a reason I had no time to figure out. The screen glowed steadily for a moment, then Lisa's face appeared on it. Tam, she cried without greeting. Tam, come quickly. Mark Torrey has been shot by a terrorist. He is dying, in spite of all that the doctors are trying to do, and he wants to talk to you. To you, Tam, before it is too late. Oh, Tam, hurry. Hurry as fast as you can. I'm on my way, I replied. And I ran.
This time I didn't have time to answer why I had reacted so instantly to her challenge. The sound of her voice seemed to throw me out of my chair and carry me away from Pierce's office, like some mighty giant arm had wrapped around my shoulders. I just jumped up and ran.
Chapter 21. Lisa met me at the same entrance to the Ultimate Encyclopedia where I had first encountered her years ago. She led me to Mark Torrey's office, through the same strange maze and revolving room as before, and along the way she told me what had happened. It was against this inevitable danger that the labyrinth and everything else had been created, a pointless expectation. But statistically there was still a possibility that eventually finished off Mark Torrey. The construction of the Ultimate Encyclopedia from the very beginning had given rise to fears that had hitherto been dormant in the minds of not entirely healthy people on all 14 worlds. Because the purpose of the encyclopedia lay in a mysterious area that could neither be easily explained nor defined, it caused psychopathic terror both on Earth and on other worlds. And one of these psychopaths finally got to Mark Torrey, the poor paranoid man who kept his illness a secret even from his own family, while the delusion that the Ultimate Encyclopedia was nothing more than a great brain that would enslave humanity grew and developed in his mind. We saw his body lying on the office floor, and when Lisa and I got closer, I saw that he was a thin man, gray-haired with a gentle, calm face, and blood caked on his forehead. Lisa told me that he had been let in by mistake. Mark Torrey was supposed to be seen by a new doctor who was expected in the afternoon. Through some oversight, this elderly, very well-dressed, distinguished-looking man had been let in instead. He had shot Mark twice, and himself once, committing suicide on the spot. Mark, despite having his lungs pierced by 2 needles from a pistol, was still alive, but was rapidly weakening. And finally, Lisa led me to him, still lying on his back, on the blood-stained counterpane of the large bed, in the bedroom just beyond his office. His outer clothing had been removed, and a huge white bandage was wrapped around his entire chest. His eyes were closed and sunken, so that his nose and chin seemed to jut out stubbornly, as if in furious defiance of the death that was slowly, but surely, dragging his desperately struggling spirit into the depths of its dark waters. But what I remember best was not his face. I was struck by the extraordinary breadth of his chest and shoulders, the strength of his bare arms. Suddenly, from my forgotten school past, I recalled the story of a witness to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Likewise, lying on the bed and dying,
And how the witness was struck by the strength of the muscles and the breadth of the chest, the exposed, naked upper part of the president's body.
The same thing happened with Mark Torrey. True, in his case, most of the muscles were lost as a result of long illness and lack of exercise. But the width and length of his bones indicated the strength he had had in his youth.
There were several other people in the room. Some of them were doctors, but they quickly moved aside as soon as Lisa led me to the bed. She leaned over and called him quietly.
Mark!
She said.
Mark!
For a few seconds, I thought he wouldn't answer. I remember thinking he was probably dead. But then his sunken eyes opened, looked around, and finally focused on Lisa.
There's Tam, Mark.
She said. Then she moved aside, allowing me to come closer to the bed, and turned to look at me.
Bend over, Tam. Closer to him.
She ordered. I came closer and leaned down. His eyes were fixed on my face.
I couldn't tell if he recognized me or not. But then his lips moved, and I heard a ghost of a whisper rustling somewhere deep in his once mighty chest.
Tam!
Yes, I answered. Then I noticed that I was squeezing his hand with mine. I didn't know why. His hand was cold and powerless. Son, he whispered so quietly that I could barely hear. And at that moment, it was as if lightning had struck me, and without moving a single muscle, I froze motionless, cold as if I had been stuck in ice from an unexpected, terrible rage. How dare he? How dare he call me son? I gave him no right or reason to call me that, me who he barely knew, me who had nothing to do with him, or his work, or anything he stood for. How dare he call me son? He whispered something else. He added 2 more words to that terrible, wrong word he had addressed to me. Take it upon yourself. And then his eyes closed. His lips were still, though the slow movement of his chest showed that he was still alive. I let go of his hand, turned, and ran out of the bedroom. I came to in the office, and there I stopped at last, surprised, for the door to the outside was, of course, camouflaged and hidden. And here, Lisa caught up with me. Tem? She put her hand on my shoulder and forced me to look her in the eyes. I could tell from her face that she had heard everything and was now asking me what I was going to do. I started to explode and explained to her that I was not going to do anything like that. None of what the old man had told me, to whom I owed nothing, just as I owed nothing to her. After all, it wasn't even a question asked of me. He hadn't even asked me. He had ordered me to take over. But I didn't make a sound. I opened my mouth, but it seemed I couldn't speak. I must have been breathing like a hunted wolf. And then the video phone on Mark's desk rang, breaking the silence that had enveloped us. Lisa stood near the table. Quite automatically, her hand reached for the video phone and turned it on, although she did not look at the face that appeared on the screen.
Hello?
Said the voice on the instrument panel.
Hello? Is anyone there? I'd like to speak to journalist Tam Olin if you have him. It's quite urgent. Hello? Is anyone there?
It was Pierce Leaf's voice. I tore my gaze away from Lisa and leaned toward the video phone.
Oh, there you are, Tam.
Leaf said from the screen.
Look, I don't want you wasting your time describing the attack on Tori. We've got plenty of good men here who can do that. I think you need to go to St. Mary's immediately.
He paused, looking at me from the screen intently, suggestively.
Do you understand? The information I was expecting has just come through.
I was right. The order has been given. And suddenly everything fell into place, as if everything that had been surging over me in the last few minutes, my long-cherished plan and my thirst for revenge, had washed over me like a great wave, washing away all the demands Mark, Tori, and Lisa had just made on me, threatening to keep me in this place forever. No more supplies? I asked abruptly. What do the orders say? No more reinforcements? He nodded his head. And I think you should go now because the weather forecast says it'll improve there in a week, he replied. Tam, what do you think? I'm already on my way, I interrupted him. Prepare my documents and equipment. Let them know so they'll be waiting for me at the spaceport. I switched off and turned back to Lisa. She looked at me with such eyes that it felt like I had been hit. But now I was strong and threw off this effect of theirs. How do I get out of here? I demanded. I need to go. Now. Tem, she cried.
I'm telling you I have to go!
I pushed her away.
Where's the exit? Where?
She slipped past me as I was running my hands along the walls of the room and pressed something. A passage formed in the wall to my right, and I quickly turned into it. "Tam!" Her voice stopped me one last time. I froze and looked back. "You'll come back," she said. It wasn't a question. She said it the same way Mark Torrey had said it. She wasn't asking me. She was ordering me. And for the last time, it shook me to my core. But then, the dark and growing force, this wave that was my thirst for revenge, hurled me forward again. Through the door. Into the next room. "I'll be back," I assured her. It was a simple, easy lie. Then the door I had walked through closed, and the whole room began to move around me, carrying me away. Chapter 22. As I stepped off the spaceship at St. Mary's, a light breeze from the ship's slightly higher pressure atmosphere, like a hand of darkness, pushed me out of the gloom behind me into a gray, rainy day. A journalist's cloak was thrown over my shoulders. The wet chill of the day enveloped me, but it was not piercing. I was like the sword in my dream, tucked away and hidden in a plaid, sharpened on a stone, and now, at last, being carried to the meeting for which it had been kept for 3 years. A meeting in the cold spring rain. On my hands it felt like cold old blood, and my lips did not taste it. The clouds hung low, and the wind blew them slightly to the east. The rain fell steadily. The noise was like a drum beat as I walked down the docking ladder, a variety of raindrops, each making its own sound on the unyielding concrete of the landing pad. The concrete field stretched away from the ship in all directions, hiding the land. Clean, without a single object, like the last page of an account book before the last entry. In the distance, at the very edge, like a lonely grave, stood the spaceport terminal. The curtain of falling rain between me and the building thickened and thinned like the smoke of battle, but could not completely hide it from my sight. The same rain falls on every other planet, in every other place. It fell in Athens, too, on Matthias's dark, bleak house, and on the ruins of the Parthenon that I saw on the video screen in my bedroom. Now, as I walked down the stairs, I listened to it drumming on the great ship behind me, the one that had, in a hyper-jump between the stars, liberated me from old Earth to this second smallest world. This small Earth-like world in the Procyon system. And I listened to the rain drumming loudly on my credentials briefcase, riding the conveyor belt behind me. The briefcase meant nothing to me now, just as my papers meant nothing to me, nor the credentials of unbiasedness that I had worked so hard to obtain and had now had for 4 years. I cared less about them now than about the name of the man in charge of the fleet of machines, whom I was supposed to find at the edge of the field. If he was the man I'd been informed about on Earth, and if they had lied. "Your luggage, sir?" I woke up from my thoughts in the rain. I walked down to the concrete field. The officer supervising the unloading smiled at me. He was older than me, although he looked younger. When he smiled, a few droplets of moisture fell from his brown helmet with a visor and scattered like tears on the slip of paper he held in his hands. "Send him to the location of the Commonwealth troops," I ordered. "And I'll take the case with the credentials with me." I took the briefcase off the conveyor belt and turned to walk away. The man in the dispatcher's uniform standing by the first of the line of cars did indeed fit the description. "Name, sir?" he asked. "The purpose of your stay at St. Mary's?" If he was described to me, then I must have been known to him. However, I was ready to make fun of him. "Journalist Tam Olin," I replied. "Old Earth resident and representative of the Interstellar News Service Guild. Came here to report on the conflict between the Commonwealth and Exotica." I opened my case and handed him the documents. "Very well, Mr. Olin." He handed them back to me, slightly damp from the rain. Then he turned, opened the car door, and set the autopilot. "Drive straight along the highway to Josephtown. Turn on the automatic control on the outskirts of the city, and the car itself would take you to the location of the Commonwealth troops. Okay, I replied. Yes, 1 minute. He turned around. His face was young, with a small beard, and he looked at me completely calmly. Sir? Help me get into the car. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. He came quickly towards me. I didn't notice that your leg... The dampness is a bit restrictive, I explained.
He adjusted the seat and I hooked my left foot over the control column.
He started to turn away again. Wait a minute, I repeated. My patience was exhausted. You are Walter Ramera, aren't you? Yes, sir, I answered quietly. Look at me, I demanded. You have some information for me, don't you? He turned slowly towards me and looked into my eyes. His face was still expressionless. No, sir. I waited for quite a long time, just looking at him. Okay, I said then, reaching for the car door. I think you understand that I'll still get the information I need, and they'll believe that you gave it to me. His neat little beard suddenly seemed painted onto me. Wait, he said, you have to understand. Information like this isn't news, is it? I have a family. I don't, I replied. I felt nothing towards him. But you don't understand. They'll just kill me. That's the kind of organization we have now, this Blue Front, on St. Mary's. What would you like to know about them?
I don't understand what you mean. Okay, I said, reaching out for the car door again.
Wait. He held out his hand to me in the rain. How can you be sure you can get them to leave me alone if I tell you? Someday, perhaps, they will be able to come to power here again, I said. Even the political groups that have found themselves outlaws do not dare to oppose themselves to the Interstellar News Service. I started closing the car door again. Okay, he said quickly. Okay, you'll go to New San Marcos. There's a jewelry store on Wallace Street. The town is not far from Josephtown, where the Commonwealth camp you are headed to is located. He licked his lips. Will you tell them about me? I will. I looked at him. Above the collar of his blue uniform on the right side of his neck, I could see a thin silver chain on deathly pale skin. The crucifix hanging from it must have been under his shirt. Commonwealth soldiers have been here for 2 years. How do people treat them?
He chuckled slightly, his face returning to normal color.
Oh, like everyone else, he replied. You just have to understand them. They have their own way of behaving. I felt pain in my leg, from which doctors on Novaya Zemlya 3 years ago pulled out a needle fired from a needle gun. Yes, they have their own manners, I said. Close the door. He slammed it shut, and I drove away. On the dashboard of the car was a medal of St. Christopher. A Commonwealth soldier would have torn it off and thrown it away, or refused the car, and I took a special pleasure in leaving it there, though it meant no more to me than it did to such a soldier. And not only because of Dave and the other prisoners they had shot on Novaya Zemlya, but simply because there are some duties which have a small element of pleasure in them. After the illusions of childhood have passed, when there is nothing left but duty, such pleasures are always welcome. Fanatics, when all is said and done, are as good as mad dogs.
But mad dogs must be destroyed. This is a simple, generally accepted opinion, and inevitably, after a time, you return to the conventional. When the wild dreams of justice and progress are dead and buried, when the painful surges of feeling within you have finally ceased, then it is best to become motionless, lifeless, and unyielding, like the blade of a sword sharpened on a stone. And the rain through which such a sword travels to the place where vengeance must be taken does not spoil it, any more than the blood in which it washed itself for the last time. Rain and blood are much alike for a sword. For half an hour I drove past sparsely wooded hills and neatly mown meadows. The plowed fields were black in the rain. I thought the black was a kinder color than some of the other shades I had seen. Finally I reached the outskirts of Josephtown.
The car's autopilot took me through the streets of a small, neat, typical St. Mary's town of about 100,000 people. I emerged on the other side into open country and saw the towering, massive concrete walls of a military camp. A Commonwealth sergeant stopped my car at the gate with a wave of his needle gun and opened the car door to my left. "Do you have business here?" His voice was harsh and nasal. The cloth stripes of a platoon commander were sewn onto the collar of his uniform. He looked to be about 40 years old, and his thin face was lined with wrinkles. Both his face and hands, the only parts of his body that were exposed, looked unnaturally white against the black of his uniform and the black of his needle rifle. I opened the briefcase lying next to me and handed him my documents. "My credentials," I explained. "I've come here to see your acting expeditionary commander, Commander Jameson Black." "Then move over," he croaked. "I have to drive." I moved over. He climbed into the car and took over. We drove through the gate and turned into a side alley.
At the end of it, I could already make out the inner platform. The concrete walls on either side of the car, hanging close, echoed back the noise of our advance. The closer we got to the platform, the louder the commands coming from it became. When we entered, the soldiers, in the rain, were already lined up by rank for the midday service. The platoon leader left me and walked through the door leading to the office at the far end of the area. I looked at the soldiers standing in the square. They were armed, ready for a church service in the field. And as I watched, an officer standing facing them with his back to the wall began to recite the words of their battle hymn. "Soldier, do not ask yourself what, how, and why. If the banner leads you into battle, march after it. And let the legions of the godless surround us, not counting the blows, chop and smash. That is your entire order." I tried not to listen. There was no musical accompaniment to the hymn. No signs or symbols to be seen, except for the thin outline of a cross painted in white on the wall behind the officer. A dense chorus of male voices rose and fell in an ominous, sullen hymn that promised them only pain, suffering, and bitterness. Finally, a final line of a furious prayer for death in battle rang out, and they lowered their weapons. The platoon commander gave the command "at ease" as the officer walked past my car, without even looking at me, and entered the same door through which my companion, the sergeant, had disappeared. As he passed, I saw that the officer was none other than Jameson Black. A moment later, my guide came out after me. Limping on my stiff leg, I followed him into an inner office where a few lamps glowed above a single desk. Jameson rose from the desk and nodded his head as the door closed behind me. The faded stripes of a commander were visible on the lapels of his uniform. As I passed him my credentials across the table, the light from the lamps blinded me slightly. I stepped back and blinked, trying to make out his blurred face. When it came into focus again, for a moment it seemed coarser, older, warped, and lined by years of fanaticism. A face like the one I remembered as belonging to the man who had stood over the murdered prisoners on Novaya Zemlya. But then, my eyes finally adjusted, and I saw what he really looked like. His dark face was thin, but it was the thinness of youth rather than of starvation. His features were ordinary, if not manly. His eyes were tired and faded. His mouth was straight, but just as tired, although his body bore the imprint of controlled tension, being smaller and lighter than mine. He held my credentials without looking at them, his mouth slightly curved into a weak, tired, sullen smile. "And no doubt, Mr. Olin," he said. "You have another packet filled with permits from Exotica to interview the mercenaries and officers they hired on Dorsai, and a dozen other worlds to oppose God's chosen in battle." I smiled. I was incredibly pleased to find him so strong, which increased my anticipation of breaking him. Chapter 23. I looked across the 10 feet of space that separated us. The Commonwealth platoon leader who had killed the prisoners on Novaya Zemlya
had also spoken of God's chosen. If you look under the papers intended for you, I said, you will find them. The news service and its staff are neutral. We do not take sides. Really? A young dark-skinned person objected to me. On the contrary, he doesn't choose anyone's side. Yes, Commander, I confirmed. That is correct. Only sometimes it is a matter of dispute as to whose side exactly is right. You and your forces here are invaders on a world whose system your ancestors never colonized.
And you are confronted by mercenary units hired by two worlds that not only belong to the Procyon system, but are also obligated to protect the minor worlds of their system, one of which is St. Mary. I am not sure that you are right. He shook his head slightly and said, We expect little understanding from those who are not the chosen. He then turned his gaze to the papers he held in his hand. Do you mind if I sit down? I asked. My leg hurts. Of course. He nodded toward a chair by the table, and when I sat down, he sat down himself. I glanced at the papers on the table in front of him, and noticed, a little to one side, a solidograph of one of their windowless churches, a very typical Commonwealth building. A significant detail for him, no doubt, but there were three others standing in front of the church, an elderly man and woman, and a girl of about 14. All three, no doubt, bore the stamp of kinship with James. He looked up from examining my credentials and noticed that I was looking at them. His gaze moved for a moment to the solidograph and then returned to the papers. As I understand it, what is required of me, he said, turning my gaze back to his person, is to provide you with support and housing. We will find a place for you here. Do you need a car and a driver? Thank you, I replied. That commercial vehicle outside will do just fine, and I'm driving it myself. As you wish. He put aside the papers intended for him, handed the rest back to me, and leaned toward the speaker on the table. Platoon Commander. Yes, sir, the speaker responded immediately. A room for one man, a civilian. A parking space for a civilian car. Personal. Yes, sir. The voice on the speaker stopped. Jameson Black looked over his desk at me. I realized he was waiting for me to leave. Commander, I began, putting my credentials back in the briefcase. 2 years ago, the elders of the United Churches on Harmony and the Association found that the planetary government of St. Mary owed them a certain amount of credits. So they sent an expeditionary force here to occupy and put pressure on them and thus collect the debt. How many men and equipment do you have left? This, Mr. Olin, he replied, is classified military information. Nevertheless, I closed the briefcase. You, with the rank of a regular commander, are acting commander-in-chief of the remnants of your expeditionary force. Such a post requires a man at least 5 ranks senior to you. Do you expect such an officer to arrive and assume command? I'm afraid you should have asked that question at General Headquarters on Harmony, Mr. Olin. Do you expect additional reinforcements and equipment to arrive? If that were the case, his voice sounded even, I would also consider it classified military information. You are probably aware of the fairly widespread rumors that your headquarters on Harmony have decided that this expedition to St. Mary's is a lost cause. But to avoid losing face, they chose to have you surrounded here instead of taking you and your men away. I understand that. Would you like to comment on this? His dark, young, impassive face had not changed at all. No, Mr. Olin. Then one last question. Do you plan to retreat further west or surrender when the spring offensive of the exotic mercenary forces against you begins? The chosen in the battle never retreat, he replied. They never abandon their brothers in the Lord, nor suffer from their forgetfulness. He stood up. I have work to get back to, Mr. Olin. I stood up too. I was taller than him, older,
and more powerfully built. Only his unnatural posture allowed him to maintain the appearance of equality, or some kind of superiority towards me. "Perhaps we can talk later when you have more time," I said. "Certainly." I heard the door open behind me. "Platoon commander," he said to someone behind me. "Take care of Mr. Olin." The platoon commander he handed me over to found me a small concrete room with a single high window, a field bed, and a wardrobe. Then he left me for a few moments and returned with a signed pass. "Thank you," I thanked him, taking the pass. "And where could I find the field headquarters of the exotic forces?" "Our last information, sir," he said, "is that they are 90 kilometers away in New San Marcos." He was about my height, but like most of the others, he was a dozen years younger than me. And there was a strange innocence to his youth that contrasted so well with the amazing self-control they all possessed. "San Marcos," I looked at him. "I suppose you all probably know that your headquarters on Harmony has decided not to send you any more reinforcements, considering it a waste of effort?" "No, sir," he replied. I might as well have commented on the incessant rain, judging by his reaction. These guys were still going strong and unbroken. "Anything else?" "No," I replied. "Thank you." He left. Almost immediately I followed him out to drive east, where New San Marcos was located 90 kilometers away. I got there in about 3/4 of an hour. But I didn't go straight to the Exotica military field headquarters because I had some fish to catch. This led me to a small jewelry shop in Wallace Street, and there, descending 3 steps, I passed through an opaque door and found myself in a long, dark room filled with glass cases. At the last of these stood a small, elderly man, and I saw him intently examining my correspondent's coat and badge as I approached. "What can I do for you, sir?" he asked as I stopped at the window opposite him. He raised his gray, squinty, elderly eyes to look me in the face. "I think you know," I said, "that all the worlds know the news service. We are not interested in local politics. What do you want, sir? One way or another. You will still find out how I got your address." I kept smiling at him. "So first I'll tell you that I got it from the spaceport traffic controller, Walter Eimer. I promised him protection for telling me. We would appreciate it if he remained in perfect health and order. I'm afraid." He lowered his hands onto the glass cover of the display case. They were covered with bluish knots of veins, a sign of the years he had lived. "Would you like to buy anything?" "I would like to pay, and generously," I explained, "for the information." His hand slipped from the lid. "Sir," he sighed slightly, "I'm afraid you've come to the wrong store." "I'm sure it is," I said. "We'll just pretend that this is the store I want, and I'm talking to someone who's a member of the Blue Front." He shook his head slowly and stepped back from the display case. "The Blue Front is outlawed," he said. "Goodbye, sir." "One moment. I need to say a few things first. Then I'm sorry." He retreated to the curtains that covered the doorway. "I can't listen to you. No one will come into this room while you talk like that, sir." He slipped through the curtains and disappeared. I looked around the long, empty room. "Well," I said a little louder, "it looks like I'll have to communicate with the walls. I'm sure they'll hear me." I hesitated. No sound came. "Okay," I said again. "I'm a reporter. All I'm interested in is information. Our assessment of the military situation here on St. Mary's," I was telling the truth here, "indicates that the Commonwealth Expeditionary Force has been abandoned to its fate by its commanders and will likely be destroyed by exotic forces as soon as the ground dries out enough to move heavy equipment." There was still no answer, but I could feel them watching me and listening behind my back. "And, as a result," I continued, and this time I lied. "Though they had no way of knowing it, we consider it inevitable that the Commonwealth Command We'll have to make contact with the Blue Front. The killing of enemy officers is, of course, a violation of the Mercenary Code and the Articles of Civilized Warfare. But civilians can do what soldiers cannot. There was still no sign of movement behind the curtains. A representative of the news service, I said, always carries with him the credentials of impartiality. You know how highly they are valued. I wish to ask you only a few questions, and the answers will be kept confidential.
I waited one last time, but still there was no answer. I turned and walked out of the long room into the street.
It was only when I stepped out into the fresh air that I felt a sense of triumph welling up inside me, gradually taking hold of me. They'll take the bait. That's what their kind always did. I headed to my car, got in, and drove to the Exotica headquarters. It was located outside the city. There, a mercenary major named Janel Merritt took charge of me. He escorted me to their field headquarters. There was an air of confident and joyful activity. Everyone here was well-armed and well-trained. Compared to the Commonwealth forces, this immediately caught my eye. I did not fail to mention this to Janel. Our commander is a Dorsaean, and we outnumber them. He smiled at me. He had a very tanned, long face, and there were folds near his lips. All this makes us very optimistic. Besides, our commander will get a promotion if he wins.
He will go back to Exotica and do only staff work,
and will no longer take part in combat. So victory is good business for us. I laughed, and he followed suit. And yet tell me more, I asked. I would like to have more detailed information for use in the reports I will send to the news service. Well, he returned the greeting of the platoon commander. A Cassidian, by the look of him, with a flourish of salute. I thought you might mention first of all the fact that our employers, from Exotica, do not indulge in cruelty, and accordingly they are always very generous in everything that concerns payment of troops and equipment. And the binder is the ambassador from Exotica to St. Mary's, as you know. I know. He replaced the old linker here 3 years ago. Still, he's something special, even for people from Mara or Cultus. He's an expert in ontological computation. If that means anything to you, it's all beyond me, and over there is our field commander's office. Janal gestured.
His name is Casey Green. Green, I asked, frowning. I could admit that I'd heard of Casey Green, but I wanted to see Janel's reaction to the name. Sounds familiar. We approached the office building. Green. You were probably thinking about another member of the same family. Janel took the bait. Donald Green, nephew. And Casey is Donald's uncle. Not as distinguished as young Green, but I'm sure you'll like him better than the nephew. Casey has the friendliness of both. He looked at me again, smiling slightly. Is that supposed to mean something special? I asked. Quite right, Janel replied. His own friendliness and that of his twin brother. Meet Ian Green sometime when you're in Blauein. That's where the Exotica embassy is, east of here. Ian is a grim man. We entered the office. I just can't get used to the fact, I explained, that many Dorsai seem to be related to each other. Me too. In fact, I think it's because there aren't that many of them. Dorsai is a small planet, and those who live there for more than a few years. Janel stopped at the commandant, who was sitting at the table. Can we see the old man, Hari? He's a journalist from the Interstellar News Service. Of course. The officer looked at the signals on his desk panel. He has the binder, but he's already about to leave. Come in. Janel led me between the tables. A door at the far end of the room swung open before we reached it, and a middle-aged man with a perfectly calm face, dressed in the blue robes of Exotica,
with short-cropped gray hair, stepped out. His strange, light brown eyes met mine. "Padma." "Sir," Janel said to Padma. "This is Tam Olin, I know," Padma said softly. He smiled at me, and for a moment those eyes seemed to reflect the light and blind me. "I was very sorry to hear about what happened to your brother-in-law, Tam." I suddenly went completely cold. I was ready to go forward, but now I stood frozen and looked at him.
"My brother-in-law?" I asked him. "A young man who died near Castlemaine on Novaya Zemlya." "Oh, yes," I managed to say. "I'm surprised you know about it. I know this because of you, Tam." Once again, those strange brown eyes of Padma's seemed to reflect the light. "Have you forgotten how I once told you about a science called ontogenetics, by which we calculate the probable actions of people in both present and future situations? You have been an important factor in these calculations for quite some time now." He smiled. "That's why I expected to meet you here now. We identified you from the current situation on St. Mary's, Tam." "Really?" I asked. "Really, that's interesting." "I think it might be interesting," Padma replied softly. "Especially for you. A journalist like you might well find it curious." "Yes, that's true," I said. "It sounds as if you know more than I do about what I'm planning to do here." "We've worked out our calculations," Padma explained softly, "and we've achieved this effect. Come to me in Bloemen, Tam, and I'll show you everything." "I will definitely do it," I assured him. "I will be happy to receive you." Padma bowed his head. Then his blue robe rustled on the floor as he turned and walked out of the room. "This way, please," Janel said, touching my elbow. I woke up as if from a long sleep. "The commander is here." I followed him mechanically into the inner office. As we passed through the door, Casey Green rose from his desk. And for the first time, I found myself face to face with this big, lean, trim man in his field uniform, with a face that was large-featured but open and smiling. His black hair curled slightly, that peculiar golden warmth of personality. An odd thing for a Dorsai seemed to emanate from him as he rose to greet me, his hand with its long, strong fingers simply swallowing mine. "Come in," he invited. "Let me offer you a drink. Janel," he added, turning to my mercenary major from Novaya Zemlya, "you are no longer needed here. Go and have a snack, and tell everyone in the outer office that they are dismissed." Janel saluted and left. I sat down, and Green turned to his small bar cabinet behind the table. And for the first time in 3 years, under the spell of this unusual man of war sitting across from me, a small measure of calm came into my soul. With such a man on my side, I could not lose. Chapter 24. "Credentials?" Green asked as soon as we had settled into our chairs with glasses filled with Dorsey whiskey, which was very good, by the way. I handed him the documents. He glanced through them, picking out the letters from Sayona, the cultist binder, addressed to the commander of the St. Mary's Field Forces. After looking at them, he also put them aside. Then he handed me back my credentials. "Did you stop in Josephtown first?" he asked. I nodded affirmatively. I noticed how attentively he looked into my eyes and how his face became somewhat stern. "You don't like the Commonwealth," he said suddenly. His words took my breath away. I came ready to tell him about it myself, but it all happened too suddenly. I looked away. I didn't dare answer right away. I just couldn't. If I allowed myself to answer right away, without thinking, I would have to either explain everything or try not to say anything at all. Finally, I collected my thoughts. "If I am to do anything for the rest of my life," I said slowly, "it will be to do everything in my power to isolate and ultimately drive the Commonwealth and all that it stands for from civilized society. I looked up at him again. He was sitting at his desk, his massive hand on it, watching me. A very harsh point of view, isn't it? No harsher than theirs. Do you think so? He asked seriously. I wouldn't say so. I thought, I said, that you were one of those who fight them. Well, that's true, he smiled slightly. But we are soldiers on both sides. I don't think they feel the same way. He shook his head slightly. What makes you say that? He asked. I've seen them before, I replied. I came across them when I was between the front lines at Castlemaine on Novia Zemlya 3 years ago. You remember that conflict. I tapped my unbending knee lightly. I was shot and couldn't move. The Cassidians next to me were pushing me to retreat. They were mercenaries, and they were opposed by the Commonwealth troops, the same mercenaries. I fell silent and took a sip of whiskey. When I put the glass down on the table, Green still hadn't moved. He sat there as if waiting for something. There was a young Cassidian among them, a new recruit, I continued. I was doing a series of reports on that campaign from the point of view of various individuals, and I chose him as that individual. It was a natural choice. You see, I took another sip of whiskey and drained the glass. My sister, she's younger than me, had moved to Cassidy 2 years before, on contract as an accountant, and married him. He was my brother-in-law. Green took the cup from my hand and refilled it. He wasn't really a military man, I continued. He was studying hyperspace mechanics, and he still had 3 years of school left. But he got low marks in one of the competitive exams, and just at the time when Cassida owed the military units of Novia Zemlya their contract balance. I sighed. Well, to make this long story short, he ended up on Novia Zemlya during the very campaign I was reporting on.
And it was because of them that I got him assigned to me as an assistant. We both thought it would be better for him, and that he would be safer that way. I took another sip of whiskey. But, I said, you know, you can always find a more interesting topic somewhere in a combat zone. And one day, we found ourselves in just such a place. When the Novaya Zemlya troops were retreating, a rifle needle shot through my knee. The Commonwealth armor was coming up, and it was getting hot. The soldiers with us retreated quickly to the rear, but Dave tried to carry me, thinking that the Commonwealth armor would simply fry me before they noticed that I was not a soldier. Well, I took another deep breath. A Commonwealth reconnaissance unit came across us. They took us to some clearing where they already had quite a few prisoners and held us there for a while.
Then the platoon leader, one of their fanatics, a tall, hungry wolf-like soldier about my age, came in with the order that they prepare for another attack. I stopped and took another sip, but I didn't taste the whiskey. That meant they couldn't leave men to guard the prisoners. They'd have to let them go behind the Commonwealth lines. The platoon commander said that couldn't be allowed to happen. They had to be sure the prisoners wouldn't harm them. Green continued to watch me closely. I didn't understand it at first. I didn't understand it even then. When all the soldiers of the Commonwealth, not one of them a sergeant, like a platoon leader, objected to him. I put the glass down on the table next to me and stared at the office wall, as if seeing it all again, as clearly as if I were looking at it through a window. I remember the platoon commander suddenly straightening up. I saw his eyes, as if he was offended by the other soldiers' objection. "Are they the Lord's chosen?" he yelled at them. "Are they of the chosen?" I looked at Casey Green, sitting across from me, and noticed that he was still watching me intently, the small glass of whiskey simply drowning in his huge palm. "Do you understand?" I asked him, as if, because the prisoners weren't from the Commonwealth, they weren't quite human in his mind, as if they were of some lower order and therefore could be killed. I suddenly shuddered. And he did it! I was sitting there, leaning against a tree, safe in my news uniform, and I watched him shoot them all of them. I was sitting there looking at Dave, and he was looking at me, sitting there, as the platoon commander shot him. Suddenly I fell silent.
I wanted to tell him all this way. I just couldn't tell anyone before who would understand how helpless I was then. But something in green told me that he would understand. Yes, he said quietly a moment later, taking my glass back and refilling it.
Such things are most undesirable. And was this platoon commander found and court-martialed for violating the mercenary code?
After everything had already happened, yes. He nodded and looked past me at the wall. Of course, they are not all like that. But there are enough of them that they deservedly receive the reputation they have. Unfortunately, that's true. Well, he smiled slightly at me. We will try and not allow such things in this campaign. Tell me something, I asked, putting down my glass. Have things like this, what do you call them, ever happened to the people of the Commonwealth themselves? Something changed in the atmosphere of the office. There was a slight pause before he answered. I felt my heart thump 3 times, waiting for his answer. Finally, he answered, "No, they didn't happen." Why? I asked again. The strange feeling in the room grew stronger, and I realized that I had been forcing things too much. I had sat and talked to him as if he were a man, forgetting that he was something else as well. And now I began to forget that he was a man, and to think of him as a Dorsayer, a human being just as I was. He did not change the tone of his voice or his posture, but for some reason it seemed to me that he had moved away from me some distance, out there onto the high, cold, rocky ground, where I could only try to reach at my own peril and risk. I remembered what they said about his people on this small mountainous world. They said that if the Dorsai were willing and able to recall all their warriors from all the other worlds, and then challenge all those worlds, not even the combined might of the rest of civilization could stand against them. I had never believed that before. In fact, I had never thought about it. But now, sitting here and feeling what was going on in the room, I suddenly realized that it was true. I could feel it in my skin, like the wind off a glacier hitting my face. It really was true. And then he answered my question. Because, said Casey Green, all such things were specifically prohibited by Article 2 of the Mercenary Code. Then he suddenly smiled, and whatever had just been in the room disappeared. I took a breath. Well, he said, putting his empty glass down on the table, how about having lunch with us in the officers' mess? I dined with them, and the food was very good. They wanted me to stay the night, but I felt an irresistible pull to go back to the dark, grim camp near Josephtown, where everything that awaited me was cold and bitterly satisfying to be among my enemies. I'm back. It was about 11 o'clock at night when I passed through the gates, just as a figure emerged from Jameston's headquarters. The area was lit only by a few lamps on the walls, and their light was lost on the wet asphalt. For a moment I could not tell whose figure it was, but then I saw that it was Jameston. He would have passed by not far from me, but I got out of the car and went towards him. He stopped at the moment when I found myself in front of him. "Mr. Olin," he said calmly. In the darkness I couldn't make out his expression. "I have one question I'd like to ask," I said, smiling in the dark. "It's too late for questions now." "Oh, it won't take long." I tried to make out his expression, but it was very difficult in the darkness. "I visited the Exotica camp. Their commander is a Dorsai. I think you know that?" "Yes." I could barely see his lips move. "We talked to him. I had one question, and I thought I should ask you, Commander. Have you ever ordered your men to shoot prisoners?" A strange, short silence fell between us, and then he answered. "The killing or abuse of prisoners of war," he said expressionlessly, "is prohibited by Article 2 of the Mercenary Code." "But you're not mercenaries here, are you? You're local military units serving your own true church and your own elders." Mr. Olin, he said, while I still tried in vain to discern the expression of his face, hidden by the darkness. But the words seemed to flow slowly through the air, although the tone of his voice remained just as calm. My Lord has made me his servant and commander, and in none of these tasks will I fail him. And with that he turned, his face still hidden in the darkness. He nodded to me, and going around me, walked on. Alone, I returned to my quarters, undressed, and lay down on the hard, narrow bed they had provided for me. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. Through the open, undraped window, I could see a few stars emerging in the sky. I lay there, preparing for bed, making some mental notes about what I would need to do the next day. The meeting with Padma had thrown me off course. Strangely, I had almost forgotten that his calculations on the actions of human beings could apply to me personally, and it shocked me when I was reminded of it. I needed to know more about this science of ontogenetics, what it could know and predict, from Padma herself, if necessary. But first, I would have to start with the usual, publicly available sources. I thought that no one could entertain the idea that a single person like me could destroy a culture that included the populations of 2 planets. No one. Except perhaps Padma, which I knew his calculations would reveal, and they were about the friendly worlds of harmony in the association, facing a choice that meant life or death for their way of life. The smallest thing could tip the scales on which they hung. I went over my plan again in my mind, looking at it fondly. For now a new wind was blowing among the stars. 400 years ago we were all people of Earth. Old Earth, the mother planet, which was my home planet with one people. Then, with the migration to new worlds, the human race split, to use the exotic term. Each little fragment and psychological type separated and joined others like itself, and the process progressed. Until finally we had a dozen fragments of human types. The warrior from Dorsai, the philosopher from Exotica, the scientist from Newton, Cassida, or Venus, and so on. Isolation had bred very specific types. Then the growing intercourse between the young worlds, now strong, and the ever-increasing advances in technology had pushed specialization again, and the trade between worlds became a trade in learned minds. Dorsai generals were worth trading for psychiatrists from Exotica. Journalists like me, from Old Earth, bought starship builders from Cassid. And so it had been for the last 100 years. But now the worlds were drawing closer. The economy was fusing the races into a single whole, and a struggle began on each world to gain an advantage from this alloy, while at the same time trying to preserve for as long as possible the way of life to which they were accustomed. A compromise was necessary, but the fierce, unyielding religion of the Commonwealth forbade compromise, and in doing so it had made many enemies. And already public opinion on many worlds was turning against the Commonwealth. Discredit them, crush them publicly, here, in this campaign, and they would never be able to sell their soldiers again. They would lose the balance of trade they needed to hire the off-world trained specialists they needed to keep their 2 resource-poor worlds viable. And they would die. How young Dave died. Slowly, in the dark. And with these thoughts, memories came flooding back to me again. It was only midday when we were captured, and by the time the platoon commander showed up to order the guards to move forward, the sun had almost set. I remembered how after they left, when it was all over and I was alone, I crawled to the bodies in the clearing, and how I found Dave, and he was still alive. He was mortally wounded, and I couldn't stop the bleeding. Later they told me that even that wouldn't have worked. But I tried. but I finally gave up, and by that point it was completely dark. I held him in my arms and didn't know he was dead until his body began to stiffen. And that's when I began to turn into what my uncle had always tried to turn me into. I felt like I was dying inside. Dave and my sister were my family, the only thing I wanted to hold on to. Instead, all I could do was sit there in the dark, clutching his body and listening to the drops of his blood-soaked clothes slowly fall onto the dead leaves of the pseudo-oak trees that covered the ground. And now I lay in bed, in the Commonwealth camp, and I couldn't sleep, remembering and remembering. And after a while, I heard the marching soldiers, lining up for midnight duty on the platform. I lay on my back and listened to them. At last the sound of their marching feet died away. The only window in my room was above my bed, high up, to the left of it.
It was uncurtained, and the night air and its sounds came into the room unhindered, together with the dim light of the lanterns above the platform, outlining a pale square on the opposite wall of my little room. I looked, watching this square, and listened to the service going on outside, and I heard the officer leading the service begin the prayer. Then they sang their battle hymn again, and this time I listened to it from beginning to end, lying down. Soldier, do not ask yourself what, how, and why. If the banner leads you into battle, follow it. And let the legions of the godless surround us, not counting the blows, chop and smash. That's your entire order. Praise and glory, honor, toys, miserable trash. Do your job. It is, perhaps, only we can handle. Human filth, human sins, place among the garbage. Fulfill your duty. And remember, do not ask questions. Blood and suffering, eternal pain. From time immemorial the soldiers lock.
Clutch your faithful sword tighter. Wherever you are, everywhere. Rejoice in the battle, any fight. Rejoice in the furious slaughter. There have been many of them, but there will be more in your short life. And when our time comes, and wherever someone lies, we will flock from all sides. Chosen soldiers. We will all then come before the Lord's throne. The blood of our wounds will be a sign of those who are chosen, who have the right to stand before Him. Having sworn allegiance to Him alone, we keep allegiance only to Him.
After that, they went their separate ways and went to sleep, in beds that were no different from mine. I lay there and listened to the silence that had fallen on the square, and to the measured raindrops outside the window. These slow raindrops fell, one after another, evenly, in the darkness, without counting. Chapter 25. The day after my arrival, there was no more rain. Day after day, the fields dried out.
Soon they would be dry enough to support the weight of heavy ground combat vehicles, and everyone knew that the exotic forces' spring offensive would begin then. Meanwhile, both Commonwealth and exotic forces were undergoing intensive training. For the next few weeks, I was hard at work as a journalist, mostly articles and short stories about soldiers and local people. I had to send messages, which I did zealously. A correspondent is only as good as his contacts, and I made such contacts wherever I could, except with the Commonwealth troops. They remained aloof, although I talked to many of the soldiers. They showed no signs of fear or doubt. I had heard that many of the Commonwealth soldiers were poorly trained in general because the suicidal tactics of their officers had constantly filled their units with green recruits. But here were the remnants of the expeditionary force, 6 times the size of what it now was.
And all of them were veterans, though most of them were not yet 20.
Only occasionally among the sergeants, and more often among the junior officers, did I notice the prototype of the sergeant who had ordered the shooting of the prisoners on Novaya Zemlya. Here, men of that type looked like mad gray wolves mixed with polite, well-trained young dogs just emerging from puppyhood. It was tempting to think that they were the only ones I intended to destroy here. And as I fought the temptation, I reminded myself that Alexander the Great had led expeditions against mountain tribes and ruled Pella, the capital of Macedonia, and ordered executions when he was only 16. Even so, the soldiers of the Commonwealth seemed very young to me. But it was not for me to continue comparing them with the older, experienced mercenaries of Casey Green's forces. For the exotic worlds, true to their principles, would not hire recruits or soldiers who wore battle uniforms against their will.
Meanwhile, I had heard nothing from the Blue Front.
By the end of the 2 weeks, I had made my own connections in New San Marcos. And at the beginning of the 3rd week, I learned that the jewelry store on Wallace Street had pulled down the curtains on its windows, moved out of its premises, and moved somewhere else, or perhaps even closed. That was all I needed to know. During the next few days, I was constantly in the vicinity of Jamestown Black, and at the end of the week, my observation of him was justified. At 10 o'clock that Friday evening, as I was walking around my apartment, and along the path under the parapet of the wall where the sentries were walking, I noticed 3 civilians, clearly identified as Blue Front, drive up to the square, get out of their car, and enter Jamestown's office. They spent a little over an hour there. When they left, I went to bed. This time, I slept soundly. The next morning, I rose early to find mail waiting for me.
It had been delivered by spaceship, and it was from the director of news congratulating me on my reporting.
Once upon a time, 3 years ago, that would have meant a great deal to me. Now I was just worried that they might decide the situation here was interesting enough to warrant sending a few more people to help me. I couldn't risk having more news personnel here to see what I was doing. I climbed into my car and headed east along the highway to New San Marcos, to the headquarters of the exotic forces. The Commonwealth troops were already in position. 18 kilometers east of Josephtown, I was stopped by a squad of 5 young soldiers, not a single sergeant among them. They recognized me. "In the name of God, Mr. Olin," said the first of them, the one closest to me, leaning over and addressing me through the open window at my left shoulder. "You can't get through. Do you mind if I ask why?" He turned and pointed to the side and down into a small valley between 2 wooded hills to our left. "Tactical planning is underway." I looked. The little valley or meadow between the wooded slopes was about 100 yards wide, and it curved round us and disappeared on the right. On the edges of the wooded slopes, where they met the meadow, were lilies a few days old. The meadow itself was green with the beautiful chartreuse-colored young grass of early summer, with here and there the white-purple blossoms of the lilies, and the pseudo-oaks above them were lightly covered with small young leaves. And in the middle of all this, in the center of the meadow, figures in black uniforms were moving around, with computing devices in their hands, measuring and calculating the possibilities of killing from different directions. And in the very center of the meadow, for some reason, they had set up 5 marker posts. First one post, then another, with 2 posts on the sides.
Further on the grass lay another post, as if it had fallen and was no longer needed.
I looked back at the soldier's long, young face. "Are you preparing for victory?" I asked. He took it as if it were a direct question, and there was no irony in my voice at all. "Yes, sir," he answered, very seriously. I looked at him, then at the faces and open eyes of the others. "Don't you think you might lose?" No, Mr. Olin. He shook his head sadly. No one ever loses when they fight in the name of God. He noticed that I needed convincing, and so continued enthusiastically. He placed his right hand on the shoulders of his soldiers, and all that is available to them is only victory, and sometimes death. And what is death? He looked at his companions, and they all nodded in agreement. What is death? They echoed. I looked at them. They were standing before me, asking me and themselves what death was, as if they were discussing some hard but necessary work. I had an answer for them, but I did not say it. Death was the platoon leader, one of their kind, who had ordered soldiers like themselves to kill the prisoners. That was death. Call an officer, I asked. My pass allows me to pass, even here. I'm sorry, sir, replied the one who had first spoken to me. But we cannot leave our post to call an officer. But one will be here soon. I had an idea of what soon meant, and I was right. It was well past noon when the force leader appeared, ordered them to go to lunch, and let me through. When I arrived at Casey Green's headquarters, the sun was already low on the horizon, and the trees cast long shadows across the ground. And yet, it seemed as if the camp had just awakened. It didn't take much experience to see that Exotica's forces had finally moved against Jameton. I found Janel Marat, the commandant from Novaya Zemlya. I need to see Commander Green, I said. He shook his head, even though we already knew each other quite well. Not now, Tam. Sorry. Janelle, I said. This isn't for an interview. This is a matter of life and death. I need to see Casey. He looked at me intently. I looked at him. Wait here, he said. We were standing right at the entrance to the headquarters. He went out and was gone for about 5 minutes. I stood there, listening to the wall clock steadily ticking away the seconds and minutes. Then, he returned. Here, he pointed. He led me outside, around the domed plastic structures, to a small building half hidden by the trees. As we entered, I realized I was in Casey Green's private quarters. We passed a small living room and entered a room that was a combination bedroom and bathroom. Casey had just showered and was putting on his combat fatigues. He glanced at me curiously, then back at Janelle. Okay, Commandant, he said. You may now return to your duties. Yes, sir, Janelle said, without looking back at me. He saluted and walked out. Well, Tam, Casey said, pulling up his pants. What's the matter? He looked at me a little quizzically as he fastened the belt of his trousers. He had not yet put on a shirt, and in the relatively small room he towered over me like a giant, like some unstoppable force of nature. His body was tanned like dark wood, and the muscles stood out in relief on his chest and shoulders. His stomach was taut, and the muscles of his arms seemed to move as he moved them. Once again I felt that special Dorsey element in him. It was not simply his physical strength and his imposing size. It was not even the fact that he was someone who had been trained from childhood to fight, someone who had been specially bred for battle. No, it was something alive, but inexplicable. The same quality that one might find in a pure exotic, like Padma, the binder, or in some Newtonian or Cassian research scientist. Something beyond the ordinary appearance of man. So much so that it resembled serenity. A feeling of complete self-confidence where his own human type was concerned, which was so complete that it seemed to place him above all weaknesses, made him invincible. I could picture the thin, dark shadow of Jameton confronting such a man, and the very idea of Jameton winning was unimaginable, utterly impossible. But there was always a danger. Okay, I'll tell you why I came here, I said to Casey. I just found out that Black has contacted the Blue Front, a local terrorist political group with headquarters in Blauwein. 3 of them visited him last night. I saw them. Casey picked up a shirt from the chair and stuck his long arm into the sleeve. I know, he replied. I stared at him. Don't you understand? I asked. These are killers. This is their trade. And there's only one person they and Jamestown could successfully eliminate, and that's you, Casey. He put his hand into the other sleeve. I know it, he said again. They want to overthrow the existing government on St. Mary's again and seize power, which is impossible if Exotica's money goes to pay for our units that keep the peace on this planet. They didn't get any help from Jamestown in the past. And have they achieved it now? He asked, buttoning his shirt with his fingers. The Commonwealth is desperate, I said. Even if reinforcements were to arrive tomorrow, Jamestown is realistic about his chances if you launch an offensive against him. Assassins may be outlawed by the military conventions and the mercenary code, but you and I know the Commonwealth. Casey gave me a strange look and picked up his jacket from the chair. Really? He asked. I looked into his eyes. Isn't it, Tam? He put on his jacket and buttoned it up. I know the people I have to fight. Knowing them is my business. But what makes you think you know them? That's my business too, I replied. Perhaps you've forgotten. I am a journalist, and people are my business. First, last, and most important. But you don't like the people of the Commonwealth. Why should I like them? I asked. I've been to all the worlds. I've seen the ruler of Sida, and he's desperate to make as much profit as possible. But he's still a man. I've seen Newtonians and Venusians floating in the clouds, but if you shake them up enough, you can bring them back to reality. I've seen exotics, like Padma, with their armchair miracles of psychology, and the Freelander, up to his ears in his bureaucracy. I've seen them all, from the perspective of my own world, the world of old Earth, and from the perspective of Kobe, or Venus, or even Dorsai, like you. And I'll tell you, they all have one thing in common. Each of them is a man. They've simply chosen to specialize in one important area. And the Commonwealth? Fanaticism, I answered. Is that valuable? On the contrary. What good is a blind, deaf, dull, thoughtless faith that does not allow a person to think about himself? How do you know they're not thinking? Casey asked. Now he was standing facing me and watching me intently. Perhaps some of them do, I replied. Perhaps the younger ones, before the poison has soaked their souls too deeply. But what good is it that such a culture still exists? An unexpected silence fell in the room. What are you talking about? Casey asked. I mean, you need these assassins, I said. You don't need the Commonwealth troops. Prove that Jamestown Black broke the military conventions by agreeing to kill you, and you'll win St. Mary's without firing a shot. And how will I do this? Use me, I offered. I have leads on the group the terrorists belong to. Let me contact them and buy them off, offering more than Jamestown. You can offer them recognition of their group by the current government. Padma and the local leadership would be very supportive if you could clear the planet of Commonwealth troops so easily.
He looked at me completely impartially. And what would I get in this way? He asked.
Sworn statements that they were hired to kill you. There would be as many as needed to prove it. No court of interplanetary arbitration would believe such people.
Casey noted. Oh, I replied, and I couldn't help smiling. But they would trust me as a representative of the news service when I vouched for every word they said. I see, he said. Casey walked past me into the hallway. I followed him. He walked over to his video phone, pressed a button with his finger, and spoke into the blank gray screen.
Janel,
He called. He turned away from the screen, crossed the room, headed for the weapons cabinet, and pulled out his combat gear. He acted calmly and did not look at me again or say a word. After several painful minutes, the door opened and Janel entered.
Sir? The Freeland officer asked. Mr. Olin remains here until further orders. Yes, sir, Janel replied. Green left. I stood there, stunned, staring at the door he had left through. I couldn't believe that he would violate the conventions to the point of not only ignoring me, but arresting me, so that I would have no influence on the situation. I turned to Janel. He looked at me with some sad sympathy. Is the binder here at camp? I asked. No. He came up to me. He's back at the Exotica embassy in Blauwein. Now be a good boy and sit down and rest. I think we could spend a couple of hours quite pleasantly. We were standing face to face, and I gave him an unexpected blow to the solar plexus. I had done a bit of boxing as a student. I mention this not because I want to present myself as some kind of muscle hero, but to explain why I decided not to punch him in the face. Green would probably have found the right spot without thinking. But I was not a Dorsai. And the area under the human rib cage is relatively large, soft and comfortable, and generally quite attractive to amateurs. And I also had some memory of where the best place to strike was. And despite all this, Janel did not lose consciousness. He fell to the floor and lay there, curled up, but his eyes remained open. But he could not rise for some time. I turned and quickly walked out of the building. The whole camp was bustling with activity. No one stopped me. I climbed into my car, and 5 minutes later, I was heading down the darkening highway to Blauwein. Chapter 26. From New San Marcos to Blauwein and the Padma Embassy was about 1,400 kilometers. I should have gotten there in 6 hours, but the bridge was washed away, so it took me 14. It was only after 8 o'clock the next morning that I burst into the half-building, half-park that is the embassy. Padma, I exhaled. He's still... Yes, Mr. Olin, the secretary replied. He's waiting for you. She smiled at me, but I didn't pay attention. I was too preoccupied to be glad that Padma hadn't yet flown off to the edges of the brewing conflict. She led me downstairs and turned a corner and handed me over to a young exotic, who introduced himself as one of Padma's assistants. He led me down a shortcut and handed me over to another assistant who was slightly older. He led me through several rooms and then pointed me down a long corridor, at the end of which, he said, was an entrance to another corridor, and then to Padma's office, where he was currently located. Then he left me. I followed the direction indicated. Once past that entrance, I found myself in another shorter corridor, and I froze in surprise, for Casey Green was approaching me. Casey Green, with murder on his mind. However, the man who looked like Casey only glanced at me briefly and ignored me again, continuing to walk. Then I understood. Of course it wasn't Casey. He was Casey's twin brother. It was Ian, the commander of the Exotica garrison here in Blauwein. He passed by, and I was able to move on again, though the shock was still not entirely gone. I don't think anyone else who encountered him in a similar situation would not have been equally shocked. I heard Janel say several times how completely different Ian was from Casey. Not in terms of military skill. They were both outstanding Dorsai officers. But in terms of their individual natures. From the moment we met, Casey had an obvious effect on me, with his cheerful nature and human warmth that sometimes even obscured the fact that he was a Dorsai. When the pressure of all his military tasks was practically absent, he was pure sunshine. And you could bask in his presence as well, as if you were in the sun. Ian, his physical double, striding toward me like a two-eyed Odin, was his shadow. Here at last, the Dorsai legends became reality. He was a grim man with an iron heart and a dark, solitary soul. In the mighty fortress of his body, which was Ian himself, he lived like some hermit on a high mountain. He was a lonely and fierce mountaineer from his distant ancestors, awakened to life again. Not law, not ethics, but the word. Loyalty to his clan, and the custom of blood feud ruled Ian. He was a man who would cross hell itself to fulfill a duty, good or evil. And in that moment, when I saw him coming toward me, I finally understood him, and suddenly thanked whatever gods there might be that his duty had nothing to do with me. Then we passed him, and he disappeared around the corner. I remembered that it was rumored that this gloominess of his almost never disappeared, except in Casey's presence, as if he were actually his brother's other half. And if he ever lost the luminous effect of Casey's presence on him, he would probably be condemned to his own darkness forever. I had to remember this thought later, as I remembered it when I saw him walking towards me, but now I had forgotten about him, as I walked through the entrance and found myself in what seemed to me to be a small greenhouse, and saw the familiar kind face and short-cropped gray hair of Padma. He was dressed in his blue robe. "Come in, Mr. Olin," he invited, rising, "and come with me." He turned and walked through an arch of purple clematis flowers. I followed him, and we found ourselves in a small courtyard with a luxury aero car parked there. Padma had already climbed into the seat in front of the controls. He held the door open for me. "Where are we going?" I asked as I climbed into the car. He touched the autopilot control. The machine rose into the air. He let it control its own movement and turned in his seat to face me. "To Commander Green's field headquarters," he replied. His eyes still had that strange light brown tint, but they seemed to reflect and float in the sunlight that occasionally filtered through the transparent roof of the aerocar as we reached our designated altitude and began level flight. I could not read their expression, nor his. "I see," I said. "Of course, I realize that a call from Green's headquarters could have reached you much quicker than I could have in my car. But I hope you don't think he delayed me, or anything of the sort. I have my credentials as a journalist, as well as the appropriate clearances from both the Commonwealth and Exotica. And I don't intend to be held responsible for any conclusions Green may draw during our conversation, which was held in private." Padma sat motionless in the seat of his aircar, looking at me. His hands, folded in his lap, looked pale against his blue robe. But the blue veins under the skin of his hands were clearly visible. "You are going there with me by my own decision, not by Casey Green's decision." "I'd like to know why," I said awkwardly. "Because," he said slowly, "you are very dangerous." He still sat motionless, looking at me with an unblinking gaze. I waited for him to continue, but he remained silent. "Dangerous?" I asked. "Dangerous to whom?" "For our future." I stared at him and then laughed and suddenly became angry. "Stop it!" I exclaimed. He shook his head slowly, but his eyes never left my face for a second. I was struck by those eyes, innocent and open, like a baby's, but behind them I could not see the man himself. "Okay," I said. "Explain to me why I'm dangerous." "Because you want to destroy one of the vital parts of the human race, and you know how." There was a brief silence as the aerocar glided silently through the clouds. "That is perhaps a very strange supposition," I said, slowly and coolly. "I wonder where you came to that conclusion." "From our ontogenetic calculations," Padma replied just as coldly. "And that's not an assumption, Tam, as you know." "Oh yes," I said. "Ontogenetics. I was going to look into that a little bit." "So, did you figure it out, Tam? Before?" I asked. "Probably not. But now, yes." "True. At first it all seemed perfectly clear, as far as I remember." "And what about evolution?" "Ontogenetics," Padma said, is the science that studies the effect of evolution on the interacting forces of human society. And am I such an interacting force? Right now and some time ago, yes, Padma replied. And perhaps a few years into the future. But maybe not. It sounds like a threat. In a sense, that is true. Padma's eyes reflected the light again as I tried to look at them. You may well destroy yourself as well as others. I would really not like that. Then, said Padma, it would be better if you listened to me carefully. Of course, I replied.
It's my job to listen to others. Tell me about ontogenetics and about me. He made a few switches on the remote control and then turned to face me again. The human race, Padma began, experienced an evolutionary explosion at a point in its historical development when the colonization of the stars became practically feasible. He sat motionless, watching me. I put an attentive expression on my face. This happened for reasons arising from a racial instinct which we have not yet fully defined, but which is essentially self-defense in nature. I reached into my jacket pocket. I think it would be better if I made some notes, I said. If you wish, Padma said calmly. From this explosion came cultures, each of which, taken separately, was like a facet of human nature. The martial, fighting facet was the Dorsi. The facet that rejected everything personal in its adherence to a particular faith was the Commonwealth. The philosophical facet led to the creation of the exotic in culture to which I belong. We call them the splinter cultures. Oh yes, I confirmed. I know about the splinter cultures. You know about them, Tam, but you don't know them. Really? No, Padma repeated. Because you, like your ancestors, are from Earth. You are an old, full-spectrum human. And the people of the splinter cultures are evolutionarily superior to you. I felt a sudden faint pang of old anger inside me. His voice echoed like Matthias's in my memory. Really? I'm afraid I don't see this superiority in anything. Because you don't want to, Padma replied. And if you did, you would have to admit that they are different from you, and therefore must be judged by different criteria. Different? How so? They differ in some way, in that all people of the splinter cultures, including myself, instinctively understand what an ordinary full-spectrum person must either imagine or assume. Padma shifted slightly in his seat. You can understand this, Tam, if you imagine one of the members of the splinter cultures as an ordinary man like yourself, but with a monomania that completely chains him to the line of behavior of a single type of being. But with this difference. Instead of the other parts of the mental and physiological being outside this monomaniac being ignored and atrophied, as would happen in your case. Why in mine? I interrupted him. Well, in the case of any full-spectrum person, Padma continued calmly. So, instead of atrophying, these parts change in order to align and support monomania, so that we get not a sick person but a healthy person. Only a little different. Healthy? I asked, and the face of the Commonwealth platoon leader, who had killed Dave on Novaya Zemlya, once again appeared before my mind's eye. Healthy as a culture, not as a random deformed individual of this culture, but as a culture. I'm sorry, I said. But I don't believe it. But it is, Tam, Padma said softly.
Subconsciously, you believe it, because you plan to exploit the weakness of a culture that is meant to destroy it. And what kind of weakness is this? An obvious weakness that is the opposite of any strength, Padma replied. The splinter cultures are not viable. I must have just blinked for a while. I was truly amazed. Unviable? You mean they can't exist on their own? Of course not, Padma confirmed. Faced with expansion into space, humanity responded to the challenge of a diverse environment by trying to adapt. And it did. trying to use all the elements of its personality separately to see which one would fit in best. And now all those elements, the splinter cultures, have survived and adapted. And now it's time to come back together to produce a more seasoned, universe-oriented human. The aerocar began to descend. Our flight was ending. And what does all this have to do with me? I asked.
If you upset one of the splinter cultures, it will not be able to adapt on its own, as a full-spectrum human would. It will perish. And when the race comes back together, that valuable element will be lost to the entire race.
Perhaps it won't be such a loss, I said quietly, in turn. No, a vital loss, Padma said, and I can prove it. You, a full-spectrum human, have all the elements of each of the splinter cultures within you. If you acknowledge that, you can identify with even those you intend to destroy. And I have proof to offer you. Would you like to see it? The car landed. The door opened next to me. I climbed out of the car with Padma and found Casey waiting for us. I looked from Padma to Casey, who was a head taller than me and 2 heads taller than the binder. Casey looked down at me without any particular expression. His eyes were not like his twin brothers. But why couldn't I meet them? I'm a journalist, I said,
And my mind is open. Padma turned and walked toward the headquarters building. Casey followed, and I assumed Janel and the rest of the headquarters officers followed too. I didn't look back to make sure, though. We walked into the inner office where I'd first met Green. There was a file folder on Green's desk. He walked over, picked it up, pulled out a photocopy of something, and handed it to me as I approached. I opened it. There was no doubt about its authenticity. It was a message from Elder Bright, the current government of Harmony, and the Association, to the Commonwealth's military chief at Defense Center X on Harmony. It was dated 2 months ago. It was printed on a monomolecular sheet of material, from which the letters could not be removed or altered once they were written. Be informed, in the name of the Lord, ... Since it seems to be the will of the Lord that our brethren on St.
Mary should not succeed. It is hereby commanded that no more reinforcements or supplies be sent to them. For if our captain should gain us the victory, naturally we shall win without any further expense. But if such be his will, and we shall not gain the victory, then surely it would be disrespectful to squander the property of the Lord's churches in an attempt to resist such a will. And let it be commanded that our brothers at St. Mary's be left without the knowledge that no more additions will be admitted, and let them continue to carry their faith within themselves, as always. And let not the churches of the Lord be in fear. Hear this command, in the name of the Lord, by order of him whose name Bright, the eldest of the chosen. I looked up from the message. Both Green and Padma were watching me closely. How did you manage to get this? I asked, although, of course, you won't want to tell me.
The palms of my hands suddenly became so sweaty that the smooth material of the sheet began to slip out of them. I squeezed it convulsively and began to speak quickly, trying to keep their gaze on me. So what? We all knew it already. Almost everyone knew Bright would leave them. And this is just proof. What was the point of showing me that message anyway? I thought, Padma said, that it might just move you a little bit. Maybe enough to make you try to look at things from a different perspective. I didn't say it was impossible, I said. I've already told you that a journalist's mind is always open. Of course, I began to choose my words carefully. If I could study this, I was hoping you would take this with you, Padma said. Did you hope? If you look into that message and really understand what Bright meant, then maybe you'll see the Commonwealth differently.
You might change your mind about them. I don't think so, I said. But let me ask you to do at least this, Padma interrupted. Take the message with you. I stood there for a moment, looking at Padma and Casey, towering behind him. then shrugged and put the message in my pocket. "Okay," I said. "I'll take it with me and think about what it says." "I think I left my car somewhere around here, didn't I?" and looked at Casey. "About 10 kilometers from here," he replied, "but you won't be able to reach it anyway. We're moving to begin the offensive, and the Commonwealth forces have already begun maneuvering to meet us." "Take my air car," Padma suggested. "The embassy flags on it will help you." "Okay," I agreed. We all walked out to the air car together. I passed Janol in the outer office and he gave me a cold look. I didn't blame him. We walked to the air car and I climbed in. "You can send the air car back whenever it suits you," Padma said as I climbed into its cabin.
"It's like a loan from the embassy to you, Tam. I won't worry about it." "No," I replied. "You don't have to worry." I closed the door and touched the control panel. It was a dream, not an air car. It rose into the air as silently as thought itself, and in a second I was 2,000 feet up and quite a distance from my previous landing. Still, I forced myself to calm down before I reached into my pocket and pulled out the message. I looked at him, my hand holding the message shaking slightly. Here it is, mine at last. Confirmation of what Pierce Leaf heard back on Earth and what I've been hunting for all along. And Padma himself insisted that I take it with me. It was a lever, that very Archimedes lever, with which I could turn over not one, but 2 whole worlds, and push the peoples of the Commonwealth over the edge of destruction. Chapter 27. They were waiting for me, and they immediately surrounded the air car as soon as I landed on the inner platform of the Commonwealth camp. They all had their needle guns at the ready. These were apparently the only ones left. Jameton had, apparently, sent away almost all of his combat team. I recognized these immediately. Seasoned veterans. One was the platoon commander I had encountered in the office that first night when I had driven up from the Exotica camp and gone in to talk to Jameton, asking him if he had ordered his men to kill prisoners. Another was a company commander in his 40s, one of the most junior ranks, but acting as a major. Like Jameton, a commandant, he was acting as commander of the expeditionary force, thus holding the same title as Casey Green. The other 2 were sergeants, but they looked the same. I knew them all, ultra fanatics, and they all knew me. We understood each other. "I need to see the commandant," I blurted out as soon as I got out of the car, before they could ask me even one question. "What business?" asked the company commander.
"This air car shouldn't be here, just like you." "I must see Commander Black immediately," I said. "I wouldn't be in this air car, flying the flags of the exotic embassy if I didn't have to." They couldn't expect that my reason for wanting to see Black was trivial. I knew it. They argued with me for a while, but I kept insisting that I needed to see the commandant. Finally, the company commander led me into the same outer office where I always waited for Jameson, and I found myself face to face with him. He was putting on his combat gear, much as Green had done when I had watched him. Only on Green, the gear, with its hanging weapons, looked a little toy-like. On Jameston's thin frame, the weapons seemed a little heavy. "Mr. Olin," he greeted. I crossed the room and approached him, simultaneously pulling the message out of my pocket. He half turned to face me, simultaneously fastening the latches of his gear with his fingers, jingling his weapon slightly.
"You are going to speak out against Exotica," I stated.
He nodded in agreement. I had never stood so close to him before. If I had been standing across the room, I would have been sure that his face would have retained its usual stony calm. But now, standing only a few feet away, I could see the faint ghost of a tired smile tugging at the corners of his clear, straight mouth in his dark, young face. "It's my duty, Mr. Olin." "What duty?" I said. "When your commanders on Harmony have already written you off." "I have already told you," he answered coldly. "The chosen ones in the Lord do not betray each other." "Are you sure about this?" I asked. And again I caught the ghost of a tired smile. "This is a subject on which I am a better expert than you, Mr. Olin. I looked into his eyes. They were tired, but absolutely calm. I looked away and looked at the table, on which stood a picture of 2 old men and a young girl. "Your family?" I asked. "Yes," he answered. "I think you should think about them at a moment like this. I think about them quite often. But you are still going to perform and die?" "It doesn't matter," he confirmed. "Of course," I exclaimed. "That's what you would do." I came here completely calm and in complete control. But now it was as if a cork had been pulled from everything that had been building up inside me since Dave's death. I started shaking. "Because all of you, the Commonwealth, are just that kind of hypocrites. You are so false, so wrapped up in your own lies that if anyone took them away from you, there would be nothing left. Isn't that right? You would rather die now than admit that committing suicide is not such a great act in the universe. You would rather die than admit that you are as full of doubts as anyone else, and that you, too, are afraid." I came close to him. He didn't move. "Who are you trying to fool?" I asked. "Who? I can see right through you as well as I can through the people on the other worlds. And I know what a fetish these united churches of yours are. I know, as you do, that the way of life you nasalize about is not as good as you claim. I know that your Elder Bright and his gang of narrow-minded old men are nothing but a gang of usurpers and tyrants who don't care a damn about religion or anything else so long as they get what they want. And I know you know it. And I'm going to make you admit it." And he thrust the message under his nose. "Read!" He took it. I took a step back from him. I was still shaking as I watched him. I held my breath for a full minute while he studied it. His expression didn't change. Then he handed it back to me. "Can I give you a ride to meet Green?" I asked. "We could cross the front lines in the binder's car. You could negotiate a surrender before the shooting starts." He shook his head and looked at me in a strange way, with an expression I couldn't quite place. "You mean no?" "You'd better stay here," he replied. "Even with the embassy flags, this car could be shot at over the battle lines." And he turned as if he was going to go out through the door. "Where are you going?" I shouted at him. I walked around him and held the message up to his eyes. "This is reality. You can't turn a blind eye to it." He stopped and looked at me. Then he pulled my hand away with the message clenched in it. His fingers were thin, but much stronger than I thought, for my hand dropped against my will. "I know it's real. I have to warn you, Mr. Olin, so that you don't bother me anymore. I have to go." He walked around me and headed towards the door. "You are a liar!" I shouted after him. He kept walking. I had to stop him. I grabbed the solidograph that was on his desk and threw it on the floor with all my might. He turned to me like a cat and looked at the shards at my feet. "That's what you're doing!" I yelled, pointing at them. He came back without a word, bent down, and carefully picked up the pieces one by one. He put them in his pocket and rose to his feet again, finally lifting his face to me. And when I saw his eyes, my breath caught in my throat. "If my duties," he said, "at this moment were not that." He paused. I saw his eyes widen, and slowly I saw them change, and the murder that had been so clearly written in them was replaced by something that resembled surprise. "You," he said quietly, "you don't have faith?" I opened my mouth to say something, but the words he said stopped me. I stood there, as if I had been hit in the stomach, unable to utter a word. He stared at me. "What made you think," he asked, "that this message would induce me to change my mind?" "But you read it," I exclaimed. "Bright wrote that since you are in a losing position here, no more help should come to you, And no one should speak to you, because you might give in out of fear when you find out about it. That's how you read it? He asked. That's how you read it? How else? How else could you read it, just as it says? He stood before me, his eyes fixed on mine. You read the message without faith, leaving out the name and the wish of the Lord. Elder Bright wrote, not that we should be left here alone, but that, since our situation here was very difficult, we should be left in the hands of our captain and our Lord. And he wrote too, that we should not be told of this, lest anyone here should be tempted to deliberately seek a martyr's crown. Look, Mr. Olin, it is all here in black and white. But that's not what he meant. That's not it. He shook his head. Mr. Olin, I cannot leave you in such a delusion. I stared at him, for there was something else in his face that made me sympathize with myself. It is your own blindness that deceives you, he said. You see nothing, and you think that no man can discern it. Our Lord is not a name at all, but the essence of everything. That is why in our churches you will see no ornaments, no painted screens between us and our Lord. Listen to me, Mr. Olin. These churches themselves are nothing. Our elders and leaders, though they are the chosen and the consecrated, are but mortal men. And to none of these do we listen in our faith, but to the voice of the Lord within us. He paused, but for some reason I couldn't utter a word. Suppose it is as you think, he continued, softening his voice even more. Suppose everything you have said is true, and our elders are simply greedy tyrants, and we ourselves are abandoned here to our fate because of their selfishness, forced to play a proud but false role. No. Jameston's voice grew louder. Let me confirm that it is so, but only to you. Suppose you could show me proof that all our elders lied, that the convention itself was a sham. Suppose you could prove to me. His face lifted and his eyes looked into mine, and his voice seemed to exert a physical pressure. That the whole thing was perverted and false, and that nowhere among the chosen, not even in my Father's house, was there either faith or hope. Even if you could prove to me that no miracle could save me, that not a single soul stood by my side, and that all the legions of the universe were against me, still I alone, Mr. Olin, would go forward as I was commanded, to the very edge of the universe, to the culmination of infinity. For without my faith, I am but common earthly dirt. But with my faith, there is no power that could stop me. He fell silent and turned away. I watched him cross the room and go out the door, and yet I remained standing, as if I were nailed to that spot, until I heard outside, in the camp square, the sound of a military air car starting its engine. I snapped out of my stupor and ran out of the building. When I reached the square, the military air car was just beginning to rise. I could see Jameton and his 4 unwavering subordinates inside the car, and I yelled after them. All this is good for you, but what about your people? They couldn't hear me. I knew it. Tears beyond my control streamed down my face, but I continued to scream after him. You send your own soldiers to their deaths to prove your case. Don't you want to understand? You killed defenseless people. Without visible effort, the war machine rose quickly and headed southwest, where the converging troops were waiting, and the heavy concrete walls and buildings of the empty camp echoed my words back to me in a booming, wild, mocking way. Chapter 28. I should have headed for the spaceport. Instead, I climbed back into the air car, and flew back across the front lines, searching for Green's combat command center. I cared little for my own safety then, nor for any Commonwealth soldier. I thought I was shot at a couple of times, despite the embassy flags on the car, but I don't remember exactly. Eventually, I found the command center and landed near it. As soon as I got out of the car, I was surrounded by military personnel. I presented my credentials and walked over to the combat view screen, which was set up outdoors, shaded by the foliage of several tall, mighty, and variably shaped oak trees. Green, Padma, and his entire staff were crowded around the screen, watching the movements of their own and the Commonwealth's forces, which were immediately reported on the screen. There was a constant murmur of conversation about the movements, and a constant stream of information was coming from the communications center about 15 feet away. The sun was shining through the trees.
It was approaching midday, and the day was bright and warm. For a long time, no one paid any attention to me. And then Janel, for some reason turning away from the screen, noticed me standing a little to the side near the flat box of the tactical computer. His face grew cold. He continued doing what he was doing, but I must have looked pretty bad because after a while he came up to me with a thermos cup and placed it on the computer casing. "Drink this," he said shortly, and walked away. I took the cup, found it to be D'Orsay whiskey, and drank it. I did not taste it, but it must have had some beneficial effect on me, for after a few minutes the world began to take shape around me, and I was able to think again. I approached Janel. "Thank you." Okay, he didn't look at me but continued to work on the papers on the table in front of him. "Janel," I asked, "explain to me what's going on." "See for yourself," he replied without looking up from his papers. "I can't figure it out myself." You know that.
Look, I regret what I did, but that's my job too. So could you explain to me what's going on now and fight later?
You know that I have no right to quarrel with civilians.
Then his face softened. "Okay," he said, standing up. "Let's go." He led me over to the battle screen where Casey and Padma were standing, and pointed to a small triangle of darkness between two snake-like lines of light. Other points of light and figures were arranged around them. That, he pointed to the two serpentine lines, is the Macintosh and Sarah Rivers, where they meet, about 10 miles this way from Josephtown. It's fairly hilly country, with wooded hills and open ground between. Good ground for a strong defense, bad ground for being cornered in it.
Why?
He pointed to two river lines. Retreat in that direction, and you will find yourself pinned against the high, steep banks of the river. There is no easy crossing and no cover for retreating troops. It is almost entirely open country from the river to Josephtown. He traced his finger back to the point where the rivers merged, past the small dark triangle and the dots and shapes of light that surrounded it. On the other hand, the approaches to this area from our positions are also through open terrain, narrow strips of fields intersected by many swamps and thickets. This is a rather difficult situation for both commanders, if we decide to accept the battle here. The first one to retreat will quickly find himself in a trap. Are you going to attack? Perhaps. Black sent his light armor ahead. And now, he's retreating back to the high hills between the rivers. We're vastly superior in strength and equipment. There's no reason not to follow them until they trap themselves. Janel fell silent. No reason? I asked again. No, from a tactical point of view. Janel looked at the screen, frowning. We can't get into a bad situation unless we have to retreat unexpectedly. And we won't do that unless the enemy gains some overwhelming tactical advantage that makes it impossible for us to stay here. I looked at him from the side. Like, for example, the loss of Green? I asked. He turned his frowning gaze on me. There is no such danger. There was a noticeable change in the movement and voices of the people around us. We both turned around to see what was going on. Everyone crowded around the screen. We crowded in, peering over the shoulders of two of Green's staff officers. And on the screen I saw a picture of a small, light-colored lawn surrounded by wooded hills. In the center of the lawn, near a long table on the grass, fluttered a Commonwealth flag with a thin black cross on a white background. Folding chairs were placed on either side of the table, but only one Commonwealth officer stood near the table, as if waiting for something. At the edges of the wooded hills were thickets of lilac, growing close to the oak trees. Their lavender flowers were beginning to brown and darken as their season drew to an end. So much had changed in 24 hours. To the left, in the corner of the screen, I could see the concrete of the highway. "I know this place," I said, turning to Janel. "Quiet," he said, raising his finger. Everyone around us also fell silent. Somewhere ahead of our group, a single voice spoke. "This is the negotiating table." "Have they called yet?" Casey's voice asked. "No, sir." "Well, let's go and have a look." There was movement up ahead. The group began to disperse, and I saw Casey and Padma heading toward the area where the air cars were parked. I pushed through the thinning crowd like a bulldozer and began running after them. I heard Janel shout something behind me, but I didn't pay attention. And the next moment, I was next to Casey and Padma, who turned to look at me. "I want to go with you," I blurted out. "It's okay, Janel," Casey said, looking behind me.
You can leave him with us.
"Yes, sir," I heard Janel reply, after which he turned and left.
"So you want to come with me, Mr. Olin?" Casey asked.
"I know the place," I told him. "I passed through there earlier in the day. Commonwealth soldiers were taking tactical measurements all over this meadow and the nearby hills on both sides. They are not going to negotiate a truce." Casey looked at me for a long time, as if he was personally taking some tactical measurements. "Well, let's go," he said. Then he turned to Padme. "Will you stay here?" "This is a combat zone. I better leave." Padma turned his smooth face toward me. "Good luck, Mr. Olin," he said, and walked away. I watched his blue robe float above the ground for a second, then turned to see that Green was almost to the nearest military air car. I hurried after him. It was a fighting machine, not as luxurious as the binders. And Casey didn't climb to 2,000 feet, but weaved through the trees only a few feet above the ground. The seats were cramped. Casey's huge body crowded his own seat, pinning me and mine. Every time he did something at the controls, I could feel the butt of his needle gun pressing into my side. At last we reached the edge of the forested hilly triangle occupied by the Commonwealth and landed on a slope under the shelter of young oak foliage. Still, it was powerful enough to kill most of the ground vegetation. The ground between the columnar trunks was littered with brown dead leaves. Near the top of the hill, we found a squad of exotic troops resting, awaiting the order to advance. Casey climbed out of the vehicle and returned the salute of the company commander. "Have you seen these tables the Commonwealth has set up?" Casey asked. "Yes, Commander. That officer is still standing there. If you go down here, on the hill, you can see him, and the furniture too." "Okay," Casey said. "Have your men stay here, company commander. The reporter and I will go down and take a look." He walked ahead of me, past the tree trunks. From the top of the hill, we looked down through about 50 yards of woods and out onto a meadow. It was about 200 yards wide. The table was set up exactly in the center, and at one end of it stood the motionless black figure of a Commonwealth officer. "What do you think of all this, Mr. Olin?" Casey asked me, looking down through the trees. "Why doesn't someone shoot him?" I asked. He glanced at me. "There's plenty of time to shoot him," he replied, "before he reaches cover on the opposite side. If we have to shoot him at all." "That's not what I wanted to know. You saw the Commonwealth commander recently. Did he seem to you like a man ready to surrender?" "No," I exclaimed. I see, Casey said. You don't really think he's going to give in, do you? What makes you think that way?
Truce tables are usually set up on neutral territory, he explained.
But he didn't ask you to meet him. No, Casey watched the Commonwealth officers form, motionless in the sunlight. It may be against his principles to challenge him to discuss it. But why wouldn't we talk if we were suddenly across the table from each other? He turned and waved his hand. The company commander, who had been waiting behind us on the hillside, came up to us. "Sir?" he asked Casey. "Are there Commonwealth people in those trees on the opposite side of the clearing?" "4, sir, that's all. Our thermal imagers are clearly detecting their body heat. They're not really trying to take cover, though. It's clear," he hesitated. "Company commander." "Yes, sir. Please be so kind as to go down to the meadow and ask this Commonwealth officer what the matter is." "Yes, sir." We stood and watched as the company commander walked down the hillside between the trees.
He came out into the meadow.
It all seemed unnaturally slow. And approached the Commonwealth officer. They stood face to face. They were talking about something, but we could not hear their voices. The flag with the thin black cross fluttered in the light breeze. Then the company commander turned and began to climb back up the hill toward us. He stopped in front of Casey and saluted. "Commander," he said, "the commander of the Lord's chosen warriors is ready to meet you down in the meadow to discuss the terms of surrender." He stopped to catch his breath. "If you show up at the edge of the clearing at the same time, you will be able to approach the table at the same time." "Thank you, company commander," Casey replied. He looked past his officer to the meadow and the table. "I think I'll head down." "That's not what he means," I said. "Company commander," Casey continued, "order your men to stand by right here in the trees on this side of the hill.
If he surrenders, I will insist that he come with me to this side immediately."
"Yes, sir." All this fuss with a simple truce call may be because he wants to surrender first and then tell his troops. If Black intends to present his officers with a fait accompli, we must not let him down. "He's not going to give up," I repeated. "Mr. Olin," Casey said, turning to me, "I suggest you move around the hillside. The company commander will take care of you." "No," I objected. "I'll go down there too. If these are peaceful negotiations about the terms of surrender, then there is no military situation yet, and I have every right to be down there. If things were different, why would you go down there yourself?" Casey looked at me with a strange expression for a moment. "Okay," he finally said. "Come with me." Casey and I turned and began to walk down the steep slope between the trees. The soles of our boots were slipping. The heels of our boots had to be dug into the ground with each downward step. As we passed through the lilacs, I caught the faint, sweet scent, almost gone, of wilted flowers. From the opposite side of the meadow, exactly in line with the table, 4 figures stepped forward. One of them was Jamestown Black. Casey and Jamestown saluted each other. "Commander Black," Casey said. "Yes, Commander Green. I appreciate you meeting me here," Jamestown said. "My duty and pleasure," Casey replied.
"I would like to discuss the terms of surrender."
"I can offer you," Casey said, "the usual terms and conditions applicable to troops in your position, in accordance with the mercenary code." "You misunderstand me, sir," said Jamestown. "I came here to discuss your change." The flag flapped in the wind. Suddenly, I saw the men in black uniforms who had measured the area where we were now standing the day before. They were right where we were now standing.
"I'm afraid the misunderstanding is mutual, Commander," Casey said.
"I'm in a superior tactical position, and under normal circumstances your defeat is inevitable. I have no need to capitulate. So you won't give up? No, Casey answered clearly. And suddenly I saw 5 slats standing where the Commonwealth sergeants, officers, and Jamestown now stood, and a slat that had fallen in front of them. Careful! I shouted to Casey, but it was too late. Things moved much faster from there. The company commander jumped out in front of Jamestown, and all 5 of them immediately reached for their weapons. I heard the flag flap again, and the sound seemed to stretch out over a long moment. For the first time in my life, I saw a Dorsai man in action. So quick was Casey's reaction that it was as if he had read in Jamestown's mind what he was about to do, an instant before the Commonwealth soldiers began drawing their weapons.
Their hands had barely touched the guns when Casey was already moving, leaping over the table, the needle gun already in his hand. He seemed to run straight into the company commander, and they both went down at the same time. But Casey kept moving forward. He rolled away from the company commander, who now lay motionless in the grass. He rose to his knees, fired, and leaped forward again, rolling. The platoon leader to Jameton's right dropped as if he had been mown down, and the remaining 2 were already turning, trying to keep Casey in front of them. The remaining 2 rushed forward, covering Jameton with their bodies, but their weapons were not yet aimed. Casey stopped running abruptly, as if he had run into a stone wall, crouched, and fired twice more. Both Commonwealth soldiers fell. Now Jameton was face to face with Casey, and the gun was already in his hand, aimed at Casey. Jameton fired, a light blue snake flashing through the air, but Casey threw himself flat on the ground. Lying on one side in the grass, propped up on one elbow, he pulled the trigger of his needle gun twice. Jameton's hand, which held the pistol, dropped slowly. He leaned his free hand on the table behind him. He tried again to raise his weapon and failed. It fell from his hand. He turned, leaning on the table, and then his gaze met mine. His expression was as calm as ever, but there was something in the expression of his eyes as they met mine, and he recognized me. Something strangely reminiscent of the look a man gives to an opponent whom he has just defeated and who from the beginning posed no serious threat to him. A slight smile touched the corners of his thin lips, like the smile of a conqueror. "Mr. Olin," he whispered. And then the life left him, and he fell down beside the table. The explosions that followed shook the ground beneath my feet.
From the top of the hill behind us, the company commander Casey had left there to watch us, began throwing smoke grenades to create a curtain between us and the enemy side of the meadow. A gray wall of smoke rose into the sky between us and the distant hills, hiding us from the enemy. It stood in the blue sky like some impassable barrier, with only Casey and me standing beneath its enormous weight. There was a faint smile on Jamestown's dead face. Chapter 29. I watched in a daze as the Commonwealth forces surrendered later that day. It was the only situation in which their officers felt it necessary to do so. Even their elders could not expect their men to fight in a situation created by a dead field commander for tactical reasons not explained to his officers. And the forces that remained alive were worth far more than the indemnity the Exotica worlds could demand for them. I did not wait for agreements. I had nothing more to wait for. In one moment, the situation on the battlefield froze, like a huge, irresistible wave above our heads, rising and seething, ready to crash down with such force that the roar of its blow would echo across all worlds. But suddenly it was gone. There was nothing left but an all-pervading silence, already beginning to fade into the records of the past. There is nothing left for me, absolutely nothing. If Jameton had managed to shoot green, and if he had gotten a virtually bloodless surrender of the exotic forces as a result,
I would have tried to influence the situation at the armistice table, but he only tried, and died without doing so. Who could have stirred up a wave of emotion against the Commonwealth in such a way? I returned to Earth on a spaceship, as if I were in a dream, and constantly asking myself, why? On Earth, I told my editors I wasn't feeling well. One look at me was enough to convince them to believe me. I took an indefinite leave of absence and holed up in the library of the News Service headquarters in The Hague, blindly searching through the mountains of material on Commonwealth, D'Orsay, and Exotica. What was I looking for? I didn't know. I was also watching news reports from St. Mary's about the negotiations and drinking heavily while watching them. I had the dull feeling of a soldier condemned to death for failing to carry out his mission. Then the news broke that Jameston's body would be returned to Harmony for burial. And suddenly I realized that this was what I had been waiting for. The unnatural veneration of fanatics for a fanatic who, with 4 men, had tried to shoot a single enemy commander under a flag of truce. That was something to write about. I shaved, tidied myself up, and after a while went to negotiate a ticket to Harmony to tell about Jameston's funeral at the end of the series. Congratulations from Pierce, and the news of my appointment to the Guild Council, which had reached me earlier on St. Mary, allowed me to make things happen quickly. I was given a first-class cabin on the first ship bound for Harmony. 5 days later I was there, in a town called Lord's Remembrance, where Elder Bright had taken me before. The buildings were still concrete and inflatable plastic, unchanged for 3 years. Only the rocky soil was tilled, like St. Mary's Fields when I got there, for Harmony was now entering spring with its northern hemisphere. It had rained as I drove from the spaceport town, just as it had on that first day on St. Mary's. But the Commonwealth fields that stretched out before me now did not show the rich black soil that St. Mary's Fields had, only a fine, hard blackness in the rain, like the color of the Commonwealth soldiers' uniforms. I arrived at the church just as people were beginning to arrive.
The sky was dark and overcast, and it was almost impossible to see inside.
The people of the fellowship allowed themselves no windows or artificial light in their houses of worship. Gray light, cold rain, and a biting wind came in through the open doorway at the back of the church. A single square opening in the ceiling let in a thin stream of daylight, illuminating the body of Jameston as it lay on a platform raised on the scaffold. A transparent shroud covered the body to protect it from the rain, which ran across the open space and down a pipe that led through the wall. But the elder conducting the service, and anyone else who came to bid farewell to the body, were exposed to the sky and the weather. I joined the line, slowly moving past the body to the central island. To the right and left of me were barriers, lost in the darkness, behind which the congregation would stand during the service. The ceiling, slightly rounded, was hidden in the darkness. There was no music, but the low hum of human voices, consisting of individuals praying on either side of me, standing in neat rows at the barriers, merged into some kind of sad recitative. Like Jameston, all the people present here were quite dark-skinned. Their distant ancestors were immigrants from North Africa. In the semi-darkness of the church, their dark figures merged with each other and seemed to dissolve in the twilight. Finally, I passed Jameston's body. He looked exactly as I remembered him. Death had been powerless to change him. He lay on his back, his arms at his sides, his lips as straight and firm as ever. Only his eyes were closed. Because of the high humidity, I was limping quite noticeably, and as I was moving away from the body, someone touched my elbow. I was not wearing a journalist's uniform, but was here in ordinary civilian clothes, so as not to attract attention. I looked down at the face of the young girl in Jameston's solidograph.
In the gray, ghostly light, her youthful face reminded me of something in a painted mosaic window in an ancient cathedral on old Earth. "You were wounded," she said quietly to me. "You must be one of the mercenaries who knew him from Newton, before he was ordered back to Harmony. His parents, who are also mine, might find comfort in the Lord by meeting you." A sharp gust of wind doused me with rain spray, and its icy breath seemed to pierce me right to the bones. "No," I cried. "I am not a mercenary. I did not know him." And turning abruptly away from her, I began to push my way through the crowd toward the church exit. But after about 15 steps, I realized what I was doing and slowed down. The girl had already disappeared into the darkness among the people. Slowly, I made my way to the exit of the church, where there was still some space at the first rows of barriers. I stood and watched the people coming in. They kept coming, dressed in their black clothes with their heads down, talking or praying in low voices. I remained standing where I'd stopped, a few steps from the entrance, half frozen with cold. And not a single thought was born in my head, only the fatigue that I had brought with me from Earth. The voices continued to sound around me, and I almost dozed off while I was there, and could not remember why I had come here in the first place. Then a girl's voice emerged from the noise, and it brought me out of my half-sleep. He denies it, but I'm sure he's one of the mercenaries who was with Jamestown on Newton. He's limping, and can only be a soldier who was wounded. It was the voice of Jamestown's sister, speaking now much louder than when she had spoken to me, a stranger. I came fully awake to see her standing at the entrance, only a few feet away, with two elderly people whom I recognized as the elderly couple in Jamestown's solidograph. A bolt of icy terror shot through me. "No," I almost screamed at them.
"I didn't know him. I never knew him. And I don't understand what you're talking about."
Then he turned and ran out of the church into the saving rain.
"I must have run at least 30 or 40 steps, but when I didn't hear any footsteps behind me, I stopped. Here, outside, I was alone. The clouds had gathered even thicker, and the rain had come down with renewed force. It almost hid everything around me in its drumming, streaming curtain. I couldn't even see the cars in the parking lot I was now facing, and of course, I couldn't be seen from the church either. I lifted my face and exposed it to the torrents of rain, and the drops drummed on my cheeks and closed eyelids.
"So," said a voice behind me. "So you didn't know him?" These words seemed to cut me in half, and I felt like a cornered wolf.
And like a cornered wolf, I turned around sharply. Yes, I knew him.
I admitted. Padma stood before me in his blue robe, which, strangely enough, the rain did not seem to have wetted. His hands, which had never held a weapon in his life, were folded across his stomach. But the part of me that was now a wolf felt that he was armed and was a hunter. "You?" I was surprised. "What are you doing here?" "We figured you'd be here," Padma replied calmly. "That's why I'm here." "But why are you here, Tam?" There are bound to be at least a few fanatics among these people who have heard the rumors circulating among the soldiers concerning Jamestown's death and the surrender of the Commonwealth forces. "Rumors!" I exclaimed. "And who started them?" "You," Padma replied, "by your actions on St. Mary's." He looked at me intently. "Don't you know you risked your life by coming here today?" I opened my mouth to object to him, but then I realized that I actually knew about it. "What if someone told them," Padma said, "that Tam Olin, the journalist who was reporting on the St. Mary's campaign, was here, incognito?" I looked at him with a wolfish sullenness. "And how can you combine this with your exotic principles if you do this?" "We are misunderstood," Padma said coldly. "We hire soldiers to fight for us not because of any ethical imperative, but simply because if we were directly drawn into conflicts, our emotional perspective would be lost. There was no longer any fear left in me, only a heavy feeling of emptiness. "Well, call them," I muttered. Padma's strange light brown eyes watched me carefully through the veil of rain. "If that were all that was needed," he said, "I could tell them. I wouldn't have to come here myself." "So why did you come here?" The words felt like sandpaper on my throat. "Why do you care so much about me, back there, on Exotica?" "We care for each individual," Padma said, "but most of all we care for the race as a whole. And you are still a danger to it. You are an unacknowledged idealist, Tam, with destructive intent."
There is a conservation of energy in terms of cause and effect, as in any other science. Your destructive intent was somewhat thwarted on St. Mary. What happens if that destructiveness turns inward, toward you, or turns outward, toward the race? I laughed, and was amazed at the hoarseness of my own laughter. "And what are you going to do about it? To show that the knife you hold in your hand can cut the hand holding it, as well as the person it's pointed at." "I've got news for you, Tam. Casey Green has been killed." "Killed?" The rain seemed to suddenly thunder around me with terrible force, and the campsite swayed and floated from under my feet. "He was shot dead by 3 members of the Blue Front 5 days ago in Blauwein." "Shot," I whispered. "Why?" "Because the war was over," Padma explained. "Because the death of Jameton and the surrender of the Commonwealth forces without initiating hostilities that would cause damage to the area left the local population very positively disposed toward our forces, and so the Blue Front found itself much further from power than before. By killing Green, they'd hoped to provoke his forces into committing atrocities against the civilian population, so that the government of St. Mary's would be forced to order its troops home to Exotica, and that government would be left defenseless against a possible Blue Front rebellion." I stared at him blankly. "All things are connected," Padma continued. "Casey was about to receive his final promotion to headquarters and return to Mara or Cultus. He and his brother Ian would have been out of the wars for the rest of their lives. But Jameton's death, allowing his forces to surrender without fighting, created the situation that led to Casey being killed by the Blue Front. If you and Jameton had not entered the conflict on St. Mary's and Jameton had not won, Casey might be alive today. That's what our calculations show." "Jameton and I?" My throat was dry again, and the rain suddenly came down harder. "Yes," Padma confirmed. "You were the fatal factor that helped Jameton make that decision." "Did I help him?" I asked. "Me? Myself?" "He saw right through you," Padma continued. "He could see that beneath this vengeful, destructive shell you thought you were, there was a creative side so deep in your bones that even your uncle couldn't completely destroy it." The rain continued to thunder around us, but every word Padma said reached me clearly. "I don't believe you," I yelled. "I don't believe he did something like that." "I told you before," Padma sighed. "You underestimated the evolutionary superiority of our splinter cultures. Jameton's faith is not one that can be shaken by outside influence. If you were truly like your Uncle Matthias, he would simply not listen to you. He would simply dismiss you as a soulless man. But as it happened, he considered you a man who spoke with what he would call the voice of Satan." "I don't believe you," I screamed. "Believe," Padma stated. "You have no choice but to believe it. That's the only reason why Jameton was able to find his solution." "Solution?" "He was a man willing to die for his faith. But as a commander, he knew it was hard to explain why his men should go and die for some obscure cause." Padma watched me closely, and the rain eased for a moment.
but you offered him what he recognized as the devil's choice. His life in peace, if he would renounce his faith and his men to avoid a conflict that might end in their deaths. What kind of crazy idea is that? I asked. Inside the church, the prayer stopped, and a single deep, strong voice began the memorial service. Not crazy, Padma replied.
Once he realized that, the answer was simple. All he had to do was begin by denying everything Satan had proposed. So he began with the natural necessity of his death. And that was his decision? I tried to laugh, but the laughter stuck in my throat. It was the only solution, Padma repeated. Once he came to it, he immediately saw the only situation in which his subordinates would allow themselves to be captured. If he were dead, and they were in a poor tactical position for reasons known only to him. I felt these words go through me like a silent shock. But he didn't intend to die, I exclaimed. He left it to his Lord, said Padma. He made it so that only a miracle could save him. What are you talking about? I asked. He set up a peace table under a flag of truce. He took 4 people with him. There was no flag, and these people were just old fanatics seeking martyrdom. He took 4 with him, I yelled. 4 and 1 is 5.
It was 5 of them against Casey's 1 man. I was there, standing at the table, and I saw it all. 5 against Tam. That one word stopped me. Suddenly, I was overcome with an inexplicable fear. I didn't want to hear what he was going to say next. I was afraid, because I knew what he was going to say. And I didn't want to hear it, or hear him say it. The rain came down harder, mercilessly pushing us both down onto the concrete of the parking lot. But I heard every word he said clearly over the sound of the rain. Padma's voice began to thunder in my ears, like the sound of rain, and I began to feel that hopeless fogginess, the half-consciousness that usually accompanies a high fever. You didn't think that Jameton would have let you fool him for a minute. He was a product of the splinter culture. He recognized Casey as his own man immediately. Do you think he would have thought for a minute, barring a miracle, that he and 4 old fanatics could kill an armed, alert, and willing Dorsai man, a man like Casey Green, before they were all shot down and killed themselves? Ourselves, ourselves, ourselves. The words seemed to carry me away from that dark day and the thundering rain. Like the rain and the wind from behind the clouds, the word lifted me up and carried me away at last, to that high, rugged, rocky land I had glimpsed when I asked Casey Green if he allowed Commonwealth prisoners to be killed. I had always avoided the subject, but finally I couldn't stand it. And I remembered. I knew from the start, deep down, that the fanatic who had killed Dave and the other prisoners was not a typical Commonwealth man. And Jameson was not some murderer. I had tried to make him that way, to support my lie, to take my eyes off the one man on 14 worlds I could not meet. And that one man was not the platoon leader who had shot Dave and the others, or even Matthias. It was me. Jameton was a fanatic, no more than Casey was a warrior, or Padma a philosopher. They were all more than that, and without admitting it to myself, I knew it all along. And I didn't want to see that understanding. That's why they didn't move the way I planned when I tried to manipulate them. That's why. That high, rocky, and inaccessible land I saw was not just for Dorsey. It was for them all. A land where the shackles of falsehood and illusion were torn away by the clear, cold wind of real, honest strength and conviction, where pretense retreated and died, and only the pure and clear could live. It existed for all those in whom the pure metal of the splinter cultures had been embodied, and it was from this pure metal that their real power came. They were beyond doubt. That's right. And it was this, beyond all their skill in mind and body, that made them invincible.
for a man like Casey could not be defeated. And Jameson would never break his faith. And did not Jameson himself tell me this clearly and distinctly? Did he not say, "Let me suppose this for myself alone," and go on to explain to me that even if his whole universe were to fall apart around him, and even if his God and faith were to prove false, that which existed within himself would remain intact? Even if all the armies retreated, leaving him alone, Casey would not leave his post. He would remain alone to fight, even if armies were thrown against him. For they might kill him, but they would never conquer him. And even if all of Padma's calculations and theories were suddenly, in one moment, overturned, proven to be incorrect and groundless, even this would not be able to shake him in his confidence in the forward evolution of the human spirit for which he worked. They walked right through that rugged and rocky land, all of them, Dorsai, Commonwealth, and exotic.
And I was a fool to try to go in there and fight one of them there. No wonder I was defeated, as Matthias had always predicted. I never had any hope of winning. And now I was back in the day and the rain, but I felt like a cut-down bush, not a person. And my knees buckled under my own weight. The rain was easing, and Padma was supporting me. As with Jameson, I was somehow surprised by the strength of his arms.
"Let me go," I muttered. "And where are you going, Tam?" he asked. "Somewhere," I mumbled. "I'm getting out of this. I'm going to find a hole and burrow into it. I give up." Finally, I managed to straighten my weakened knees. "It's not that simple," Padma said, releasing me. "An action taken keeps echoing. A cause never ceases to produce a resultant effect. You can't give up now, Tam. You can only change sides." "Sides?" I asked. The rain was almost stopping before my eyes. "Which sides?" I stared at him like a drunk. "From the side of human power, directed against its own evolution, which was your uncle's side," Padma explained. "To the side of evolution, our side." It was now raining lightly and the weather was rapidly clearing. A small, pale sun was peeping through the clouds, brightening the parking lot where we stood. Both of these forces are powerful winds that bend the fabric of human relationships, even while that fabric is in the process of becoming. I told you long ago, Tam, that someone like you has no choice but to be effective in one way or another upon the entire plane. You have no choice, and therefore no complete freedom. So you have only to decide and turn your power to help the wind of evolution against the force that hinders it. I shook my head. "No," I muttered. "It's all useless. You know that. You've seen it. I moved the heavens and the earth and the politics of 14 worlds against Jameson, and yet he won. There's nothing I can do."
Just leave me alone.
"Even if I left you alone, events would not leave you alone," Padma answered me. "Tam, open your eyes and see things as they really are. You are already deeply mired in all this. Listen to me." His strange eyes seemed to reflect the sunlight again for a moment. The force entered the plane on St. Mary's, a particle twisted by personal loss and oriented toward cruelty. "It was you, Tam." I tried to shake my head again, but I knew he was right. "You were blocked by your conscious efforts on St. Mary," Padma continued. "But latent energy cannot be held for long. When you were defeated by Jameson, the force you brought to the whole situation was not destroyed. It was merely transferred and retained its effect on a part of another individual, now equally overcome by the grief of losing a loved one and oriented toward a harsh impact on the overall plan." I licked my lips. "Who is this individual?" "Ian Green." I stood there staring at him.
Ian found his brother's 3 killers hiding in a hotel room in Blauween, Padma continued. He killed them with his own hands, and thus sobered up the mercenaries, and ruined the Blue Front's plans to make something out of the situation. But then Ian resigned and returned home to Dorsai. Now he is charged with the same sense of bitterness and loss that you were charged with when you arrived on St. Marie. Padma hesitated. And now it represents a great causal potential, and how it will unfold within the plan of the future remains unknown for now. He paused again, watching me with his attentive eyes. You see, Tam, he continued after a moment, how people like you can't escape from influencing the course of events. I've already told you that you can only change. His voice softened. Do I need to remind you that you are still charged, only now with a different power? You have received the full momentum and effect of the self-sacrifice of Jameton, trying to save his people. His words were like a punch in the stomach, a hard punch, like the one I'd given Janiel Merritt when I'd fled Casey's camp on St. Mary's. And despite the sunlight pouring down on us, I began to shake. It was so, I could not deny it. Jameton, giving his life for a faith when I had mocked all faith, plotting and spinning everything the way I wanted, had melted and changed me, as lightning melts and changes an upraised sword when it suddenly strikes. I could not deny what had happened to me. It's no use, I said, still shaking.
It doesn't change anything. I'm not strong enough to do anything.
I tell you I moved everything against Jameton, but he won.
But Jameton had a heart. And you fought against your own nature all the time, while fighting his,
Padma said.
Look at me, Tam.
I looked at him. The magnets of his brown eyes caught me and anchored me.
The purpose of my coming here to meet you, which was deduced on Exotica, is still awaiting its time,
he said. Remember, Tam, how in Mark Torrey's office you accused me of hypnosis? I nodded. It wasn't hypnosis, or not really hypnosis, he said. All I have done is simply help you open a channel between your conscious and subconscious. Will you be brave enough, after seeing the results that Jameton has achieved, to allow me to help you open that channel again? His words hung in the air. And frozen in that moment, I heard a strong, proud voice reciting a prayer inside the church. I saw the sun trying to break through the clouds above our heads, and at the same time, in my mind's eye, I saw the dark walls of my valley, described to me by Padma that day in the encyclopedia. They still towered over me, looming on either side, obscuring the light of the sun, only this time, as if leaking through a narrow crack in the door, a bright light shone ahead of me. I thought of that place among the lightning bolts I had seen when Padma had held his finger out to me the last time, and no matter how weak, defeated, and broken I felt, the very thought of trying to enter that battleground again filled me with a painful hopelessness. I was no longer strong enough to face the lightning. Perhaps I had never been. For he was a warrior of his people, who are the people of the Lord, and a warrior of the Lord. A distant, lonely voice, barely audible to my ears from the church, read the prayer. And in nothing did he betray the Lord, who is our Lord and the Master of might and justice, and let him leave us and come to the ranks of those who, having thrown off the mask of life, will be blessed and abide in the Lord. I heard this, and suddenly a sense of homecoming came over me, a sense of certainty of returning to the eternal home of the unwavering faith of my forefathers. And the ranks of those who would never waver closed around me, and I, who had not wavered, fell into step with them, forward. And in that instant, for a second, I suddenly felt what Jameton must have felt, face to face with me, and faced with the necessity of choosing life or death for himself on St. Mary's. Only for a moment did I feel it, but it was enough. Come on, I heard myself say to Padme, and I was in darkness and fury. It was a place of lightning, but there was no longer any real lightning to be seen. It was a constant roar, a tumultuous cloud, a hurricane in a seething fog. I was tossed and battered,
thrown about by all the violence and anger around me. And I tried to get out, to rise, to fight my way to the light and the open air above those hurricane clouds. But my own efforts were not enough, and down I went. Down, without moving up. And then at last I understood. For this hurricane was my own hurricane, my own creation. It was an inner fury of cruelty, revenge, and destruction that I had been building up within myself all these years.
And just as I had turned this force against others, so now it turned against me, pressing down on me, dragging me lower and lower, deeper into the darkness, until the light was gone from my eyes. And I fell down, because this force was greater than mine. I fell and fell, but when I was already lost in complete darkness, when I was ready to give up, I discovered that I could not. Something in me did not want to. It continued and continued to fight. And then finally I understood what it was. This was what Matthias had never been able to kill in me as a boy. This was the earth and the forward-moving man. This was Leonidas and his 300 Spartans defending Thermopylae. This was the wanderings of the Israelites in the desert and the crossing of the Red Sea. This was the Parthenon on the Acropolis, shining white above Athens, and the darkness of my uncle's house. All this was in me, the unyielding spirit of men who still refused to give in. And suddenly, in my fallen, almost storm-beaten spirit drowning in darkness, something literally leaped up with wild joy.
For I suddenly saw that she was there for me too. That inaccessible rocky land where the air was pure, and all these scraps of pretense and trickery were carried away by the irresistible wind of faith. I tried to attack Jameton where he was strongest, because of my own weakness. That's what Padma meant when he told me I was fighting against myself. When it was Jameton I was fighting. That's why I lost that conflict, pitting my unfounded disbelief against his strong faith. And it was all there, in me, hidden within me all along. And now I saw it all clearly. And like the ringing of victory bells, I suddenly heard Mark Torrey's voice, speaking to me triumphantly. And Lisa's voice too, who I now saw understood me far better than I understood myself, and who had never left me. Lisa. And when I thought of her again, I began to hear them all.
All those millions, billions of intermittent voices, the voices of men since man first stood upright and walked on his own 2 feet. They surrounded me again, as they had that day, in the jump point of the index room of the Ultimate Encyclopedia. And they closed about me like wings, bearing me upward, irresistibly upward, through the surging darkness, with a sense of fearlessness akin to Casey's, with faith, the fatherly faith of Jameton, and an endless quest, the brother of Padma's quest. And with that, everything that Matthias had inspired in me, envy, fear of the people of the young worlds, washed away from me, at once and forever. And finally I could see it clearly. If they really had one thing, I potentially had all of these components in me. The root source, the basic source that I was, being a man of earth. At the same time, I was part of all of them on the young worlds, and there was not one of them whom I could not see as a reflection of myself. And at last, I broke through the darkness into the light, into that place of my lightning, the endless void where the real battle was fought, the battle of a sincere man against an ancient, alien darkness that would keep us beasts forever. And in the distance, as if at the end of a long tunnel, I saw Padma, standing in the growing sunlight and the waning rain, standing by the parking lot and speaking to me. "Now you see," he said,
Why the encyclopedia needs you so much? Only Mark Torrey was able to bring it to this point, and only you can finish this work. Because the great mass of people on Earth cannot yet see the picture of the future that exists at the very end of the creation of the encyclopedia. You, who have crossed the gap between the people of the splinter cultures and those born on Earth, will be able to build your vision of this into the encyclopedia so that when it is completed, it will be able to help in many ways those who do not see it, and thus begin the recreation that will come when the splinter cultures, their peoples, return and connect with the foundation of the Earth, turning into a man of a new formation, an evolved man.
His powerful gaze seemed to soften for a moment under the rays of the sun, and his smile became slightly sad.
You will live longer than me, and see more. Goodbye, Tam.
And suddenly, quite unexpectedly, I saw it all. Suddenly it all merged and came together in my mind, this vision and the encyclopedia itself becoming one reality. And at that very moment, my mind jumped onto the road of opposition that I would have to face in order to make it all a reality. And already, everything began to take firm shape in my head, from my knowledge of the world, the faces and methods that I would have to face. My mind rushed forward, catching up with them and overtaking them in the plans they were preparing.
I could already see how differently I would work than Mark Torrey. I would retain his name as a symbol and would merely pretend that the encyclopedia was continuing to be built according to the plans he had prepared. I would call myself merely one member of the Board of Governors, who would all theoretically have equal authority with me. But in reality, I will control them, surreptitiously as only I can. And I will be free, therefore, from having to resort to troublesome measures of defense against madmen, like the one who killed Mark. I will be free to travel the Earth, at the same time monitoring the construction, detecting and suppressing the efforts of those who will try to work against the construction of the encyclopedia. Already I have the first outlines of how I will begin all this. But Padma had already turned to leave me. I couldn't just let him go. With difficulty, I tore my mind's eye away from the future and returned to today, to the easing rain and the growing light of the sun. Wait, I said. He stopped and turned to me. It was hard for me to express now what I had come to. My tongue refused to obey me. You didn't give up. You believed in me all this time. No, he answered. I blinked at him, uncomprehending, but he just shook his head. I should have trusted my calculations. He smiled a little, as if apologetically. And my calculations left you with no real hope. Even at the party in honor of Donald Green on Freeland, when we already had a fair amount of information from the encyclopedia, for 5 years, the possibility of your own rescue seemed too small to plan for. Even on Mara, when we cured you, the calculations still left you with no hope. But you stayed next to me, the whole time. I stammered, staring at Padma. Not me, none of us, just Lisa, he said. She never gave up on you, ever since that first incident in the encyclopedia, in Mark Torrey's office. She told us that something like a spark passed between you when you talked to her on the tour, before you even walked into the index room. She believed in you even when you turned your back on her at Green's party. And when we started treating you on Mara, she insisted on being part of the healing process so that we could emotionally bond with you. To tie up. This word had no meaning for me. We established her emotional empathy for you in this way, during the very process in which we treated you. It made no difference to you, but that process tied her to you very strongly. And now, if she ever loses you, She will suffer as much, if not more, than Ian Green suffered from the loss of his twin brother, Casey. He fell silent and looked at me, but I still couldn't collect my thoughts. I still don't understand, I said. You said it didn't affect me. What you did to her. But then what good did none of us, as far as our calculations showed then, understood and still cannot understand what happened. Probably, if she was attached to you then, naturally, you in turn were attached to her. But it was like trying to tie a swift by a thread to a giant's finger. If that is how one can show the enormous scale of your influence on the general plan in relation to her effect. Only Lisa thought that it could help in some way. He turned around. "Goodbye, Tam," he said. I watched him go away in the still misty but brightening air towards the church, from which came the voice of the speaker, now announcing the number of the last psalm. Padma left me standing there, alone and confused. But then I laughed out loud, because I suddenly realized that I was smarter than him. All his exotic calculations couldn't figure out why Lisa's connection to me had saved me, but it had. And now what was inside me burst to the surface. My strong love for her. And I realized that my lonely soul had long ago returned this love of Lisa. But I did not want to admit it to myself. And now, in the name of this love, I wanted to live. A giant can carry a swift in his right hand without any effort, despite the resistance of its small wings. But if he cares for the creature with whom he is connected, he can change and be turned to the path of love, where brute force does not work. Thus, through this invisible channel that connected us, Lisa's faith came to unite with my own, and I could not rid myself of my faith without ridding myself of hers at the same time. Otherwise, why did I immediately go to her as soon as she called me on the day of the attempt on Mark Torrey's life? Even then, I was inclined to compromise, considering the possibility of connecting our paths. And now, seeing this, the pointer of my life's compass took a sharp turn, and I saw everything in a whole new light. Nothing had changed for me. My hunger, my ambition, my desires had not diminished in the least, except that I had turned in the opposite direction. I laughed out loud at the simplicity of it all, for now I saw a goal that was simply the opposite of the previous one. Destroy. Create. Create is the pure and simple answer I have been searching for all these years, to reject Matthias and his emptiness. This is what I was born for. This is what was in the Parthenon, in the encyclopedia, in all human sons. I was born, like all of us, even Matthias. And if we only do not scatter ourselves, we will become creators and not destroyers, builders and not annihilators. And now, like a pure piece of metal, hammered clean of all impurities, I rang out pure and clear, down to the very last atom and particle of my being, the unchanging purity of the one true purpose of all life. In a fog, weakened, I finally turned away from the church, went to my car and climbed in. The rain had almost completely stopped and the sky was clear. A light damp fog had formed in the air, but it seemed to have become thinner, and the air tasted clean and fresh. I opened the side windows of the car as I pulled out of the parking lot onto the long drive to the spaceport. And through the open window behind me, I heard them in the church beginning to sing the last hymn. It was the battle hymn of the warriors of the Commonwealth, and as I rode along the highway, the voices came loudly after me, but they did not sound sad and slow like farewell and sadness, but strong and triumphant, like a marching song on the lips of those who are walking along the road to the beginning of a new day. Soldier, do not ask yourself what, how, and why. If the banner leads you into battle, follow it. And the light of the sun shone upon me as I rode away.
And as I rode farther and farther away, and the distance between me and the church grew greater, the voices seemed to merge, until they sounded as one voice, powerful and singing. Ahead of me, the clouds finally began to part. Patches of blue sky, in the rays of the shining sun, shone with a dazzling blue, like the banners of an army marching forward into unknown lands. I saw them as I rode forward, where they finally passed into the clear sky. And for a long time, I heard this singing behind me as I rode to the spaceport, to the ship that would take me to Earth, to Lisa, waiting for me there, in the rays of sunlight.